It's evident that there was a double standard in how this was approached. When you look at the investigations they had and sort of the tactics they took when investigating Donald Trump and people connected him versus people connected to more establishment politicians like Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, I think you could see a night and day difference.
Shokin was not prosecuting or not investigating members of his own Prosecutor General's office who had taken bribes from Zlochevsky in the previous year to drop an investigation that the UK and the DOJ were liaisoning on. And so that was a very prominent example of corruption that was, the DOJ was absolutely pissed about that.
Let's talk about, real quick, what he said there that Zlochevsky, so what Zlochevsky's admitting in a private conversation to someone he trusts, a business associate, that he's unaware is basically operating as a source for the FBI. He says, yeah, we want Shokin fired. Yeah, we paid Joe and Hunter Biden to have him fired. And this conversation happens 3 times, right? It happens in 2015, it happens in 2016, and it happens in 2019.
A former FBI informant has been charged for lying about President Biden and Biden's son Hunter and their involvement in business dealings with the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Now, the reason why this is significant is that this individual and his testimony was a major aspect of the claims by Republicans that President Biden himself had benefited from his son's business operations.
Hey folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description.
So, there he is.
Hey, do you see me okay?
Yeah, you look good.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so maybe I'll outline, I already told Rob kind of my goal in this. I'll outline it, and I'll outline how I tend to moderate conversations, which is pretty hands-off, but just so you guys know what's coming at you. So for those of you who are listening, the reason why I am putting this panel together at all, is because when it comes to like current events that are really, really nuanced and complicated, you can look at articles and readings and all sorts of stuff, but I think like one of the best ways to kind of like put the pedal to the metal of like the ideas themselves is to see 2 people who are like pretty well versed in the topic kind of battle the ideas out itself, because it gives you kind of an exposure to one side's holes and the other side's holes. And so my goal in this is actually to just like get Pisco and Rob, who I know are like some of the most informed people about Hunter Biden in my circle. I think you've had over 200 retweets of each other or something like that about these topics. I know you guys have debated on this a lot. And so I've looked into it a fair bit, but I wanted to actually just like sit down and listen to you guys fight about it so I can kind of get more information about it myself. So I'm basically making you guys educate me. So some of the questions that I'm going to ask you guys are probably going to be directed educationally, but I want you to answer it from your perspective. So I'm going to ask you some like descriptive facts, and I want you guys to also outline what you believe to be true about these descriptive facts, and it's okay if we disagree. As far as like moderation goes, I'm going to be pretty hands off. The main thing is that like I want to make sure that we address one idea at a time. Because I'm going to get lost really quickly, especially with all the names that are going on. So if we're like talking about Zelensky, I just want to talk about Zelensky and the details about that. And if we want to go on to something else, we totally can, but I want to be like one at a time. And so what I do have is a talk timer. So as you guys talk, I'm going to time between each of you just so that I get an idea of who's getting more talking time. So if you guys start interrupting or it's like a battle of like who gets to talk next, I will always defer to the person who has just had less overall talking time. So if I'm not deferring to you, I'm not being biased. It's just talking time. I can even give you my timers after because some people don't believe me sometimes. I promise you I'm using a real timer. Any questions about that?
Sounds good.
No, that all sounds great, Erudite.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'll basically kind of let you guys go. For those in the chat, I have questions that I built for them, and then I had each of them privately send me some questions for each other about the Hunter Biden stuff. So we probably won't get through them all. The point of having so many questions is that I can kind of naturally inject them into the conversation where they fit. So maybe we'll start with like a really broad beginning question, which is, I think I posted it, which is basically, what is your position on the Hunter Biden scandal? What do you think about the whole situation involved? Do you think it's like this massive whistleblow that leads to corruption, or do you think it's a nothing burger? Just a broad summary of your position. Pisco, go first.
Yeah, sure. So the Hunter Biden scandal or allegations, my opinion on that is that there's been a significant amount of investigation into various claims alleged pertaining to Hunter Biden. And My interest in those claims, and I think Rob's interest as well, relates to whether those claims have anything to do with Joe Biden or have anything to do with some kind of corrupt double standard of investigators. And related to those claims, I have not seen any evidence that indicates either a double standard in investigation or underlying substantive corruption of Joe Biden. I think the part of the scandal that we'll focus on the most today will be like the Burisma related stuff. And on that front, I think that there's been just no there with respect to Joe Biden.
Oh, I think you're muted. You want me to go ahead and go? Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was just broad.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just say this real quick. My issue on this topic and many other topics since at least 2017 has been when I see is a perceived double standard or corruption from our major institutions, such as the FBI in this case. And I think when you look at the investigations they had and sort of the tactics they took when investigating Donald Trump and people connected him versus people connected to more establishment politicians like Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, I think you could see a night and day difference. That should be the biggest thing in our mind because individual politicians will come and go. But if we have the most powerful law enforcement agency in the history of the world putting their thumbs on the scales of our elections and of our policies, that becomes very problematic and more dangerous than anything some foreign adversary could do. So we won't talk today about what I perceive as the mistreatment of Trump with FISA warrants and things like that. We will talk, and hopefully I'll be able to explain where I see this Hunter Biden laptop story going. As Pisco says, I don't care two hoots about Hunter Biden. I know people joke and say you talk about it a lot, but I talk about it because I'm concerned about the perceived double standard of the FBI and what the Hunter Biden laptop story represents. This was something that was covered up by major institutions such as the FBI that was either straight up saying or gaslighting social media companies to censor this story, which could have affected the 2020 election. This is despite the fact that they knew that there was smoke there and chose to cover it up and not investigate. My position is quite simple. Anytime that we have a prominent politician in this country use a quid pro quo or any sort of force whatsoever to force the firing of a prosecutor that is tasked with looking into a family member's company, it ought to trigger an immediate investigation. And instead, we saw that the FBI buried their heels as much as possible, and the small amount of investigations we've had haven't done things like subpoena bank records and things like that. So hopefully I'll be able to explain to people that maybe aren't familiar with this story why this has the appearance of corruption and why there should have been a full-throated investigation by the FBI and an independent counsel. And hopefully it will encourage people to support the impeachment investigation so that we could get more facts to find out if this is, as it looks, a corrupt story of Joe Biden.
Okay, so maybe I'll get some descriptive facts out of the way. You guys both agree that the laptop is Hunter Biden's and that the documents found on it are Hunter Biden's. Like nobody's, for the most part, are we agreeing that they're real documents and everything?
No.
Yes, I agree
with that because
let's start there.
So,
okay, great.
Yeah. So there is a laptop that purports to belong to Hunter Biden that was given allegedly to a repair shop, I believe in Delaware, and part of that hard drive or that laptop was given over to the FBI, but there were multiple hard drives, and one of those hard drives was given to Rudy Giuliani and associates. And just because you have part of the laptop that's been authenticated by the Washington Post, that is in the possession of the FBI, doesn't mean that the hard drive that was given to Rudy Giuliani, that everything on it is accurate. You know, I've heard Rob Noerr talk about chain of custody when it comes to ballots and when it comes to election security. Surely he's concerned about the chain of custody with the hard drive where there is evidence of rewriting and overwriting on parts of what alleged to be Hunter Biden's laptop. And so I do not take at face value everything just because that there's some true hard drive out there that has actual content of Hunter Biden's that has been authenticated. That doesn't mean that everything that purports to be from the laptop is from the laptop or belongs to Hunter Biden. And there's been evidence, and there's a lawsuit right now actually from Hunter Biden's lawyers that accuse various different actors of misrepresenting and unlawfully accessing and unlawfully rewriting stuff on hard drives.
There's been no proof whatsoever that anything's been rewritten. The lawsuit's laughable. It's basically Hunter Biden's team claiming on one hand that their privacy has been taken away and people had access to this so they shouldn't, but not admitting whether or not the laptop was theirs. It's nonsensical. If it wasn't theirs, then how was his privacy violated anyway? We can see from the pictures, incriminating evidence and things like that this was clearly from Hunter Biden's own laptop. There hasn't been one email or text chain from that laptop that's been proven to not be his or even publicly disputed as not being theirs. Most of the salacious stuff that we're most concerned with when it comes to allegations of crimes and possible Joe Biden being involvement have been confirmed by independent outside people such as business partner Tony Bobulinski.
In fact, here, as was shown by Ranking Member Raskin, we know that you were in the debate actually sitting adjacent and next to Trump officials. When we were confronted again on this same question, Mr. Bobulinski, if you were a guest of Mr. Trump's at the debate, you responded and you quoted, once the Wall Street Journal called you out, quote, "Is the Wall Street Journal God or something? Like you act like this is some encyclopedia of fact." And you refuse to still confirm that you were a guest of Donald Trump. So I want to ask you one more time, sir. Were you a guest of Donald Trump at the presidential debate?
Mr. Garcia, those were not the questions you asked me in my transcribed interview.
Wow.
You were trying
to answer the question, sir. Were you a guest of Donald Trump?
Of Donald Trump at the gate or at the debate.
You were.
That was obvious to everyone in the world at that point.
Oh, it's interesting.
You were asking me semantic.
Thank you, sir. So you were a guest. That you answered the question because at the time you said in the transcript under oath, "I don't recall who got me into the debate." So just to be clear,
such as people like Devon Archer that were business partners. So when it comes to 10% for the big guy in that email, which alleged that money coming from this Chinese firm, which is a hostile foreign country, by the way, that 10% of that was going to the big guy, that's been confirmed as being real by the people that received it. And the fact that the FBI intentionally didn't do more to reach out to the people that would have got these emails, such as Tony Bobulinski, the rest of these Hunter Biden business partners, and instead held their feet until after the 2020 election and gaslit social media companies to not talk about it, once more shows their double standard. The last thing I'll say is, when talking about Rudy Giuliani and things like that, remember, the FBI literally took disinformation paid for by Hillary Clinton's team that was sourced by a suspected Russian spy to literally get FISA warrants to spy on Trump. But at the same time, Pisco goes, well, because this evidence that could be corroborated by business associates of Hunter Biden's was handed off to someone who handed it to Rudy Giuliani, then we can't accept it because of chain of custody issues.
Okay, so I'm going to actually force you guys to go through. So that was a little bit more than I want at once, Rob. Lots of great information, got lots of names, but it's a little overwhelming for me, like the listener. So let's start with the no proof claim. Can we start there? I wrote down Tony Bobulinski and FBI holding their feet to the election, so we can get to all of those. So, Pisco, do you have evidence that some of these, as you claim, are maybe not from Biden? Hunter Biden.
Yeah, so for purposes of, it was a very simple question, a very simple answer was whether or not you buy everything on the Biden laptop, do you believe it's real? I believe that there are hard drives and they do contain content for Hunter Biden. For purposes of this discussion, I agree that there's emails that appear to be authenticated and that actually occurred. And for purposes of our discussions, Rob is well aware that I'm accepting as part of my argument a lot of the content that emerged from the Hunter Biden laptop and incorporating that into our discussions about underlying corruption related to Burisma. And so I'm not, for purposes of this conversation, disputing any one particular email. Right. But the only answer that I was giving was that I do not trust at face value anything that purports to be from that laptop. I think everything there needs to be authenticated. And I think that absolutely there's issues with chain of custody, and that's true also of any kind of investigation into the Clintons or the Democrats. If there were some similar problems with how, the possession of certain hard drives, that would obviously raise questions about reliability. But that's just me answering your simple question about, like, is the laptop real? The hard drives are real. They contain stuff for Hunter Biden, but I'm not going to just at face value accept everything that's on there. And to your question about what is the proof of anything false being on there, I just point to the fact that Republicans have mischaracterized certain information on there. There's parts of messages that they've inserted which don't appear to actually be genuine. And so I would point you to the lawsuits that have been filed by Hunter Biden's attorneys, which I think should be played out in the courts. And so yeah, I'll leave it there.
Now, I'll just say real quick, if I can, again, the things we'll be talking about in this topic, I think, have been backed up by business associates and things. I did want to ask Pisco a question about this, though. You think chain of custody when it comes to things like servers is important. So you would say that you would not accept at face value anything that was secondhand handed to, like, the FBI. You would want them to have the official source Anytime that there's hands in between that, you would be suspect.
I would say that if there's a chain of custody issue related to the authenticity of a document, remember, like, which is different than, what is a person saying? It's does this thing, is this what it purports to be? Obviously, chain of custody is always going to be an issue. Is it dispositive in every case? No. If there's corroborating evidence, of course, there's corroborating evidence from the Washington Post and other independent journalists that authenticate a lot of the stuff that's on the laptop or the hard drives. And so for those particular pieces of evidence, I would say, that authentication effort has been successful and they've been properly authenticated. To answer your question, yes, chain of custody is always an issue in terms of authentication for evidence, and I'll consider it on a case-by-case basis, as you would.
And I just want to say real quick, I set it up for this.
I just want to clarify a word. Sorry, and then you can get right back in. What's a chain of custody? Explain that.
So basically, if you have some, let's say some evidence, the gun, the murder gun, which has the blood on it or the DNA, from the point in time in which it's recovered and where it's left in the state of its natural state, whatever that may be, to the point in which it's examined or the point in which it's offered for proof in the courtroom or wherever it's going to be officially or unofficially verified or looked at or observed, who's had possession of it, where has it been located? Because in the interim, things could happen. And how this would apply to the Hunter Biden laptop case would be, you give over let's say it's an authentic hard drive to the laptop repair guy, and he hands it off to Rudy Giuliani. Well, Rudy Giuliani has it right now. Is there any reason to think that something that was not on the thing that was given from the laptop owner is on the hard drive as presented to the world after Giuliani received it? That's the chain of custody question.
And just to be quick, instead of getting the official server, if the laptop guy copies the server and send it, there are questions, right, that could be, if they don't get the physical, you would agree with that, Pisco.
Right. And so this is further complicated by the fact that we're talking about electronic evidence. Like a gun is at least still
right,
regardless of who owns it. But if it's a hardware device, data can be added and taken.
Go ahead, Pisco. I want to hear this.
A disk image, I think what you're referencing now is the DNC servers that were analyzed. A system image of the servers was handed over to the FBI as opposed to the servers themselves. System images, if they're created properly, are exact copies and replicas of what's contained on the servers. Any issue of chain of custody related to the disk image would be true of the servers themselves because they're both being handed off by the same entity. And so I don't think there's a one-to-one comparison in terms of how reliable they'd be.
Well, it might not be one-to-one, but the spirit of what you're suggesting is true. What Pisco's done is said, anytime that the FBI doesn't have direct access to evidence, the more people there are in that chain, the more suspect that it would become. And as he knows, the FBI requested the official DNC servers when it came to the Russia hack of the DNC servers, and the DNC refused to turn those servers over and instead made a copy of those servers to hand over. So it's interesting to hear people that will question the chain of custody and not getting the FBI getting immediate access to the official server, yet at the same time they'll accept the word of a firm that was paid for by the DNC to copy the servers to come to the conclusion that the DNC wanted, that it was a Russia hack when it came to the Russia hack of the servers.
I think it's an ancillary point, Erudite, to
this topic, I agree.
I'm just stating out my position that yes, a lot of the information on the laptop has been authenticated and we know to be true, or Rob brings up a proper point, hasn't been disputed. And so for purposes of our conversation, I'm going to assume a lot of that information is genuine, but I'm not going to, just because
you're not
of
granting it full sale, yeah.
Exactly.
And you want to make it aware to everyone that there's
that's the only point I'm making.
I mean, the DNC and the details of electronic, I just hadn't really thought about chain of custody at all. So that's even just, and as a side, a good bit of information for me to have. I think I derailed you though, Rob, because I think you had a quick response. He was talking about chain of custody, about issues with authenticity.
Double standard.
You had an immediate response. Double standard? Is that for your...
No, I'm totally good. I would like to get more to... I think I trust Pisco is right. His wholesale point, I agree. You should never trust anything at face value if it's coming from opposition and stuff like that. But for the terms of this debate, I think both of us agree that most of what I'll be talking about as evidence that looks shady, Pisco will agree that it's stuff that's been basically confirmed or undisputed.
Okay, great. So can we go a little bit back? Rob, you mentioned that the FBI held their feet until after the election. Mm-hmm. That was one of the first things you said. So could we maybe start there?
Sure.
Because that would potentially be a source of
fair
treatment.
So So I'll say this. I think there should have been an immediate investigation by the FBI, and I would have preferred by outside groups, like a special counsel, as soon as this quid pro quo was offered, because and hopefully me and Pisco get to have a back and forth on this. I think even Pisco will admit the appearance of a possible conflict of interest was overwhelming, as even people at the State Department. And we should have investigations when that appearance happens. Instead, the FBI did next to nothing. We know the FBI never interviewed the people that were relevant, like Victor Shokin, the fire prosecuted. They barely talked to Tony Boblinsky. They barely talked to a man by the name of Onishenko that was an MP that alleged all sorts of wrongdoing by the Biden family and things like that. We actually have testimony from the IRS whistleblowers that say when they were investigating here after 2000, sort of the tax claims of Hunter Biden, and they thought that they could see it was going to shell companies, that was going to other Biden family members, like possibly Joe Biden himself. They were specifically told they weren't able to ask about Joe Biden or have access to a lot of that, and they were told that they had to wait until there are allegations they had to slow walk it until after the 2020 election. This in combination with what we know with these organizations and the FBI that were telling social media companies that there was going to be Russian disinformation that came, which resulted in the censoring of this story, and 51 former intel agents saying that it looked like Russian disinformation, shows a clear case of a concentrated effort to make sure this story was buried until after the election.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more with Rob's characterization there. First of all, if he wants to allege, there's a lot sort of rolled into that. One aspect of it pertains to the investigation itself. The other pertains, I think, to the Twitter files and conduct related to social media companies. Another part pertains to, I think, the tax investigation into Hunter Biden. And so there's a lot there to chew on. If he has any specific evidence of misconduct by the Department of Justice in their investigation of the Burisma matter, then he should allege it. Unfortunately, like, we don't have an Inspector General's report on how the DOJ investigation into the Burisma matter was conducted. But it was conducted by Attorney General Bill Barr, who was vetting the claims brought by Giuliani, directly from Giuliani, so much that the Democrats were upset about the fact that the Department of Justice was just taking Giuliani's claims, and there was a system for funneling them to the Department of Justice and investigating them. They were calling for Bill Barr to recuse himself and therefore to be a special counsel. Eventually, Trump also asked for a special counsel, I believe, which Bill Barr rejected. And so there was an investigation of this in 2019. Rob thinks it should have been sooner. When should it have been?
The investigation wasn't by the FBI that you're alleging, was it? You're talking about the House Republicans, the Senate Republicans?
No, I'm talking about the Department of Justice and the FBI. They had an investigation.
Oh, you're talking about Bill Barr's. So the problem is, as you've admitted before, like, let's take a step back and look at some of the things we're alleging. There's an FBI 1023, right? This is an official FBI document that they had from a confidential human source. This is a person whose name we can't know, but's trusted by the FBI as being sort of a confidential source that's out there talking to people that they're interested in getting information on. So in this case, it's Zlochevsky. That would be Hunter Biden's boss, the guy that for all intents was the owner of Burisma. And so this confidential human source is engaged in conversations with him and then reporting back to the FBI because the FBI thinks this Zlochevsky is someone who's a criminal, and so they want information on him. That person reported that Zlochevsky told him that he paid Joe and Hunter Biden $5 million apiece to get Victor Shokin, this prosecutor, fired. Do you think when the FBI was made aware of that they should have launched an investigation?
Yeah, I think they should have investigated.
And do you know when they were made aware of that?
There's a difference in opinion, or at least our interpretation of what the FD 1023 purports to show, either in 2018 or 2019. But again, those to my knowledge, there was an investigation in the Department of Justice. Do you know when they opened the investigation?
Well, I don't.
If you
we
don't know, then how can you say that they should have done it sooner or later?
Well, okay, so two things. One, would you recommend then, seeing as how we have evidence of this, and we have IRS whistleblowers that are saying that they were told by people in the DOJ that they couldn't specifically look at things on the laptop, would you support an IG investigation? Would you support, but I'm asking, would you support an IG investigation to see when
For my purposes, I would love to see an Inspector General report so that people can, so it can be examined, and that people, now that there's been a lot of smoke caused by the the IRS whistleblowers, I think in the good faith of the public confidence, I think that there should be an investigation into that. In fact, when we were about to speak about the impeachment inquiry going forward, my opposition to the impeachment inquiry relates to its labeling and to specifically investigations into the Burisma matter. But I think that there should be further inquiry into the claims being made by the whistleblowers and this discrepancy with Weiss. All that stuff is problematic in terms of at least the appearance of conflict and problems within the government, and that needs to be investigated further. And so I would not be opposed to, now that there's been all this outcry, an Inspector General investigation. And I don't have a problem with Congress investigating more this specific issue and this specific investigation to see if there was any impropriety. That's part of Congress's role, and I'm not going to sit here and say that that's improper.
Okay, so the reason...
Could I go back on some dates super quickly, just because I think we got a little bit stuck there. So it sounds like there was a justice investigation launched with Bill Barr in 2018, somewhat
19.
directed to
At the very latest,
Giuliani's
2019.
And
to Giuliani's claims.
And this investigation was about Giuliani claiming that there was some sus stuff going on with Hunter Biden and the relationship with Ukraine and Burisma. Okay.
Burisma, which is a holding company for Ukrainian energy, other Ukrainian energy companies, especially natural gas.
Okay.
And
so
Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma.
Okay. And so, Rob, in your view, you're not aware of that one, but there's...
No, I'm aware. There were 3 investigations. I'm aware. I thought he was talking about the Senate, but the problem with the DOJ investigation is it didn't occur quick enough. There should have been an investigation initially.
How do you know, Rob?
Was there one in 2016?
Do you know? Well, hang on a second. Hang on one second. If you're relying on the FD 1023 as the basis of this is when the investigation should have started, if that wasn't available in 2016, then would you think that there's impropriety in the Department of Justice not launching a full investigation?
Yes, I already explained why the initial quid pro quo would be reason enough. But if we look specifically at the dates here, let me read just so the audience is aware of what this CHS says. I'll try to be brief. I'm skipping some of it, but we'll get here. The confidential human source asked, this is from a telephone call in 2016. The confidential human source asked Zlochevsky whether he was concerned about Burisma's involvement with the Bidens. Zlochevsky stated he didn't want to pay the Bidens. He was pushed to pay them. Confidential human source used a specific term with it. That they translated to Goddard or received it and was forced to pay. Zlochevsky stated Shokin had already been fired and no investigation was going on and that nobody would find out about his financial dealings with the Bidens. CHS then stated, I hope you have some backup proof for your words, namely that Zlochevsky was forced to pay the Bidens. Zlochevsky replied he has many text messages and recordings that show that it was coerced to make such payment. See below subsequent CHS reporting. And then the note below says, quote, see previous CHS report dated March 1st, 2017, Serial 7, where then the CHS reported the foregoing and stated that the call took place on February 27th, 2017. So again, the FBI was aware that the vice president who did this quid pro quo, that I'll just ask you a yes or no answer. Do you think that the fact that this company was allegedly corrupt by our State Department and Hunter Biden was working there, do you think that there was an appearance of impropriety?
I think there was an appearance of a conflict of interest.
Yes. So given that this quid pro quo happened that results in the prosecutor being fired, that ultimately results in the case against Burisma being closed with a slap on the wrist, it seems like, seeing as how the FBI had this evidence in 2017 that said 2 things. One, that Zlochevsky paid Biden, but it also says that he paid Biden to fire Shokin because Zlochevsky didn't like Shokin. Both of these were reasons to have an investigation at the time. There is 0 evidence that that investigation happened, and the investigation that we later get, we know for a fact that they didn't talk to people like Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor that was fired. We know that they barely talked to Onyshenko. They didn't subpoena bank records or things like that. So it was an investigation in name only.
Yeah, so in response to that, one, it's really hard to determine the propriety or impropriety of the start of investigation if we don't know the date in which the investigation started. We know that there was an investigation. We know that there was an investigation specifically into Giuliani's claims, and we know that the FBI was having these discussions and it was taking the time to write down this contact who had a conversation with Zlochevsky and presumably analyze it. And so I don't have information about the FBI's internal workings, which is frustrating. One of the reasons why it would be nice for us if there was an Inspector General investigation into what occurred, when the investigation opened, all that stuff. But unfortunately, the FBI just doesn't comment on ongoing, not fulfilled investigations, which I think is a policy, Rob, that you probably agree with. Like, do you think the FBI and the Department of Justice should be announcing every time they're opening an investigation into Joe Biden at that time? And so if you're saying that like you're lacking evidence into the basic parameters of when the investigation started, I think it's a little rich to say that you know that there was a double standard in the investigation. On to the specific claims of you didn't talk to Viktor Shokin, you didn't talk to Onushenko. These people have no credibility. Onushenko was approached in 2016, which I believe it corresponds with the sort of timeline that you want. And the Department of Justice goes so far as to announce publicly that they don't want to have any further dealings with Onushenko. So you guys are aware, Onushenko is this party of regions, really just crony, Russian-aligned Ukrainian politician that no one who has been sanctioned by the Trump Treasury Department as being a Russian propagandist. And the Department of Justice didn't talk to him. He has no credibility. Shokin has no credibility so far as the Department of Justice is concerned. The Department of Justice was one of the institutions that was pushing for Shokin's firing because he was not working with the Department of Justice attaches and the people that they trusted in Ukraine, and they stopped funding and they stopped working with Shokin. And so these are individuals that have no credibility so far as the Department of Justice is concerned. And so you saying like the fact that they didn't talk to them fully enough shows corruption, I think is a little bit delusional.
So again, it's convenient. First off, there'll be this sort of God of the gaps type defense that will say, well, for all we know, the FBI did investigate. Well, that's why I would support an IG investigation. I look forward if we have that and we have information of when the FBI first started these sorts of investigations, of Pisco commenting if it turns out that this wasn't occurring in 2017 when they had this information, because anyone would agree that this sort of allegation, given what we publicly know that Joe Biden did with this quid pro quo, would warrant an investigation, a very serious one.
Alexander Smirnov's claims about the Bidens were used by Republicans to help justify their attempt to impeach the president until the story collapsed. Turns out this isn't the first time Smirnov's accused of lying to the feds.
Second, as Pisco's admitted to me in a prior talk, it appears evident that there wouldn't have been any subpoenaing of bank records of someone like Joe Biden, because that sort of grand jury testimony wouldn't necessarily be something that would be clandestine, that wouldn't be under lock and key. So it seems evident that there hasn't been any bank records of Joe Biden's or anything like that investigating. This is incredibly problematic when you see that Zlochevsky says here that the way that he paid the Bidens was so convoluted that it would take them 10 years of investigations to be able to trace the money trail to how it came. And so what we see now is Democrats fighting tooth and nail, and the IRS whistleblowers alleging that they were specifically told that they couldn't use Joe Biden's name, look at the information on the laptop, run connections to possibilities of Biden family members and money they were getting through these sorts of business dealings. So it's evident that there was a double standard in how this was approached. Now, when it comes to the specifics here, remember what we're talking about. It's always interesting to me to see who the FBI deems as credible, the FBI and the DOJ deems as credible or not. Remember, the disinformation from the Hillary Clinton Russian national was a suspected Russian spy by the name of Igor Dushenko. When it comes to investigating or spying on Trump, there are no people that are unscrupulous enough that the FBI is not willing to hear out. The FBI shouldn't be saying when people are alleging criminal wrongdoing of Joe Biden, well, we just don't trust them, so we're not even going to talk to them. We even have interviews by Tony Bobulinski that says he had all sorts of information he gave to the FBI. They talked to him once and never contacted him again. So what happens is the FBI is able to go, we don't trust any of the people making claims against Joe Biden, even when we see that the public evidence that we have matches up with what they're suggesting. And then they say, see, there's no evidence because we didn't even talk to the people alleging the wrongdoing because we don't trust them.
Yeah, I mean, just think about the other worlds that you live in, if Rob is correct. The other world that you live in is Bill Barr and his Department of Justice are actively scuttling this investigation into Hunter Biden-Burisma and into Joe Biden. You have to believe that.
Well, I do believe that. And here's the thing. Yeah. Let's say that this new impeachment inquiry brings up evidence, even more evidence of alleged wrongdoing. Wouldn't that speak to my claim that, well, then you were wrong and it turns out that there wasn't an adequate investigation previously?
Depends on what information you're talking about from the inquiry. If the inquiry relates to new claims, if the inquiry relates to claims of obstruction of by the Department of Justice under Joe Biden, of course, that wouldn't speak to your claims of double standards under Bill Barr. You think they're both corrupt, but they would be, Bill Barr can't investigate the Joe Biden Justice Department in 2019, obviously. So it depends on what the claims are, whether or not it speaks to your claims about double standards of the DOJ in 2018, 2019. The timelines matter, and the allegations, substantive components matter, and when they occurred matter. So obviously I'd have to, analyze that based on whatever hypothetical you want to present me and the timeline of those hypotheticals or the actual stuff.
So again,
do we know the length of time between like when? So one thing that I want to understand is, okay, so we don't have an investigation start date. When did we become aware, though, that an investigation, because there's 3. So what was the first one that was like publicly made aware? What is the earliest date we have?
So in 2019, just to give you guys some background, Erudite, there start to be little whispers that occur of something going on with Giuliani in Ukraine. Lutsenko is giving these interviews to The Hill. Lutsenko is the prosecutor general that, after an interim prosecutor general that occurs after Shokin is fired, which is the one that all this whole mess is about. Lutsenko gives an interview where he seems to accuse the State Department of impropriety. And what is later revealed is there was a huge push from Giuliani and his associates to announce these kind of allegations of Burisma as against Joe Biden. And
tonight, Rudy Giuliani is again at the center of the storm. Democrats demanding answers.
Rudy Giuliani should be held to account for his role in this.
Giuliani is mentioned in the whistleblower complaint more than 30 times. It alleges the president's personal lawyer was in frequent contact with Ukrainian officials as he tried to investigate Joe Biden and his son's activities. According to the whistleblower, multiple U.S. officials were deeply concerned, and 2 State Department officials had spoken to Giuliani to contain the damage. Just last week, Giuliani contradicted himself about his conversations with the Ukrainians.
Did you ask the Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden?
No.
So you did ask Ukraine to look into Joe Biden?
Of course I did.
This was occurring throughout 2019. And so there's reporting, I believe in the fall of 2019, officially by people who have sources, that the Department of Justice had opened up several pathways to vet Giuliani's claim. I can bring up that article in a second, but essentially by the end of, at the very least, I think November of 2019, there's reporting that the Department of Justice has created particular investigatory units to vet Giuliani's claims. So that would be the latest that an investigation occurred. And obviously the FD 1023 with the source, that occurred throughout the relationship with the source. And I'm assuming that the FBI and DOJ investigated that, and I think they should have.
What steps?
I would be.
Do you agree with that, Rob? Just to make sure about the dates. Do you agree that 2019 is when, like,
2019, right? 2019, yeah. We'll go with it.
And just confirming dates again. Sorry, I'm going to be the big dum here, but FD 1023 was the relationship in the nature that Zolchevsky is worried about. Was that specifically occurring? Was the payments in 2017? Is that what he's claiming, or is that when he claims he reported it to the FBI?
These would have been in 2015 and 2016, I believe, which is when the payments occurred, when the firing occurred. That's my understanding. Keep in mind also, and Zolchevsky denies this and says that it didn't happen at a later time. Obviously, you can say, well, are you gonna believe him then, or are you gonna believe him now? That's a question for you for y'all to have, whether or not which statement is more credible. But yes, in 15, 16, that's when I think the payments alleged to occur.
So let's talk about real quick what he said there, that Zolchevsky, so what Zolchevsky's admitting in a private conversation to someone he trusts, a business associate, that he's unaware is basically operating as a source for the FBI. He says, yeah, we want Shokin fired. Yeah, we paid Joe and Hunter Biden to have him fired. And this conversation happens 3 times, right? It happens in 2015, it happens in 2016, and it happens in 2019. And the confidential human source is reporting contemporaneously, at least in 2017, and then again in 2019. They wanted Shokin fired. They said they paid the Bidens, right? That's a conversation that he's having in private with people that he thinks he's trusting, right? The conversation where he denies it is 2 reporters in public. Yes, Pisco. It is true that he denied being involved in a criminal conspiracy in public, but when he was in private talking to what he thought were friends and associates, he was telling a different story. So I put 0 credibility in his public denial.
But you do put a lot of credibility in Shokin and Onyshenko, who are these in my opinion, provably corrupt individuals, and their claims related to substantive corruption and related to, that I guess that there's impropriety in the firing.
Well, Onishenko, at least
there's a very clear interest there. That doesn't
Well,
stop you
that's-
from believing them. I've heard you say like in one of your streams, you think Shokin's a good guy. Mm-hmm. So like, I don't understand why the self-serving testimony of these individuals, people who are alleged to be Russian propagandists by the Trump administration, and Shokin himself, why you credit that?
Because it's not that I credit it, that I take their word at wholesale. I think that their claims are backed up by enough events that we see in the real world that would justify them being sat down and interviewed by people, not just saying, nope, we don't believe anything we say, but at the same time, we'll believe this guy Zlochevsky, who's someone that's the focus of the criminal conspiracy in the first place. And if I can, just for the audience, just so Erudite's audience or Erudite yourself that might not know the story. Here's the overarching story, and Pisco could dispute any parts of this that he wants, but Hunter Biden gets on the board of directors here in May 2015, I believe is the date where he comes on. There's this company, Burisma, is alleged of all sorts of wrongdoing. We could get into the specifics if you want, but basically at some point, the then prosecutor, Yerema, is ousted because there's an allegation that Zlochevsky, the owner of Burisma, Hunter Biden's boss, paid a bribe to Yerema. And then Shokin comes in February, and then Shokin is fired or forced out by a Biden quid pro quo that starts in December of 2015. And then once he's forced out, Burisma basically gets everything they want. Right? So he was forced out. Shokin was forced out because he's allegedly this corrupt prosecutor. The case of Burisma is cited by people in the West as a case that proves the corruption in the prosecutor's office. And yet everyone in the West goes silent when the new guy comes in, Litsenko. They don't force his firing despite the fact that he's there for 3 years and basically he's corrupt. But one of the first things he does within 6 or 7 months is he buries the investigation into Hunter Biden's son's company. That's what happens. And so the idea that like, oh, well, we're just taking people at their word and things like that, the appearance of that is so bad that there should have been an open and public investigation because it looks so horrible. And the only defenses that someone like Pisco has ever given to me is, one, Shokin wasn't really investigating, and second, everyone in the world wanted Shokin fired. And he's unable to prove either of those defenses.
Yeah, so that's the sort of the broad claim of the allegations, and I still think, and I'm, by the way, folks, I'm putting in the URLs to the links of the stories that show that there was an intake for the Ukraine claims, and I'm also putting another one from 2019 in there as well. Just 1 second. I couldn't disagree more with his conclusions about it, and all the evidence I have that I think, taken great pains to accumulate, to make a timeline for myself, to get literally dozens and dozens of articles, primary sources, shows that this absolutely was an effort by the West to get rid of a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor who wasn't doing anything. And it wasn't just Burisma. This guy Shokin wasn't investigating like the murderers on Maidan, wasn't investigating people in his own office that had scuttled the investigation into Burisma prior. They wasn't investigating also people in his office who took bribes with literal diamonds, and it was a humongous scandal in Ukraine. And this was the attitude taken before Joe Biden was onboarded by the State Department, and sort of recruited into this effort to pressure the removal of Shokin. And so the timeline for me doesn't make sense, given the fact that the conclusions about Shokin's lack of action came before. The pressure related to Shokin started earlier, and the specific decision that Shokin needed to go occurred prior to any nefarious call with the Bidens or prior to the Bidens being onboarded. And so that's my response to that. However, you could still say that it's just a coincidence, and happy coincidence, that both the State Department and the U.S. and the West wanted him gone, and it helped Joe Biden. That's also a potential thing that I guess could exist, but there's no direct evidence that Joe Biden was motivated by, desire to help his son. Everyone who's testified under oath, nobody has said, at least in the United States, that was the case. Not Devon Archer, not any of the 10 people who were brought as witnesses in the Senate investigation, and there's been no leaks or information from the DOJ other than this FD 1023 of people alleging an improper motive of Joe Biden.
Okay, so one, here's the facts as we know them, partially through what I just outlined, which is publicly available facts, and partially through the testimony of Devon Archer. One, we know that Devon Archer on December 4th, 2015 said that he heard the owner of Burisma, Zlochevsky, tell Hunter Biden, call your dad, I'm under pressure. Oh. He says, so we could do this, I understand the argument. He says, call DC, is what he says. It's clear that Devon Archer took, and who's someone who's been a friend with Hunter Biden for a long time and has been into these meetings, he understood call DC to mean call your dad. He understood that.
He didn't testify to that.
That is exactly what he testified to.
No, he said, yes, he said it could have been the team in DC. And
that's not, show me where it says that in the transcript.
In the transcript, it said that that could be a reference. He's not necessarily taking that as a reference to his dad.
Show me in the transcript where it says that.
Sure. Yeah.
On page 38, I believe, they said Mandolfo asks him. He says, "So what happened after all of that?" And if I remember correctly, Archer says something. Look, I wasn't there to hear it, but he called his dad. And they said, how do you know? He says, I think Hunter or Vadim told me in the limo ride back to the hotel. And then someone says, he said he called his dad. He said, no. He said he called DC. Later, there's a conversation that has to do with DC teams. That is a different reference. What they're talking about with the DC team is they're referencing things like Blue Star Strategy and the lobbying firms that were hired in DC when they say DC team. So it is quite clear from the evidence of Devon Archer that he believes when he was told call DC that was call your dad.
Yeah, I don't think that's as clear as you're saying. I'm going to pull up the part of the transcript that I think supports my conclusion. But regardless, you can go on with your interpretation of what the transcript says.
What would be great is if both of you link, even just a screen cap of the part of the transcript you're referencing to. And then I'll share the image link with the chat so everyone can see.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I took...
You said page 38?
I believe it's 37 or 38. It starts up... Let me see if I can find this.
Yeah, no, immediate reference.
Yeah, I will get... But he clearly... So this is what we know. He said, well, just for the sake of Pisco, when he says call DC, I firmly believe he means call your dad. That's the only person he would directly... Why would he be asking Hunter Biden... Why would he be asking Hunter Biden to call other employees of Burisma? Makes no sense. Go ahead, Pisco. You can present.
This is page 35 of the Devon Archer transcript. Okay. Mr. Archer says the request, basically the request is like, can DC help? But there were not, I'm not going to, there were not, it wasn't like, there wasn't specific, can the big guy help? It's always this amorphous, can we get help in DC? Mr. Biggs specifically, this is Representative Biggs, specifically asked, when you say DC help, like they said, we could use some DC help. I'm not asking you what you think I'm asking you what you interpreted that to mean. And Mr. Archer doesn't say his dad. He could have said, I interpret that to mean his dad. He said, well, I'm still learning about it, but it seems really a lot like at the end of the day, lobbying, soft lobbying, firm lobbying help. I mean, there were constant pressure on them, and there were various service providers hired and people working on, help in DC. A lot of power is obviously flexed there. So that was a constant, whether it was putting out fires or helping expand. Why not just say his dad when he said call DC? What did you take that to mean? I thought that meant Joe Biden. Why is he talking about firms? Because what he's talking about here is they're talking about saying there was pressure, right? If you read, it says there was pressure from the government. At this point, were you aware that he says, let's go up, page 34. What requests? The requests, I think they were getting pressure and requested Hunter, to get them help off some of that pressure. What pressure? Government pressure on there, government pressure from Ukrainian government investigations into Zlochevsky. But it wasn't specific, not a specific request. It was just we were sitting there at the Four Seasons having coffee and there was Mykola and Vadim, so it wasn't closed. When you say pressure from the government, were you aware Shokin was investigating? He goes off on that. The request from Zlochevsky to Vadim and Mr. Biden, you said it was so. The request to whom to deal with that pressure. The request, basically the request is like, can DC help? But they were not going to be like, it wasn't like they were specific, like the big guy can help. It was amorphous, like, can we get help in DC? He's saying they're not going to blatantly say, call your dad. He says, he's Biggs clarifies, and we read verbatim, when you say DC help, like they said, we could use some DC help. I'm asking you what you interpreted that to mean. And then as soon as he's asked that question, he doesn't say his dad. He says, he starts talking about firms and service.
So if you continue to let me go through this, then when Jordan says the request help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from the prosecutor and entailed freezing the assets of the London bank and things going on in Ukraine. Archer says correct. Jordan says okay. This is where Big says. I think he might have just clarified. I want to make sure. Archer says sure. When you say DC help, like they said DC, we could use some DC help. I'm not asking you who you think I'm asking you what you interpreted that to mean. So it's clear, right? What he's saying there is, he says, well, I'm still learning about it. Seems like a lot of the lobbying help. But he talks about, Jordan says the request was from help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from the prosecutor. Archer says correct. So he's clearly talking about not Blue Star.
It's not clear. You can't say it's clear.
Of course it is. Listen.
All right, hold on. Let's get a link to it so I can throw it in chat. So that
do you have? Can you give her the link, or do you want me?
Yeah, I'll get the.
Okay. So again,
okay.
Jordan says the request was help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from the prosecutor. Archer says correct. Then Big says, when you say DC help, like they said we could use help in DC, Archer says, I'm still learning about it. It seems a lot like at the end of the day lobbying, firm lobbying. I mean, it was constant. So he does see, he's talking in that sense. He's talking about.
Is it clear he's referring to the dad? That's
yes.
Clear that he's
referring
to his dad?
Well, listen,
no one buys it, Rob. No, I just linked it for you. Right? No one buys that. That's a clear reference to his father.
I understand that you could interject because what you want to do is annoy the testimony that comes further. But what I'm saying is he's clearly, at this point, when he directly answers Jordan, he says it's talking about U.S. government help. So this isn't Blue Star Strategies. He specifically says correct when Jordan says U.S. government help.
Rob,
then we go down.
What we're talking about.
You could keep interrupting until I get to the actual point where he specifically makes it his dad. Mr. Mandolfo then asks on the edge of page 36. Question: what did Hunter do after he was given that request? Answer: listen, I didn't hear the phone call, but he called his dad.
Yeah.
Is that clear enough?
Yeah, no, basically we need to be clear about what we're talking about. So we're talking about what Zlochevsky said around Devon Archer. And you said that Devon Archer heard Zlochevsky say, call your dad. And I said, that's not true. He said, according to his transcript, call DC. And then you said, okay, he may have said call DC, but Archer took that to mean a clear reference to his father.
Correct.
Then I show you testimony that says that's not a clear reference to his father, and that when he was asked to clarify, he doesn't talk about Joe Biden. He talks about the lobbying firms and service providers in DC. And then you say, okay, but then afterwards he actually does call his dad, and you point to part of the testimony where Devon Archer is admittedly speculating about what Hunter Biden did and saying, he might have called his dad. That's what I think that Vadim might have told me that. So all of this is not clear that what the reference was to call your dad, and none of this is clear that the call to the dad actually happened, and he wasn't there to actually hear the call. And so again, when you say it's clear, I think that you're misrepresenting the actual strength of the testimony.
I don't think I'm misrepresenting. I think it's clear in three ways. One, it would only make sense that Zlochevsky was talking about U.S. government entities. He wouldn't have Hunter Biden, the person that he hired for the Biden brand, calling Blue Star Strategies and groups like that when Zlochevsky or Vadim could make that call themselves. Second, Jim Jordan gets further clarification when he says, you mean help from U.S. government? And which Archer says yes. And third, Archer later specifically says is he interpreted that to mean that Hunter called his dad. That is clear as day that that's what his interpretation is. You could say that it's possible that Devon Archer's interpretation was incorrect, but it is clear as day that Devon Archer is saying he was under the understanding that
why do you answer that way then?
What do you mean?
When Big specifically asks him what call DC means, why did he talk about service providers?
Because I think he's getting confused above where he's talking about what does DC mean. It's not specifically on the question of the call was made exactly to who. It's saying, if you go through the chain, he's talking about they were under government pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. And then he said the request was basically like, can DC help? But there was not, they didn't specifically say the big guy. And then Jordan goes, you mean the United States government to help? Archer says, correct. Big says, you want to clarify when you say DC help, like they said, we could use some DC help. What do you mean? He says, I'm still learning about it. It seems at the end of the day like lobbying, soft lobbying help, firm lobbying help. I mean, there was constant, so he's not... there was constant, constant pressure on them, and there were various services I hired and working on, help in DC. A lot of power, people's flex there. So I think that was a constant, He's suggesting that he is acting like a firm, like lobbyist, that he's lobbying to the United States government. That's what he interpreted call DC. This is further clarified because later in the testimony, he clarifies exactly what he meant. What you want to do is ignore the answer that Archer gave before, where he said call DC meant call people in the U.S. government. You ignore the answer he gives afterwards, which is where he says he interpreted that to mean his dad. That's what you're doing.
No. He didn't say that he interpreted that to mean his dad. He said then he called his dad, but then afterwards, he's asked about the Vadim's conversation with Vadim. They're asked, how do you know that he called his dad? And he says, because I think Vadim told me. But again, it's unclear, right? You say it's clear. It's unclear. I just know that there was a call that happened, and I was not privy to it. And then he's asked, what did Vadim tell you about the call? Just that we called DC. But he didn't, again, it's not like we got all our problems solved. So just to be clear, right? Devon Archer says it was unclear. Devon Archer, when asked about the specific, he says it.
He doesn't say it was unclear. He doesn't say it's unclear.
I'm reading verbatim.
Go ahead, read verbatim what he says.
So he's asked
what page are you on?
This is page 36.
Okay.
What did Hunter Biden do after he was given that request? Answer, I did not hear the phone call, but he called his dad. Question, how do you know that? Answer, because I think Vadim told me. But again, it's unclear. I just know that there was a call that happened there and I was not privy to it. Question, what did Vadim tell you about the call? Answer, just that they, quote, we called DC, close quote.
Right. What he's saying was unclear. Listen, he says we called DC, but he didn't. Again, it's not like there's not. We got all of our problems solved kind of revelation. I was not on that side of the equation. What he's saying is unclear. Is the context of the phone call. He is quite clear that it's his interpretation that he called his father. Nonetheless, that's okay. If you want to be willfully ignorant of that, we'll go to this then. We'll go to this then. If you want to be willfully ignorant.
I just want to pause this. So I have no dog in this race at all, because I'm a little bit of an anti-establishmentarian myself. So I'm actually not privy to one side or the other. When I do read this, it looks like he at first says it's his dad, and when they push him, he goes, well, I don't know, it's unclear, and it seems like he's walking it back. That's how I would read it as well, as like a super third neutral, just so that we're like dealing with that. So I don't know if it's just like willful ignorance. It's probably at best, if I'm being like super true to both sides, kind of ambiguous in and of itself, like what is being fully implied there.
I disagree.
It's the definition of ambiguous.
I disagree with both of you. I think when he says specifically he called his dad, he couldn't be more specific on that. Nonetheless, let's go with the willful ignorance and say what this would be then, right? We have that he said call DC, right? Zlochevsky on December 4th said he's under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. Investigations, what Pisco argued for years weren't occurring. Then there was a call that was proffered. After that call, within a few couple of days, Joe Biden gets on a plane. On that plane, according to witnesses that were on the plane, it is Joe Biden himself that comes up with the idea of the quid pro quo to use that $1 billion loan guarantee to force the firing of Viktor Shokin. And after the firing of Viktor Shokin, Burisma gets everything they wanted.
Yeah, so again, that is a simplification of a timeline that absolutely debunks what Rob is...
I just want to be clear. Was anything I said there incorrect, just to start with? Do you dispute any of that?
Yeah, I do dispute it.
What part?
I dispute your characterization of the investigations, that they were happening from Shokin. I obviously dispute that.
I didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that there.
You did say that.
No, I didn't.
No. Sorry. Did you not reference investigations and then you said investigations that Pisco said weren't occurring?
Well, yes, but did he say... But you can say, I don't think those investigations were occurring. Did Devon Archer testify that Zlochevsky said he was under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations?
He did, yeah.
Okay. So then everything I said was accurate in that sense.
No. I'm rejecting the narrative that you have, which is relying on the factual predicate that, or at least it should rely on the predicate that there was a government investigation into Burisma and into Hunter Biden related to
it's not necessarily, it's maybe not. I don't think that's necessarily the case. We could get into it. But at this point, if we take the testimony of Devon Archer, the opinion that matters is the guy that's supposedly corrupt that they were investigating, Zlochevsky, felt that he was under investigation from Ukrainian government investigations. Yes or no?
I think that there was pressure from Ukraine, but that pressure I don't think was related to genuine investigations by the Prosecutor General's office. I think that pressure was more likely and obviously triggered by the United States' insistence that the Prosecutor General's office be taken out of the corruptness of Shokin, that there be an Inspector General appointed that had a disconnection from the Prosecutor General's office, the push for the NABU. These were all the kind of the pressure that was being felt. Recall, the NABU was a investigatory agency that was sort of counter to Shokin, and that was absolutely getting started and rolling into the corruption stuff. And so there are many different sources of potential Ukrainian government pressure. And I think the pressure that was coming was from the West and from these other agencies that didn't have a connection to Shokin, and that any pressure that was being felt by the Prosecutor General's office was at most corrupt bribery.
Okay, so here's where we'll bifurcate here. I think that it is clear when he says Ukrainian government investigations, Zlochevsky's talking about actual investigations that are occurring from Ukrainian prosecutors. That's what
Archer.
Or when Archer says Zlochevsky said
Archer's talking about that, yeah.
Well, but he says that's what Zlochevsky said. Right?
Okay, but Archer has absolutely no command of the facts. When he's talking about government investigations, he's talking about stuff that doesn't even relate to Shokin. And so you translating the stuff that he references that doesn't relate to Shokin as proof that Shokin was investigating Burisma, I think is a stretch.
That's not what I'm doing. We could get into that at a later date. I don't think it'll be good to delve into that because we could spend 4 hours on that topic alone. Okay. What I'm saying for the purposes of this is he's saying Zlochevsky said the words, "I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations." Right? I'm saying that I interpret that to mean prosecutors in Ukraine, such as Viktor Shokin. I'm not going into what Devon Archer's opinion was, just the actual words Devon Archer heard. I say after the firing of Shokin, that pressure was alleviated. Pisco's version is this. When he says Ukrainian government investigations, what he really means is, yes, there are some people in Ukraine, but not in Shokin's office and not Shokin, that are pressuring him. But it's also pressure that when he says Ukrainian government investigation, he means pressure from the West, pressure from the United States and the EU. He also means that, but for some reason he doesn't say that. But nonetheless, the question...
Let's be clear. There are people...
Hold on. I'm going to do a moderation of good faith stuff. So I just want to make sure that when we're summarizing our opponent's viewpoints, that it's posed in a question of saying, are you saying this versus saying, Pisco thinks this and is saying this, just because I think that creates a framing of narrative that's going to be really hard.
Okay.
So if you want to summarize, if you just to be clear, if you want to, and this is for both of you, if you want to summarize your opponent's perspective, that's totally fine. Just make sure it's lobbied as a question and given space to clarify. Because I want to make sure that when you say Pisco is saying this, that Pisco agrees that Pisco is saying that.
I don't agree.
Vice versa, Rob. If he starts misquoting you, Rob, please do the same thing.
There are key aspects or key people in Ukraine who actually do have a good faith take or sort of intent to stop corruption. There are some people in the PGO who are trying to reform it. And certain deputies who absolutely are pushing for reforms. But the big amount of pressure that's being felt in Ukraine is in order to get these billions of dollars of loan guarantees. There's been 2 before in this time period. And there's a third one that's sort of on the table. The United States government is demanding more action from the Prosecutor General's office, is demanding more independence of the Special Prosecutor office in the in the Prosecutor General's office. And so there's a big push at the time, a public push by the United States government to get more action from the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office. Everyone knows about this. There's a public speech in September that's excoriating the Prosecutor General's office.
We have learned that there have been times that the PGO not only did not support investigations into corruption, but rather undermined prosecutors working on legitimate prosecution cases. For example, in the case of former Ecology Minister Mykola Zlochevsky, UK authorities seized $23 million in illicit assets that belonged to the Ukrainian people. Officials at the PGO's office were asked by the UK to send documents supporting the seizure. Instead, they sent letters to Zlochevsky's attorneys attesting that there was no case against him. And as a result, the money was freed by the UK court, and shortly thereafter, $23 million of the Ukrainian people's money moved to accounts in Cyprus. The misconduct by the PGO officials who wrote those letters should be investigated, and those responsible for subverting these cases by authorizing those letters should, at a minimum, be immediately terminated. Even as we support the work of the new Anti-Corruption Commission and the recruitment of new prosecutors, we have encouraged Prosecutor General Shokin to empower Deputy Prosecutors Pisco and Sakaralidze to implement reforms and bring to justice those who have violated the law, regardless of rank or status. We are prepared to partner with reformers within the PGO in the fight for anti-corruption, and that's why, on August 10th, the United States signed a joint plan of action with Deputy Prosecutor General Sakaralidze to provide $2 million of U.S. assistance in support of reform, anti-corruption, and capacity building in the prosecutor's office.
That's the pressure they're feeling. The pressure is coming from Ukraine, but it's by way of pressure from the West, who's holding these big carrots in these external loan guarantees.
Okay, so to go back to re-summarize, I was correct when I summarized Pisco's position. He's saying that Ukrainian government investigations, that pressure really means pressure from the West. That's where the bulk of that pressure is going. Seems like an interesting choice of words to say I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations when you think you're really under pressure from the West. Nonetheless, let's accept Pisco's version of events, that that's the case. Did that pressure continue?
The pressure continued.
It did. The pressure against Burisma continued?
Yeah.
Can you explain then why in December that Beretta, who was a former State Department official or something like that in the United States, that then worked as an attorney that was working for Burisma, had a glowing interview in the Kiev Post celebrating how the case was basically closed with a slap on the wrist. They only had to pay like $4 or $7 million of taxes. Zlochevsky's assets were unfrozen. And Zlochevsky, who had fled the country because he was worried about his assets being frozen and things like that, came back. Can you tell me what kind of pressure that is? It seems like Zlochevsky's feeling the pressure there, right? He's celebrating.
Yeah, so you're asking the pressure from the West. Why didn't that continue?
Correct.
Pressure from the West did continue.
Against Burisma?
Yeah, specifically as well. Yeah.
Okay, can you show me examples of that?
100%. Yeah. So in email correspondence between the NABU or people purporting to work for the NABU and the State Department, there are requests for an update by George Kent into the Burisma investigation and what's being done about that. So that's an incident that clearly the State Department is keeping up to date on the investigation into Burisma and Zlochevsky. To be clear,
when was the date of that? Just curious.
I have it somewhere. I can.
I don't need the specific, but just general.
It was after Shokin's firing, during Lutsenko's.
Before Lutsenko closes the.
Lutsenko announces in July an opening investigation into Burisma and Zlochevsky, and so initially there's some pressure from Lutsenko, and it looks like he's going to be a hardballer on Burisma. Eventually, Lutsenko, who is also corrupt, eventually he does give him a slap on the wrist. But the United States is not happy with Lutsenko. The United States State Department starts feuding with Lutsenko. The United States Department starts cutting funding to Lutsenko, stops working with Lutsenko, stops liaisoning with Lutsenko. Lutsenko, it gets so bad he starts his own private feud with the ambassador to Ukraine under the Trump administration now. And there's continuing problems with Lutsenko. Lutsenko is out in the Hill, trying to tar Ambassador Yovanovitch, and so there's big bad blood in the buildup to this period between Lutsenko and the State Department. For you to characterize that as no pressure, I think is ridiculous.
There was clearly no pressure. And you know how I know there was no pressure? Because the case was eventually dropped with a slap on the wrist. The assets of Zlochevsky were unfrozen. He celebrates. He comes back to the country. So the idea that, yes, Lutsenko sort of opens this investigation, what he did was he took a lot of the criminal things that would incur actual, like, prison sentences and things like that, and he eroded those cases and instead made it sort of a tax evasion case and said, well, if you just pay this small amount in taxes. Now, there's allegations, even you would believe, that there were millions of dollars of bribes that Zlochevsky was sending, right? Like, isn't the allegation from George Kent or Pyatt, one of the two, that under Yerema, that Zlochevsky paid $3.5 million to get this closed?
$7 million, I think.
Okay, so then paying a $5 million tax fine is nothing if you're already paying allegedly $7 million in bribes. So he's basically let go with a slap on the wrist. The pressure stopped. Burisma got what they wanted. And this is backed up by reporting we saw with Kenneth Vogel in 2019 from the New York Times that said that he talked to people familiar with this in Burisma, and they said they were happy to see Shokin go because they thought that Shokin was bribing them. And they were also happy to see his replacement was Lutsenko because they knew that they would be able to work with Lutsenko to get this investigation closed. So Burisma, at the end of the day, basically gets exactly what they want. And we don't see massive amounts of pressure from the West saying, what's going on with this Burisma case? Instead, we see two things. One, they shifted money around from Lutsenko. Pisco could talk until he's blue in the face about that stuff, but they still kept sending money to Ukraine, and never once did they force the firing of Lutsenko or even suggest it in 3 years. And secondly, here's the question I have to you, Pisco. Were they still allies with the NABU after Shokin was fired? The Biden State Department?
Who? Yeah, of course they support him.
Then why didn't the NABU bring any charges against?
The NABU cannot bring charges.
So then what we see...
They're not allowed to.
Okay.
Wait. Whoa. Pause. Did you know that, Rob?
That's not exactly what I'm reading.
Did you know that?
No, I don't. I think that you're mischaracterizing it.
No, I'm not mischaracterizing it. So are you saying that it's possible the NABU can bring charges?
I believe so.
You're wrong.
Well, I may be wrong.
Why can the NABU, substantiate it? Why can the NABU not?
They're an investigatory body, and they rely on an office within the PGO to actually bring the charges. Okay,
maybe that's true. I know that Daryl Kalyunick and other people spoke up about how the NABU, although investigations were supposedly ongoing, none of those investigations bore fruit as far as criminal charges or anything. But let's say that's true. Fine. Then, again, your evidence of pressure from the West talking to the... One thing you could say, George Kent at one point said, what's the status of the Burisma investigation? That's not pressure. Especially if the NABU can't do anything. If they were really
pressure?
Not if the defunding. No, the defunding.
Is it pressure?
It's not pressure against Burisma.
It's not.
No. Why would Burisma give a shit?
Lutsenko.
So, Burisma doesn't give a shit.
Funding is not pressure against Lutsenko.
That's not what I said. I said it's not pressure against Burisma.
Okay,
do you think? Let me ask you this.
The State Department policy is not based on just the Burisma investigation. The State Department and U.S. policy, I know this is like difficult for you to comprehend, is not based on any one investigation. It's based on the policy against corruption by the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office. And the problems with Lutsenko don't start and end at Burisma. They're beyond that.
Okay, so again, let's go back to what we're talking about. I think you're confused here. Is it your claim that Zlochevsky gives a shit at all about, is he upset that other oligarchs aren't being prosecuted? Or is he solely concerned about his name, his company being able to go?
I don't know about solely.
I would say
I'm assuming he's most concerned with himself.
So when he's talking about feeling the pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, and I say after Shokin gets fired, it seems that it took 6 months from that pressure against him and Burisma to be alleviated, and you're like, oh, no, the pressure continued because they no longer sent funding to Lutsenko, they just sent it to other Ukrainian agencies. That's not pressure against Burisma. My claim is that the pressure against Burisma, you can't get around this. You cannot. They got what they wanted. After the firing of Shokin, they got what they wanted. Kenneth Vogel reported that they wanted Shokin gone. They were happy that Lutsenko came in. We could see the facts on the ground that Lutsenko gave them a slap on the wrist. They were massively happy about it. At best, what you could argue is Biden really wanted to deal with corruption. They got rid of Shokin because they thought he was corrupt. But unfortunately, the new guy was corrupt, and it ended up benefiting Burisma.
Yeah. So I can tell you that unfortunately Lutsenko was corrupt by some accounts, more corrupt than Shokin. Obviously, the Biden had no say in who was the prosecutor general. He doesn't produce him, and in fact, Biden was on his way out of the administration, and he was no longer involved in those kinds of decisions. And just to be clear, yes, Lutsenko was corrupt, 100% corrupt, and he absolutely dropped the ball on the Burisma and Zlochevsky investigation. That's true, but the State Department's perspective hasn't changed. And part of your narrative was all of a sudden the State Department didn't care anymore about corruption in Ukraine, weren't saying anything, weren't pressuring Lutsenko. All that stuff is not true, and it shows that at least the State Department appears to be on the up and up. They're the ones who are calling out when the Atlantic Council is taking money from Burisma. Who's calling it out? The State Department, George Kent. When Lutsenko is being corrupt, who's calling out? The State Department. Daria from the Anti-Corruption Action Center, right?
Well, she's not in the State Department. She's
no, but that's why I distinguish, the State Department and these anti-corruption.
Oh, and okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So these individuals are calling out the corruption of Lutsenko constantly, and so you are impugning the West's characterization of Shokin, but they agree with you that Lutsenko was corrupt, and that perspective, I think, is consistent.
Let me ask you this. Are you aware of any time in the history of the United States that we have conditioned aid to a foreign country on the firing of a prosecutor?
I'm not aware.
I was just about to ask that. Oh my gosh.
Right? Genius, right? So you're not aware, right? And did they ever condition aid on the firing of Lutsenko?
No.
So only one time in history that we're aware of did the United States condition aid on the firing of a prosecutor. And it just so happened to be a prosecutor that, at least on paper, was looking into the vice president's son's company that he was on the board of directors. And then once that prosecutor was fired, it just so happened the next guy was equally corrupt. The only difference is he went really easy on... He officially closed the case on the Burisma.
Can I confirm one thing before we keep going? Mm-hmm. Do you have a source for the fact that there was a condition for aid for firing?
There was.
You both confirmed it. I just want to
Biden admitted it.
My own
I'll give you a bunch of sources. So Biden
okay, so that is
the State Department admits it. Everyone admits it. Yep.
Okay.
It absolutely is it's true.
Can I back up one more time, Rob? There was a question I've been wanting to ask you for a little while, just to clarify. You talked about how in December, basically Zelensky's
Zlochevsky. Not Zelensky, very different guy.
different guy. You said that his assets were unfrozen and he came back. How many months was that after Shenko? Not Lutsenko.
Shokin.
Okay. How long after he was fired did he come back
to
Ukraine and get his assets unfrozen?
Shokin was officially let go. Pisco, you'll back me up on this. I think we both agree with this. It's very convoluted how Shokin went out. He put in a letter of resignation, but then didn't resign in February, and then basically in mid-March, he's removed. Right? So
March 2019? Am I in the right?
No. March 2016.
March 2016.
2016. Oh, right.
So in March 2016, Shokin is relieved. He's fired, In May of 2016, Lutsenko comes in. And then by December of 2016, Lutsenko is closing the investigation into Burisma with a slap on the wrist. So it took roughly 7 months for Lutsenko. Now remember, right, we were told that they were considering... With Shokin, they demanded his firing after he came in February of 2015, right? And there's calls, the first public call we have of his firing, or one that we could see publicly available, is in November, the end of November. So he was only there from February to November, and that prompted them to call for his firing, right? But 3 years of Lutsenko, never a call for his firing from the West.
Easy to explain.
Go ahead.
Because I was just about to ask you, that seems really odd that if they had a lot of pressure from the West, that it was included in the aid for Shokin, and then Lutsenko, you agree, did a shit job on the investigation. Where did all of that pressure go for being can you guys do a good job on the reason?
100%. So one is the specific aid that was being leveraged was the third in a series of, I think only three total, $1 billion loan guarantees that the United States Congress had approved. Okay, and this was done at a very critical time in Ukraine's financial and political history. Because as you know, there was the Maidan, and essentially Yanukovych and other cronies robbed the bank on their way out, had already been sort of mired in this corruption for years.
Yeah, 2016
so
Ukraine was crazy.
Dire financial straits, right? Okay. And the West is open to giving aid to Ukraine in these dire financial straits. The IMF is giving actual loans, billions of dollars of loans, and the United States offering these loan guarantees. And so my first response to that is, on the loan side, this is a particularly a moment of particular need for Ukraine, right? A moment where there's a particular amount of leverage for the United States government. The IMF is leveraging more money than the United States in February. They're leveraging like $20+ billion. United States is leveraging like $1 billion. Because as you all know, it's like, imagine a foreign country telling you to fire your attorney general or fire your head prosecutor. That's like a big, especially when they're allied with the president of Ukraine, Poroshenko. That's like a big thing that undermines your credibility to your people. And so it was a moment where there was a ton of leverage from the United States government. They had this loan guarantee. They had a lot of influence over the EU, who was giving aid, and a lot of influence over the IMF. So point number one, a particular moment of need for Ukraine. And keep in mind, the process of
so they had the
pressuring
leverage, just to make sure I'm understanding, they had enough leverage that they could make this crazy ask. Whereas when Lukashenko came in, they didn't have the leverage power. Is that the first argument?
That's just one point.
That's
yeah,
I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
And keep in mind, even with this huge amount of pressure and this sort of pain point, it took from December 7th, 2015 to February of 2016. It took months for Poroshenko to acquiesce to that request. It was months-long process of lobbying Poroshenko to fire this guy, even with all that aid. And they didn't end up getting the aid, I think, until September of that year. And so this was a long process. That's number one. So a particular need. Point number two is the kind of corruption that you saw from Shokin at that time was so blatant, so public, so awful, that it presented a particular need to fire above and beyond Lutsenko in that moment. So to give you some examples, Shokin was not prosecuting the people who killed those in Maidan. You know,
did Lutsenko? Just curious, did Lutsenko?
I believe Lutsenko did initiate those prosecutions, or at least did investigate those at the start. You know, Shokin did not.
If you could send evidence of that, I'd love it. But go ahead.
Sure, I will. Yeah. I think I've sent evidence for everything so far, and I'll look for that. I have a ton of documents in my OneDrive.
That's going to be one of my questions that I've saved. Is like, if you're saying Shokin is so corrupt, we need some evidence for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Shokin was not prosecuting or not investigating members of his own Prosecutor General's office who had taken bribes from Zlochevsky in the previous year to drop an investigation that the UK and the DOJ were liaisoning on. And so that was a very prominent example of corruption that was, the DOJ was absolutely pissed about that. And so that was sort of prominent to mind. And then sometime in July, several of Shokin's deputies are caught with like literal diamonds and crazy bribes. And it's a humongous scandal in Ukraine called the Diamond Prosecutor affair. Poroshenko's approval rating just plummets. Shokin's approval rating plummets. And so there's a huge outcry in Ukraine about this corruption at that moment. And Shokin is not investigating those people. And finally, Shokin is fighting the West on key reforms that they wanted, namely of the NABU and the independent special prosecutor office that was needed. And so he's fighting on those reforms. And the deputies who are reform-minded are complaining to the DOJ that he's not acquiescing to those reforms. And so all of that is this kind of confluence of pressure and particularized corruption that caught the the State Department's attention, and that required his removal.
Okay, so there's a couple things to say about this. One, none of that would matter when it comes to why they wouldn't pressure the firing of Lutsenko. For example, if you were Biden and the State Department and you thought this corrupt prosecutor was so important to get rid of, wouldn't you have some sort of say in who the person coming in was? Now, they knew who Litsenko was because Litsenko had been imprisoned in Ukraine for priorly being in the government and exploiting his position in the government to enrich himself. So he was actually in prison for that. He also didn't have a law degree. An anti-corruption activist that complained about Shokin knew from the get-go Litsenko would be garbage because he was just another friend of Poroshenko, who they viewed Poroshenko, the president of Ukraine, as corrupt. So there is no reason that they would have went ahead with giving this $1 billion if they knew that the following prosecutor was corrupt. There's no reason that they would have been like, or they would have been unwilling to say, no, we want someone that we trust. Secondly, just because these specific cases that he's talking about may have occurred, that Shokin may have been corrupt, Litsenko was corrupt as well and was corrupt for 3 years. Just because this wasn't a unique situation, all of that would just suggest whether or not the quid pro quo or the pressure would be effective. But we're in a working relationship with Ukraine. Why wouldn't the State Department in the United States at least make the ask? Why wouldn't they say, look, we're still sending you millions upon millions of dollars to the government of Ukraine. We're going to stop sending that money until you get rid of this corrupt guy, Litsenko. This is particularly true after they realized that he closed down the Burisma investigation. This was obviously a corrupt act that Litsenko closed it down, so there's no reason that the West wouldn't have then used the aid that they were sending as further pressure. Third, the idea that this was a unique time is nonsensical. You could look up articles right now easily that talks about how 2017, 2018 were also unique times in trying to turn the threshold in Ukraine's economy, and they still were requiring aid. Fourth, we could see that there was another IMF loan given in 2017. So why would that IMF loan, this isn't just, oh, well, they initially thought Litsenko would be a good guy. This is after Litsenko's been in office for over a year. So they know he's corrupt. They know he's not doing anything. And yet still, they gave that IMF loan and didn't condition it on firing Shokin to get someone that wasn't prosecuted. Lastly, it's difficult to find this because it's hard to find news sources in Ukraine because I don't speak the language. But I could show you video of people that have done investigative reports that have screenshots from articles, which admittedly I'm unable to find the article, but that article shows that there was an opening of the investigation into the two prosecutors in the Yerema time. When Pisco says he refused to prosecute investigators on his own team that tipped off Zlochevsky. Not according to the data I'm looking at. Those people were named during the tenure of Shokin. There was an active investigation where those people were named. I don't know what the courts ultimately did with those people, but there was an investigation, and the people that tipped off Zlochevsky were named and outed. Nonetheless,
so Daria's lying. So the deputies are lying. So the State Department is lying.
Where did they say that they
They're
never
lying about that? Then.
What? So you're claiming that you have evidence that they specifically said that they never outed the names of those?
Under oath.
Okay,
well, not out of the names, and prosecuted the individual prosecutors who had taken bribes. That's the allegation from the State Department, from the deputies of Shokin, and from many other actors in Ukraine. And you're saying that they're wrong.
I'm saying that if it is accurate that there was an investigation that named those people, then the characterization of that he wasn't investigating any of this would seem nonsensical.
Okay, so just to be clear, a screenshot of a video that you saw that alleges that there was an investigation on paper that was opened, that's proof that they were prosecuting these prosecutors that took...
Well, if they named those people... Right? And we do know the names of those prosecutors, correct? When did we find their names?
I'm not sure when we found out their names.
So how...
But here's another possibility that maybe you haven't considered, which is as alleged by certain people, that the deputy prosecutors, namely the ones that are arguing against Shokin, that they did try to prosecute those individuals, and they were stopped by Shokin. That's the allegation.
Well, that could be. I'll be totally honest. I don't know what the prosecutorial status was, but there was an initial investigation that named those people. I will do my best to try to find out if those people were ever prosecuted. Now, there's a separate...
Because that's what those deputies say. So just to be clear who the deputies are that I'm talking about, there are two reform-minded deputies. One last name is Casco. The other one is Savard or something. I can't pronounce
Sackler Divides or something like that.
Yes. Those two prosecutors They allege that Shokin, one, was not investigating Burisma. They allege that they tried to investigate corruption and that Shokin stopped them. And Shokin stopped them from investigating other prosecutors who were corrupt, stopped them from investigating these diamond prosecutors who were caught with other bribes. And those are those claims. And I think it would be rich for Shokin to take credit for investigations that allegedly he scuttled. And my basis for believing the deputies over Shokin is, well, our own agencies believe them. It aligns with what anti-corruption people are saying. They seem to have credibility among those people. I don't believe Shokin at all.
Okay, so just
to back us up and ask a clarifying question for Pisco. Sorry.
I'm gonna grab a drink, but go ahead.
Yeah, shoot, Rob might actually have the date for me, so it was a Rob's.
I might have the date too.
Okay, do you remember the loan that we talked about that was used to leverage, right?
Loan guarantee.
And you gave me the 2 points, and I wrote them down. So the issue is that Rob brought up that there was another loan, an IMF loan agreement afterwards, and that didn't attach a Loshenko threat at all. So my question is, do you know why were there not these 2 standards established? Was Ukraine not in a high need? So like, why were they willing to attach the clause for Shokin with the loan agreement thing, but not with Loshenko with the IMF?
Lutsenko.
Loshenko is, believe it or not, Loshenko is another person in Ukraine.
No, stop.
But forget about him. He's not pertinent to this story.
They need to be Billy, Jim, and okay.
Yeah.
Loshenko.
L-U-T, Lutsenko is the name.
I say Lutsenko because I'm a fanatic.
One of you has a lisp, or both of you have a lisp, and I've heard Loshenko.
I have a little bit of a lisp. Yeah. So.
Okay. So what's different with this IMF loan?
The State Department answered this question in their testimony. You can choose to believe them or not. They cited, number one, that there was a particular need, and that's their determination as to what Ukraine needed at the time, based on all the circumstances that they took into consideration. Obviously, Ukraine needs aid now. Ukraine hasn't stopped needing aid with respect to military aid, but in terms of financial stability and imminent fiscal collapse, they cite the particular need. They also cite the fact that this was a Herculean effort to get Poroshenko to fire Shokin, and that they didn't think they were going to be able to get him to do that again. They cite the fact that initially they thought that they could work with Lutsenko initially, and that they did not come to the conclusion that he was sort of incapable to be worked with until well into 2017. Okay? And at that point, they stopped giving him aid. They cite the fact that there's an imminent election coming up within a year and change for the next president of Ukraine, who, as we know, Poroshenko lost and Zelensky won, and that this would all be obviated because Lutsenko would probably be eliminated in the course of events, which he ended up being eliminated in the course of events and removed by Zelensky. And so all of these factors, the fact that it was extremely hard to do initially, the fact that there was a particular need, the fact that Lutsenko initially looked like they were going to be able to work with him, but then it later turned out that he was corrupt, and the fact that there was imminent elections and all that sort of coming up, and where it was very possible that he was going to be gone anyway, all of that is what the State Department answered. I believe them. I think that's a credible answer. And then other ways they did pressure Lutsenko, as mentioned, they stopped funding Lutsenko, and they stopped working with Lutsenko, and they started feuding with him. So I don't think that, however you want to spin this, it's not that they like Lutsenko. They're fighting with him.
The point is this. It has nothing to do with whether or not they like Lutsenko. This is entirely possible. It's entirely possible that people at the State Department were frustrated that Ukraine, that's famously one of the most corrupt, Eastern European countries that we've seen since the fall of the Soviets, they constantly were very low when it came to measures of outing corruption and things like that. So it's not surprising that people in the State Department would actually want corruption to be solved, at least in ways that benefited them, right? And which was targeting Russia and things like that. That's what they wanted. So they could have been frustrated at Shokin. They could have been frustrated at Lutsenko. The question is, why did they, Biden's team, who was the point person, who himself was the person, as admitted, was the person that came up with this quid pro quo, why in the first time in the history of this country did they decide to condition aid on firing a prosecutor who just so happened to be on paper looking into Joe Biden's son's company? Why did they do it? And why, when the following prosecutor, when they knew initially, if they would have looked and seen that he was jailed and he was friends with Poroshenko, etc., and didn't have a law degree, why wouldn't they continue to use the pressure at that key time to get someone in there that they trusted instead of an obvious corrupt guy like this? And why wouldn't they then, once they realized he was corrupt for 3 years, issue that same sort of pressure? Even if it wasn't exactly the same, we were still giving money to Ukraine. Why wouldn't they have further tried to pressure Poroshenko? Or why wouldn't they have at least asked Poroshenko to remove him? There's no evidence of any of that. Instead, we're taking the word of the very people that are on Biden's team saying, well, you know, we had reasons to not do it. One of the reasons that's cited there by Pisco is laughable. They couldn't pressure Lutsenko to be fired because over a year later, there was going to be a presidential election. That's nonsensical. It doesn't even pass the smell test. It is nonsensical, because to say that we don't put pressure on countries if they're within a year of a presidential election is just nonsense. It's defied by the types of actions that the State Department takes.
It's not always said. It's the fact that the president has authority over the prosecutor general, and that president could very well not be Poroshenko in the future, and combined with these other facts taken in totality. If it took a tremendous amount of effort and undermined Poroshenko's position, really, to push him to get rid of this guy, and all that for him to just put in another crony, why do you have any, like, you're the one who says that Poroshenko is the problem and he keeps appointing cronies. Why is there any faith that the next person that Poroshenko is going to appoint is any different? You know, we've seen this dance before, and another reason cited by the State Department is that there's less high-level engagement on Ukraine because Trump's in office. At the time they make the determination that Lutsenko is not to be worked with again, Trump is in office.
Let me ask you this, because also maybe I misheard you there, but you're acknowledging that Poroshenko's the problem and that he's going to put cronies. You're acknowledging that?
I'm acknowledging that Poroshenko absolutely put in his own cronies into the prosecutor general's office.
So then the narrative that you're telling us is this, that the U.S. State Department, they're like, look, we know Poroshenko's this corrupt dude, and we know he's just going to put cronies in. But for the first time in history, we're going to condition aid to fire a prosecutor that we know is just going to be replaced with a crony anyways?
No, that's first of all, that's not known at the time. That
you knew it. You said you knew.
No.
You don't know that Poroshenko was corrupt and was going to put a crony?
You don't know in 2015, in December 2015, that Poroshenko was going to put in a crony. No. In fact, the determination that you can't work with Lutsenko isn't made until 2017 by the state, according to the State Department. You can choose to believe or not. And second of all, Poroshenko is seen in, it's a complicated situation in terms of everything, right? In terms of the prosecutor general's office, no doubt he's putting in his friends or people that he's close to, people he can use, people that are controllable by him. That's just true. But in terms of other reforms under Ukraine, Poroshenko was an asset, right? Poroshenko and the Rada passed key anti-corruption reforms, and that's what's being referenced all this time. Why they're getting loan guarantees is because there are some structures of corruption that are being eliminated by Poroshenko, but the prosecutor general's office is a particular sore spot. That said, I do agree with you that Poroshenko ultimately disappoints and puts in people that he could control and that don't solve the corruption issue. But that doesn't at all prove your point that what was motivating the State Department was not genuine.
I disagree, because here's what I think. I think that the State Department is smarter than me and you, and they would have realized that Poroshenko was no doubt the one that was instructing his prosecutors to take bribes. And they would have known who Lutsenko was. And they would have known he was a lifelong friend of Poroshenko. And they would have known that he was jailed for corruption in the past. All of that would have been known. So to take this, again, the words we're taking here are just words of people who have skin in the game. They're going to have skin to protect Biden. They're not going to... Victoria Nuland...
Shokin doesn't?
Well, of course he would. Of course Shokin has skin in the game to give his side of this story.
You believe Shokin's a good guy.
It has nothing to do... I said that the possibilities are that Shokin's a good guy, right? But what I'm saying is...
On balance, you think he's a good guy.
I refuse to believe that Victoria Nuland and George Kent don't have skin in the game, and we should take their word that they were basically dumb.
Who do you believe more? George Kent and Nuland or Shokin? Who do you believe more?
I believe in a combination of the two. I do believe that it is dubious. I'll explain why. I believe
When
that
they
it's
conflict.
I believe that it's dubious to believe that the State Department didn't know that Lutsenko was a crony when he was pointing. I believe that's dubious. That somehow me and you would know, but they don't. I refuse to believe it.
They disagree on everything. Newland, Kent, and Shokin disagree on everything. Namely, most importantly, the level of Shokin's corruption. Right? You say that Shokin maybe he's a little corrupt, but Newland and Kent and other members of the United States government are saying that Shokin is corrupt. His own deputies are saying that he's corrupt. Daria from the Anti-Corruption Action Center says he's corrupt.
Let me elaborate on this. So there, as you know, because we've had this conversation, there are two possible scenarios that I'll give with Viktor Shokin. One being that he's corrupt and one being that he's not. Neither of them would seem to be defense for Joe Biden's actions, and I'll explain why. First, will you concede that pretty much everyone agrees that the tapes, and for the Erudite in your audience that might not know this, there was an MP, a member of parliament named Onishenko, that apparently secretly recorded Poroshenko admitting to previously taking bribes from Zlochevsky and considering taking a big fat bribe. And that was in December of 2015, correct?
I don't know.
But you agree it's most likely he was taking bribes. Most of the people agree that tape is accurate.
The leader of Ukraine, Poroshenko.
Correct.
Poroshenko, the president of Ukraine.
Yep.
I don't dispute the right now the authenticity of those tapes, and I have no reason to believe that they're not real. Although some have been highly edited, as has been noted in I think the Biden call was released.
But that's not the Onishenko tape. That's different. I'm not even talking about that.
Okay.
Right. But so here's what happened. It seems beyond dispute, according to even anti-corruption people in Ukraine that Pisco cites quite oftenly, that this call was real, or that this conversation was real. So Poroshenko was taking bribes. Now, Onishenko later says, and this isn't recorded, that he was told that by Poroshenko that Zlochevsky was also bribing the Bidens. But nonetheless, let's leave that part out of it. So we know that Poroshenko was giving this bribe. So it is entirely possible that one of these two scenarios occurred. One, that Viktor Shokin is working for Poroshenko, and he's actually doing his due diligence and investigating. That's why we see things like assets frozen. That's why we see other things that look like that there's possibilities of an investigation. But there could be an investigation going on into Burisma, and that's why Zlochevsky is pissed, and that's why he's going to Poroshenko and offering a big bribe in December of 2015, which we have on tape, because he wants the investigation closed. Or it could be that Shokin's corrupt. And this is what Ken Vogel is saying in the New York Times in 2019. Shokin's corrupt, and what he's doing is he's directed by Poroshenko. That the MO of Poroshenko is this. He has his prosecutors go to these wealthy oligarchs in Ukraine, and he says, looks like there's some potential crimes here. Our team's going to start investigating it, unless you want to kick me some money. Then these people kick money to either Shokin or to Poroshenko, right? They kick the money to them, and then it never closes. It's just this ongoing, well, you better send us money next month. It'd be a shame if we start filing indictments and things like that. That would explain. Pisco needs to explain why in December of 2015, if he doesn't think, because Pisco will admit, Poroshenko basically had control over the Prosecutor General's office and over Viktor Shokin. Mm-hmm. So why is Zlochevsky going to offer a big bribe in December of 2015 if there is no pressure or investigation from the Prosecutor General's office?
Yeah, he's working, Zlochevsky, if that's true, right, is working counter to what the desires of the United States government and the State Department, right? So Zlochevsky wants to stop investigations into himself and his company. Clear as day, right? The United States is lobbying and pressuring Poroshenko to implement less corrupt prosecutors and to make corruption less of a problem in Ukraine. And Zlochevsky, operating in opposition to that desire from the United States government and State Department, there's no contradiction there.
There absolutely is a contradiction. The contradiction is this. If he had already been paying these bribes to Poroshenko, right, why would he then go to pay this big bribe? Because it's clear what they're saying in this conversation is there's this constant pressure from the Prosecutor General's office because they potentially will solicit bribes. And so when I say I think Shokin's a good guy, what I ultimately think is Shokin's just like a good soldier. He's listening to what the president tells him. The president says, I want you to look into this stuff. He's looking into it. Or it could be that he was in on the game too and he was corrupt. Either way, it would be indifferent. And this would explain why people at the State Department, I know this sounds confusing, but how could it be that George Kent at the State Department really says, but we think Shokin's corrupt. We want him gone. They could have honestly believed that. Right? But Zlochevsky also wanted Shokin gone. And the reason
Isn't that the most likely thing that they actually believe that he's corrupt?
Well, I
Isn't
don't.
that the most likely?
No, I'll tell you what I think.
You have no opinion on it?
No, the most likely thing is they don't give a shit about corruption. They give a shit about cooperation with the United States. So they would be fine if there were corrupt actors that were benefiting the United States, right? But were harming Russia. They would be fine with that. They'd be like, we don't care if you prosecute those corrupt people.
Why go through all this effort with the NABU to establish that? Why go through all this effort about the independent Prosecutor General's office? Why?
I happen to notice. Well, we're getting sidetracked here, but it's a bone I had to pick with you anyways. I happened to notice previously when I brought up the fact that George Kent lied under oath, you told me to put up or shut up. I could send you that evidence where George Kent, it was accused that people at the State Department gave a do not prosecute list. And George Kent was very specific under oath that they never told the NABU or other prosecutors not to prosecute. That's not true.
Yeah.
They sent a letter.
No, it is true. That letter that you are citing,
right?
Again, that's the fifth in a series of letters and communications that you mischaracterize as a do not prosecute list.
I didn't say it was a do not prosecute list. I said that it was evidence of them telling the NABU not to prosecute someone. It is that.
So no, it was them justifying. It was them justifying in response to the corruption that Donald Trump and others were promoting with Lutsenko. Because keep in mind, throughout this whole process, and something that colors why I'm against an impeachment inquiry into all of this is throughout all this process, Donald Trump is trying to solicit Lutsenko, this prosecutor that Rob admits is a corrupt prosecutor. He is trying to solicit Lutsenko into announcing an investigation into the Bidens throughout this entire time. And Giuliani is pressuring Lutsenko, that is Donald Trump's personal attorney, is pressuring Lutsenko and Poroshenko to announce an investigation into the Bidens throughout that entire time.
So this letter from George Kent, you're, again, mischaracterizing, right? The letter I'm talking about from George Kent was previous to Donald Trump being elected. This was from April 4th, 2016, right? So you're factually incorrect when you said that the reason George Kent's saying this stuff, it's because Giuliani's doing stuff. All of the stuff you're talking about is 2019. The George Kent letter saying don't prosecute the Anti-Corruption Action Center was from 2016. He lied under oath. Cut and dry.
To be clear, a do not prosecute list is not what this letter purports to be.
I did not say it did.
This letter. We can read it just like the Newland letter, where you mischaracterize that as praise for Shokin. You do not read these letters correctly. You're interpreting just like you're incorrectly reading the Devon Archer testimony to see that it's very clear that the reference is to Joe Biden. Your reading and an interpretation of these documents is highly suspect. And again, it's an ancillary issue, as you admitted. And so I don't know if you want to go down this train. We can if you want, but
well, I'm just saying it's one of the quotes are, as voiced by the European Union Ambassador Jan Debunking, we are gravely concerned about this investigation, for which we see no basis, which appears to be an attempt to intimidate those in the Prosecutor General's office most committed to combating corruption. So what they're saying is, we think that these investigations are misplaced. George Kent testified not only was there not a do not prosecute list, but they never weighed in to prosecutors about who or who not they should prosecute. That's not true. George Kent was wrong. Now,
I'm just going to do one moderation clarification. I don't know if it's a fair characterization of Rob to say that all of his interpretations of readings is highly suspect. Even in the case of the David Archer, while I agree with you that it's ambiguous, I would agree with you that it's ambiguous, right? Him saying that he called his dad and then walking it back could as much be because he doesn't fucking know, or because he realized he messed up on like while he's on trial or whatever, being recorded, and then walks it back to a more plausible, deniable position, right? So it is ambiguous, and I don't want to like just characterize Rob as being highly suspect.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll retract it to the extent that it's inflammatory and that it's not helpful. So thanks for that, Erudite. I do think that was a bad interpretation. His position is it's not ambiguous. My position is it is ambiguous, and you agreed with me. And so essentially, I think that is showing a failure to comprehend. But for the purpose of the debate, I retract that statement.
Okay, nonetheless, if we could, I don't know how long we have, so I'm just going to say this conversation about George Kent's sort of ancillary and not relevant, but I'd be happy to have this debate on this particular thing. Nonetheless, the point is this. The point that I'm addressing is this. All of the evidence that we see would make sense in the world of me, which is that Zlochevsky didn't want Shokin there. He didn't want them. This is backed up by multiple things. It's backed up by, he says he feels pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, as opposed to saying, I feel pressure from the West that is pressuring groups like the NABU. He specifically says Ukrainian government investigations. He's offering bribes in December to Poroshenko, which suggests that he knows Poroshenko's office is hassling him in some way. We have the reporting from Ken Vogel that says that they wanted Shokin out because they thought he was soliciting bribes, and they were happy with Lutsenko. We have the FD 1023 with his completely unrelated to any of the people we just talked to, someone independently that the FBI trusts, confirming that he had at least 3 conversations with Zlochevsky where Zlochevsky said that he wanted Shokin out and was willing to pay bribes to get Shokin out. All of that, and Pisco's defense would be like, but I trust George Kent. I trust Victoria Nuland. I trust the people at the State Department. It could be true that Viktor Shokin was corrupt. It could be true that George Kent wanted them out. The question is, did the firing of Shokin help Burisma? Yes, it did.
Let me
finish.
That is not the question.
Let me finish. So that is the question. It did. And so we then have to look at, was the actions of Joe Biden forcing the firing of Shokin done purely out of the motivation of, well, he's corrupt, so for the first time in history, we're going to force the firing of a corrupt prosecutor conditioned on this aid, which Joe Biden himself came up with? Or is it possible that those calls from D.C., or calls to D.C. that Zlochevsky was suggesting was actually directed to Hunter Biden, or to Joe Biden, so that he would fire Shokin and do exactly what Burisma wanted?
Yeah. So the kind of analysis that Rob is employing here is cui bono, who benefits. That's the analysis that's ultimately being offered, which is that because you can show down the line, yes, Lutsenko did give Burisma and Zlochevsky a slap on the wrist. I do not deny that. But because that occurred, you should read into that a motive or desire by the U.S. government or Joe Biden in particular to have that outcome because it occurred. The cui bono, the who benefits analysis can lead you all sorts of crazy places if you employ it, right? In 9/11, who benefits from 9/11? Never let a good crisis go to waste. The defense industry certainly benefited, right? If they're selling their Tomahawk missiles and their Bradleys and all that stuff, right? Who else benefited? George Bush got to go and invade, have enough public support to invade Iraq and Saddam Hussein, even though there's not a necessary connection there. All of the oil companies all are going to benefit from access to, maybe if they want to privatize a lot of these oil fields and take ownership of them. So they benefit from the invasion into Iraq, or to say nothing of maybe other actors who benefit in Afghanistan. So this kind of analysis of cui bono based on it sounds good to the mind because ultimately there was some benefit done to some company. But of course, that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at not ultimately did Burisma benefit from Lutsenko, who only emerged after Shokin. The inquiry is what was actually motivating Joe Biden and what was motivating the State Department when they asked for the firing of Shokin. That is what we're looking at. And there's no evidence whatsoever that directly ties the motivation of helping Hunter Biden for what, $5 million or $10 million, or helping him with some, the threat of prosecution. There's no indication that Hunter Biden was under threat of any prosecution at all. There's, that's been repeated by multiple prosecutor generals. Shokin was not willing to say so. There's no evidence whatsoever that Joe Biden was at all motivated by helping out his son. That's been, said by Vogel and others, and also said by Devon Archer that he has absolutely no evidence that Joe Biden was motivated by anything other than U.S. legitimate foreign policy interests. And that's it. The timeline doesn't match Rob's story because he says that after this phone call with Joe Biden, all of a sudden there's just a reversal in policy. That's not the truth. The United States government was escalating in terms of its approach towards Shokin. And prior to the alleged call with Joe Biden in December, you already have talking points being laid out by the State Department that are specifically pressuring the removal of Shokin and saying that the loan guarantee would not happen without getting rid of Shokin. And so everything he's saying about the timeline, it sounds nice if you do it in a nice little lilt and if you get the end result, which is Lutsenko, but ultimately that's not what was actually motivated, and there's no evidence to show it.
Okay.
Yeah, one question that I was going to ask you, because I agree that the Quay Bono, I'm not super compelled by those because, yeah, you can.
Well, I would like to respond to that because I think he's mischaracterizing. So.
Sure. I just wanted to actually ask him one follow-up question, which, to be honest, it's actually going to be somewhat in your favor. So I hope you'll appreciate it at least. The issue for me is essentially, like, if there was some element of Biden wanting to pressure Shokin, in part because of maybe a number of factors, but also this situation arising with his son, which would look bad when he's trying to get elected because his son is already known as a degen loser, right? Wouldn't this type of character, a career politician, like absolutely lay in the lap of plausible deniability to do these things? And it seems like one of my issues that I run into with your argumentation is there's some evidence, I would say, that goes against Rob's position, but then a lot of evidence also requires basically a heavy leaning on plausible deniability. Being like, well, nobody's really like saying this thing. It's like, if they're all like invested interest together, that doesn't mean that they necessarily will or won't. And so I guess my question would be, what evidence would be required? How would we even find evidence that Joe Biden was doing this unless Joe Biden's really stupid?
It's a good point, because my position can't be unfalsifiable. And essentially you're asking what would convince you that there was improper behavior, and do you need a formal conspiracy when interests align? That's the kind of take that Rob has given in the alternative, which is even if Shokin was corrupt and even if the State Department had a legitimate motive to get rid of Shokin, it's not necessarily a case that clears Joe Biden. Absolutely true, right? And even I don't even think I would accept a mixed motive approach by Joe Biden, where he's 50% motivated by genuine interest and 50% motivated by his son. I think that would be a basis for him to recuse himself, and if he didn't recuse himself, I think that would be problematic. In other words, if there was any evidence that or strong, I should say, if there's strong evidence, convincing evidence that I don't think there's any evidence, really, direct evidence, that Joe Biden was considering like the status of his son, the finances, even 5%, even 2%, even 1% at all, right? I would be like, that's a problem, and that's corruption, right? That's corruption.
Okay,
and
so
right. And so to answer your question, the kinds of evidence that I would want is like someone says, yeah, he had a conversation about Burisma and the finances, right? Evidence of money from this bribe, right? This bribe going to Joe Biden. That's some evidence.
Subpoenaing
right?
bank records.
Hang on a second. They have bank records.
They subpoenaed Joe Biden's bank records?
Do you know which bank records they have and don't have?
Well, I don't.
But at least all the bank records.
But wait. But what you just said, that would imply that when they first found out about this, they should have been subpoenaing bank records of Joe Biden.
Necessarily,
correct?
Not necessarily. No.
But wait a minute. You said that's the evidence that you would like to see. Why wouldn't we look in those areas then?
The basis to get a grand jury subpoena for records from Joe Biden, or to ask him for those records, I think that's another standard of evidence altogether, unless you think it should be a standardless inquiry into the grand jury subpoena. And anyone who alleges a bribe at any time, no matter what, the FBI should immediately get a grand jury subpoena.
Okay.
I don't think that's your position at all, especially if it's a political person. So putting that to the side, just to answer Erudite real quick, and then you have all the time you want, evidence of contemporaneous conversations where this was being discussed, evidence of where Joe Biden is talking to other stakeholders and considering this in the list of things to talk about. None of that is present, and you would expect that to be present if this occurred, unless Joe Biden is acting unilaterally and without telling anybody, which doesn't
Why was
seem
Hunter
like
on the board?
Please, Erudite, but please, I would love to get in.
Go ahead,
he just
I'll answer that question.
Right. Okay. So much to get here. He says keep Bono. That's not entirely true. It is true that we should look at who benefits, but remember what we're talking about. Joe Biden was the point person for dealing with corruption in Ukraine. His son literally goes and works for one of the very corrupt oligarchs that Joe Biden's team was specifically citing as someone that the prosecutors there were not going going after. So right out of the gate, there is a massive conflict of interest. And so he should be recusing himself anyways from any direct decisions. Instead, we know he was the exact person that came up with the quid pro quo. This is what justifies an investigation in the first place. The burden is on people like Pisco that say, but wait a minute, there is a defense of these actions, because the appearance of an apparent conflict of interest here is so strong, it should have triggered an immediate investigation. So what is the defense? Well, the defense is Shokin was corrupt, and it was U.S. foreign policy to want Shokin out. That's not true. Prior to the late November talking points that suggested firing Shokin, there is not one publicly released document whatsoever that suggests that the United States, the EU, the IMF, any group was talking about conditioning this aid on the firing of Shokin. We only have the post hoc testimony of George Kent and Victoria Nuland that they talked to nameless people around the world that they were suggesting firing Shokin. But the official policies and the documents that we have from the official policy, nor any email exchanges or anything like that, suggest that prior to this late November talking point change, that it was the official policy of the world and the United States to want Shokin fired. In fact, we can see in December, the EU's official memo that they put out this said that anti-corruption benchmarks were being met, and nowhere in that memo does it suggest the firing of Viktor Shokin. That was after Joe Biden's team came up with these talking points that they wanted Shokin gone. Now, when he talks about Shokin being corrupt, that is a possible defense, but it's clearly not dispositive. And given that the appearance of conflict of interest was so bad, it's not going to be a sufficient defense to be able to prevent an investigation that at the bare minimum is interviewing Joe Biden and his son and Shokin and these people. For example, we've already outlined how we know Poroshenko was offered a bribe by Zlochevsky. It is entirely possible that Shokin could have been corrupt, but was pressuring Zlochevsky and threatening him with investigations, which is why Zlochevsky would want him gone. The reason it's not key bono is the following things. One, we have to, or it's not just key bono. One, we know that this ended up working out in Burisma's favor. Second, the evidence that we have suggests that the most plausible scenario for all of that evidence to fit in would be my scenario. All of the scenario that Pisco talks about, George Kent and Victoria Nuland, they thought Shokin was corrupt, and the Anti-Corruption Action Center thought Shokin was corrupt, could be true, but it could also be true that Zlochevsky wanted him gone. However, the following facts cannot be true in Pisco's versions of events. One, Ken Vogel's reporting that people inside Burisma said they wanted Shokin gone, and that they wanted Litsenko as the replacement. If Pisco's versions of events is right, that that Burisma hated Shokin, then Ken Vogel has to be mistaken. Second, the confidential human source that had 3 separate conversations directly with Zlochevsky. In all 3 of those, in addition to saying that he paid the Bidens to fire Shokin, he is clearly saying in all 3 of those conversations, he wants Viktor Shokin removed. This is a confidential human source that is trusted by the FBI. That human source either one has to be lying, or second, Zlochevsky just for no reason on 3 separate occasions makes up this bullshit story. Not just that he's paying the Bidens, but that he wants Shokin gone, and that once Shokin's gone, the investigation will be done. Which, by the way, happened. So he has this conversation with the confidential human source and says, don't worry about it. The investigation will be gone now that Shokin's gone. And then that's exactly what happens. So Pisco painting this as, oh, it's just key bono, 9/11, blah, blah, blah. That is not the case. The burden of proof is on Pisco and the people defending the optical, horrible nature of having a vice president forcing the firing of a prosecutor that his son was on the board of directors, and the scenario that he's outlining does not fit with all of the evidence that we have.
Fundamentally wrong on every possible conceivable level, even the burdens, right? The burden of an allegation of corruption is always going to be on the person putting forth the allegation of corruption. You saying, you're pointing to an apparent conflict of interest. A conflict of interest is not a crime in and of itself. A conflict of interest is not corruption in and of itself. Of course, the burden of proof to allege corruption falls upon you. I don't have a burden to disprove corruption. You have a burden to prove corruption. On every piece of specific evidence that you've cited, it's just fitting into your narrative, and I think misrepresenting what's going on. with respect to the official EU memorandums policies. Again, you're misreading them. None of that is in conflict.
Does
with,
that real quick? I'll be brief. Like, do you recognize the EU memorandum was in 2015 after Joe Biden issued his quid pro quo? Correct. And does that memorandum suggest firing Shokin?
It does not suggest firing Shokin. Okay, yeah. So that memorandum is not in conflict with firing Shokin. That memorandum cites as, which was well known in advance because there's articles saying what the objectives and what the benchmarks are for visa-free travel with the EU. Everyone knew what these benchmarks were. It was the establishment of the NABU and the implementation of a nomination of a special prosecutor, inspector general kind of guy or independent prosecutor's office, which Shokin was resisting, right? Shokin was resisting the NABU. Shokin was resisting the implementation of this special prosecutors unit. And Rob Noerr cites those achievements of benchmarks in spite of Shokin as evidence that Shokin wasn't corrupt or somehow in conflict or contradiction with the desire that the prosecutor general be removed. None of that is in contradiction. The meeting of those benchmarks in spite of Shokin is not evidence that they didn't want Shokin gone, and we have multiple people testifying under oath that that's what they were having conversations with.
On that, I promise to leave, but on this specific thing, right? Because we're both guilty of talking in long chunks. So just on this specific thing, I think what you're doing here is very clever. There's a sleight of hand. We have this obvious conflict of interest with Biden and his son being on this board. And part of the defense is all of these agencies, the EU, the UK, the IMF, the United States, all of them were suggesting firing Shokin well before Biden's teamed in. All of them. They were. And then when we cite evidence, which you acknowledge, from the EU, after Biden's team said they wanted Shokin fired, when we cite that evidence, you then switch the burden of proof. You say, well, you have to prove that this memo doesn't say that Shokin was a good guy. That memo is their official. Let me finish. That memo, what it says is, it says that yes, there's work to be done, but the benchmarks are being met. It's in December, and it is not suggesting firing Shokin. What Pisco would have you believe is that it was the official EU policy to want Shokin fired. And yet they put together this memo of their official stance on this and forgot to include in that memo, oh, by the way, we want Shokin fired. Instead, they put that benchmarks were being met, but that's not, they could have met benchmarks were being met, but in secret, they wanted Shokin fired. But Pisco can't provide any evidence from anywhere in the EU, the UK, the IMF, putting in any form of like memo or anything like that they wanted Shokin fired. He just says, well, they could have and just weren't saying it.
No, there's no burden shifting happening here. There's no absolutely zero burden shifting happening up with this policy memo. It just doesn't say what Rob Noerr purports it to say.
That's the burden shift.
Excuse me, and it shouldn't. You shouldn't expect it to say that we want Shokin fired. This is a public-facing memo that's talking about specific benchmarks for visa-free travel. These benchmarks were known in ahead of time, and they were known to be the implementation of the NABU and the appointment of a special prosecutor. These are organizations and bodies and the special prosecutor office that Shokin was fighting against and was resisting that specific change. And yes, they met the benchmark for visa-free travel, but that's not the same as a promise that we're not going to remove Shokin or that we don't want Shokin gone. If anything, right, the fact that they're citing the specific organizations that Shokin was fighting against as evidence of progress of anti-corruption, and it is genuine progress, absolutely, should be even more evidence that Shokin was corrupt and not doing his job if he's fighting against these needed reforms. So absolutely is not the case that this is inconsistent with a position that you should remove Shokin, and nor is it something that you would expect to see in a public-facing memorandum that is given out in December. By the way, the United States does not announce a quid pro quo or the pressure of removal of Shokin in December of 2015. They just don't. It's a very song and dance, this statecraft stuff. A lot of this is classified information. So when Rob points why don't we have this particular email between the EU people and the State Department people, I hope that comes out in this impeachment inquiry. If we're going to find anything in this impeachment inquiry, which I'm against, by the way, but I'm sure that those emails actually do exist, referencing specific conversations with particular EU people. I'm just guessing that they're classified, and that the people who are getting these FOIA requests aren't releasing us all the information, just to be clear. But no public statement is given in December of 2015 that we want to get Shokin removed. That further reporting clarifies that at the start of 2016. And so, the EU is not going to get out ahead of the United States State Department and Joe Biden and the negotiations happening privately. That's just not going to happen. And so I don't know why you would expect that to be there. It was there in the interagency.
It's a lot of words saying nothing. I get it.
Right?
Hang on a second.
Wait, no, hang on one second. A lot of words saying nothing. What about that is nothing?
What you trying to claim that them saying benchmarks have been made was them secretly saying we want Shokin fired? Absurd.
It's not secretly saying no.
It's absurd.
Okay, I'm actually going to step in. I'm going to ask my surprising clarifying question. Hold on, because this is going to turn into a piss match for Super Crap, and not a good piss court match. I just want to clarify. The evidence that I feel like I need from Pisco is that there was a genuine sentiment of Shokin being pushed to be fired before any of the Burisma stuff popped off. Your evidence for that, from my understanding, is that even though it wasn't in the EU memorandum, which it wouldn't be because it's public facing, that there are multiple people that testified under oath that this was a sentiment amongst the DOJ and in the Biden cabinet, and it was just a general sentiment. So my question, okay, so that's the evidence. So my question, Rob, then is that insufficient evidence?
No, there's more.
Of course it's insufficient because it's post hoc. Testifying afterwards to protect the guy. Yes, George Kemp testified after that, right? Victoria Nuland testified after that. You have 4 pieces.
We have
from who? Herps? That's who you're going to say?
So we have contemporaneous statements made by former Ambassador Erbst and the Atlantic Council that acknowledge statements made by EU officials. There's reporting from there's also that's contemporaneously released article that Rob. I mean, what do you do with that?
Okay, so I'll tell you what I do with it. So there's 2 pieces of evidence that are contemporaneous. So we've dealt with the post hoc George Kemp, Victoria Nuland. Now we have George.
No, we haven't. Sorry. We haven't dealt with it. That is evidence on the record, and there's also other Financial Times articles that cite envoys from the EU. That was given after and later in time, yes, but it's citing to opinions and positions held prior, and you just discounted and said we dealt with it. That's not true. They're testifying under oath that's their evidence.
Okay,
that's
we dealt with
evidence for you. If Shokin came under oath and said, "I'm actually investigating Burisma later in time," and he gave some statement under oath saying that, you would credit it as evidence, wouldn't you?
Well, do you?
Yes or no?
Do you? I'm not saying it's not evidence. I'm not saying evidence.
No, he's not credible.
There we go.
Absolutely, you would.
There we go.
Because he's not credible. No, because he's not credible. But it is evidence. You would cite it, wouldn't you? If Shokin came to the United States and said, "Actually, I was investigating Burisma," and he said it in front of Congress, would you point to that and say evidence? When Devon Archer says, "Yeah, I had those conversations about Ukraine investigations," is that evidence for you?
That would be
evidence.
No? Do I get a chance to talk? Do I get? Oh, a little animated there from Pisco. Yeah, we could see that would be some form of evidence, but it wouldn't be sufficient to prove when we have actual contemporaneous documents that seem to suggest elsewise. And you say, but secretly what those documents meant were they were calling for the firing of Shokin. They just had to say benchmarks were being met. So it sounds like bullshit to me. So let me, we let Pisco filibuster there for a while. So let me say, one, the reason I say we dealt with it is we shouldn't trust people that are Biden allies. Their testimony is proof, that are testifying after the fact. I'm not even saying that they're wrong. What I'm saying is that's not sufficient to prove the narrative that Pisco and others are offering, that everyone in the world wanted Shokin fired. If that was true, surely we would see a memo, an email. Those things could come, but we don't have that evidence now. The only evidence we have are 2. Please. I said that. So the only evidence, this doesn't prove the case for that Biden wouldn't be.
Exactly. So why are we on it?
Well, because it's the reason we're on it is because you're only giving 2 defenses from this action of Joe Biden, this quid pro quo, which we're acknowledging benefited Burisma. The only defense are 1, Shokin wasn't investigating, and 2, everyone was calling for Shokin's firing. I think even if those things are true, it still doesn't mean that there should have been an investigation interview, right? Because it wouldn't be dispositive. Those aren't dispositive evidence, as we could get to if you want. But I'm humoring you. I'm humoring you and saying, well, let's look at these defenses. You and others have repeatedly said everyone in the world's calling for the firing of Shokin. The only evidence we have is after the fact, George Kemp says, and Victoria Nuland said, well, we were talking to people around the world about possibly wanting Shokin fired in early fall. And then there's 2 other articles that you cite. One was a Financial Times article that says an unnamed person said that unnamed representatives in the United States were talking to unnamed representatives in Europe about firing Shokin in April, which is nonsensical because that would mean they'd want Shokin fired after a month and a half. That's even before the diamond prosecutor business. That sounds stupid. And second, George Earps. Now, here's George Earps for you. This is the evidence that he wants to say. George Earps also is talking about unnamed U.S. officials, talking to unnamed European officials in October of 2015 that supposedly said they wanted Shokin fired. George Earps works for the Atlantic Council. He was the former ambassador to Ukraine. Sounds impressive. Sounds like a guy that really wants to deal with anti-corruption in Ukraine. You know what George Earps and the Atlantic Council do shortly after Shokin's fired? Well, they say Shokin's corrupt. Let's get him fired. Everybody's talking about firing him. Doesn't cite any official names, just says everyone's talking about it. Then Shokin gets fired. Then Lutsenko buries the investigation into Burisma. And then George Earps and the Atlantic Council work with a partnership with Burisma where they're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to be partners with Burisma. What's that? $300,000, right?
Like a couple hundred.
Okay, so nonetheless, so this former ambassador that's so concerned about corruption in Ukraine and the Atlantic Council, they're like, we want Shokin fired because he's not investigating corrupt oligarchs. Then Shokin gets fired. Then one of the most prominent corrupt oligarchs, he wins. He gets his case buried. And what's the Atlantic Council and George Earps do? They go right to work with him. They go right to work being partners. And so the idea that we need to take his testimony, who clearly had skin in the game, and if it's true that Zlochevsky was upset about Shokin, well, Earps...
At the time?
It's true that Earps...
At the time?
Well, it makes sense that if Earps was someone that wanted to benefit through a benefit...
Again.
What are you talking about? Why would...
It's qui bono again.
Let me finish my point real quick. Let me finish my point real quick. So the idea that we should take this guy who clearly is not concerned about corruption because he's willing to work with corrupt oligarchs, we should take his as evidence in a newspaper that unnamed officials are talking to unnamed officials in Europe is nonsense.
So you're calling him a liar. You're saying
Yes.
that Earps is lying at a bare minimum, right?
Yes.
So Earps is lying. He's lying under oath as well when he references that. So just to be clear, right? When Earps and the Atlantic Council take the $100,000 or whatever amount of money from Burisma later on, who are the people criticizing that action?
George Kent was one person.
The State Department.
George Kent was one person.
The same person who you are also discounting
I'm not.
and saying that he's well, hang on a second. Earps and the Atlantic Council, who took money from Burisma in 2017 or 18 or whenever they took money, and George Kent both say they had conversations with EU people in the fall of 2015. People who you claim have a financial stake say it, and people who obviously do not say it, and people who criticize those who took money from Burisma say it. Both of them say it, Rob. Are they both lying?
About what? That George Kent criticized?
So is George Kent lying?
No.
When he says that he...
I've explained this to you
The EU
before.
official-
So let me explain. George Kent probably seriously didn't like Burisma. George Kent was probably embarrassed.
No. That's not what I asked. I asked...
Repeat then.
Is George Kent lying when he says that the EU wanted, or agreed, it was aligned with the United States that they wanted Shokin gone in fall of 2015? Is he lying?
I don't know. There's a possibility that he's lying, or there... Let me finish. Or there's a possibility that, there could have been specific individuals, right? For example, let's say I go to work for the State Department and you're working for the UK's, whatever their version of the State Department is. Me and you could be talking and be like, we don't like this prosecutor. We think he should be fired. That's different than the official policy of the UK, of the EU, of the United States suggesting that. So it could be entirely possible that he did talk to a handful of people that said, we don't like Shokin, he should be fired. But you yourself admit this is an unprecedented action by the United States. So the fact that this would be the official policy of the UK, the EU, the IMF, would seem to suggest that we would need some sort of physical evidence to suggest. So
Kent says that the EU actors were aligned.
Do you think that...
Pointing to this benchmark memorandum, which are the benchmarks for visa-free travel. Those are not the benchmarks for getting $1 billion loan guarantee. Those are the benchmarks for visa-free travel. They were known prior to the publication of that memorandum. There's articles as early as I think October of 2015 saying that the EU is threatening and saying, hey, Shokin, why haven't you appointed a special prosecutor?
That's not suggesting...
Hey, Shokin, why haven't you appointed a special prosecutor? Shokin, why haven't you
done
it?
It's clever. It's clever. It doesn't say that they said to fire Shokin. They were pressured Lutsenko. Wait. You admit that they were doing. You admit they were doing similar things with Lutsenko, right? So was that them pressuring to fire Lutsenko?
So It's not inconsistent.
Right.
If there was a memorandum that said that Lutsenko should be fired, or some ask that Lutsenko be fired, that would not be inconsistent with other demands on Lutsenko. And by the way, all of the cited anti-corruption efforts from the benchmarks for anti-corruption for the visa-free travel, all of those were things that Shokin was fighting against. And yet you're citing that as, well, they must have. If it was true that they wanted him removed, it would be in this memo. That's the Rob Noerr position. If it's not in this memo, then it's proof they didn't want him gone. That's really your position.
I would say that it's good.
Just want to clarify. You said George can't lie under oath.
Yes.
Which is why you're calling into question anything that George can't.
No, that is not why.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Could you maybe then explain? Because that was my assumption. Because that would make me question any witness if they lied under oath.
Well, that could be part of the reason to suggest that we don't always believe him, or that he might have a memory that was flawed, seeing as how he was dishonest under oath. But in addition,
why criticize the taking of money from Atlantic Council from Burisma?
But in addition, we could see that he also could have been having, as I said, discussions with individuals. But that doesn't mean that it was the official policy of those countries that those individuals were from to recommend the firing of Shokin.
That it was their policy. He testifies that they were all aligned, and so he's either lying or telling the truth.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then surely if there's an inability for those countries to present documentation showing that was their official policy, then you'll admit George Kent is a liar, and you'll be suspect of everything he said?
Well, the thing is, you were looking for evidence prior to December of 2015.
Correct.
That's what you're looking. You're looking for those specific email chains. So there are EU people who come out and say after this time that this was our policy. But again, you only are considering for some reason evidence before December 2015. I'm sure that there are cables. I'm sure there are emails that say this, and I bet you that those things exist.
Okay.
And I bet you that they exist somewhere.
We'll
and
see.
When they come out, you're not going to give a shit. You're not going to give a shit.
No, it's not that I don't. It's not that I don't give a shit. It's that
I'm make your conspiracy theory less likely.
Yeah, it would be more defense against it. Sure. Absolutely. Again, let's talk about what's happening here. My standard was quite clear. The mere fact that Joe Biden was the point person with dealing with corruption, and his son was on the board of one of the most corrupt oligarchs, and he forced the firing of a prosecutor that ended up benefiting his son's company, ought to have triggered an investigation. It should have at the minimum. No, it should have. When I say investigation, I don't mean the bullshit that did they ever interview Joe Biden? Did they interview Hunter Biden?
Why would they need to?
Right, that's exactly what I mean. That's the bare minimum of what you would do. If there's an accusation of corruption of Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, those are the people that should be interviewed under oath. So you can see what Pisco means when this is how bullshit these investigations were.
Wait,
I want to take
serious?
it.
Wait, okay.
Yes, I'm.
So
okay.
We have, just to be clear, we have an entire, just everyone knows, there have been 3 investigations into these matters. There's been a dedicated Senate investigation into this matter, which found no wrongdoing for Joe Biden.
Had no subpoenas whatsoever. Didn't have any bank records.
You don't think the Senate investigation had an incentive to get shit on Joe Biden? You think they were just?
You want me to respond to each? You want me to respond?
All right, go for it. Do you think they're going through the motions? Do you think they're lying?
No, I think part of it's going through the motions, but more importantly, to the extent that they would have been looking into, if you read that Senate investigation, they didn't have subpoena power, they didn't have the power to indict people, and what you see over and over is, and I want to talk about this person, Amos Hutchinson, they talk to him and they're like, oh, so you talked to Joe Biden, and you mentioned Burisma and Hunter Biden to him, and he's like, yeah, and then you took a phone call with Hunter Biden, and you talked to Hunter Biden and told him you talked to your dad. Yeah, well, what were the context of those conversations? I can't remember. I don't want to tell. That's how the Senate investigation goes all through the place. We constantly see people saying, I don't remember the context of those calls. There's no subpoena power, nothing like that. They didn't get bank records or anything like that. They didn't interview Hunter Biden. They didn't interview Joe Biden.
That's just not true. Wait, hang on. That's just not true. The Senate committee reports to get over tens of thousands of documents that they reviewed.
Right.
Yeah, so I have no idea what your reference. They also have the ability to sit in classified and review classified documents as well. Why would the Senate investigation go through the motions?
I just told you. That the things that
the motivation.
Okay, so let me ask you this: did that Senate investigation look into the bank accounts of Hunter Biden?
I'm not sure.
Well, I would say probably not, seeing as how the new investigation is, and they're coming up with this evidence contemporaneously now. Right? So the idea, it's not just a matter of going through the motions. It's a matter of they interviewed the people that they were able to interview because they didn't have subpoena power. Many of those people clammed up. And I want to ask you specifically about this because in that Senate investigation, so we had the climate envoy or whatever, Amos Hutchinson, you said one of your standards would be if Joe Biden was having conversations about this. Now, let me explain to everyone what happened. Joe Biden's defense, we've heard Pisco's defense, Shokin wasn't investigating and everyone wanted Shokin fired anyways. Joe Biden's defense was over and over again, I never talked to my son about business dealings. He lied. His defense was a lie. Not only that, we know that he talked to official government representatives like Amos Hutchinson.
Wait, prove that part first before you go to the next one.
October 2nd.
I'm going to back you guys up because we've gone like 10 miles ahead of where I was tracking. Because I don't know, I've never heard the name Amos Hutchinson. So we're talking about the Senate investigation. Is this the second or third investigation into the Hunter Biden?
This is the most latest, most recent investigation that happened on the eve of the 2020 election. The Senate is entirely dedicated to this one Burisma issue. They bring forward, they have the power to call people whoever they want, and they call 10 or 11 witnesses, and they go through extensive hearings with them, multiple hundreds and hundreds of pages long transcripts with each of them, and all of them universally don't have any evidence that Joe Biden was motivated by anything other than genuine foreign policy interest in the United States.
So that's not true. What we see is it might be that they didn't present evidence, but many of those witnesses refused to testify, refused to hand over documents and things that they were never able to get. So Amos Hutchinson, who is a special, he says prove it. Amos Hutchinson is a U.S. Special Envoy and Coordinator for the International Energy and Affairs at the Obama State Department. He, in October of 2015, he testified in front of that Senate hearing that while at a meeting with then Vice President Biden, he testified that he, quote, brought up the issue of Burisma to him. He wanted to make sure that the vice president was aware that there was an increase in chatter on media outlets close to Russians and corrupt oligarchs and media outlets about undermining his message, including Hunter Biden being part of the board of Burisma. So now we're deciding whether or not we should interview Joe Biden. Well, we know that Joe Biden's public statements are a lie. That he lied when he said he never had any details or conversations about his son being on a business. Not only did he have those conversations, he was actually having them with this special envoy, Amos Hutchinson.
Is this what you're citing? Wait. Is this what you're citing for Joe Biden lying about having interactions with Hunter Biden's business dealings?
Well, it's just one part of it.
Are you silly? That's your interpret. Wait, let's just deal with this one thing.
Okay.
Let's just deal with this one thing. This is not Joe Biden talking about his son's business in a business sense. This is talking to Joe Biden about how to deal with the controversy created by this apparent conflict of interest. That's what they're talking about. The actual merits of the business or discussing business in the business way that Joe Biden was referring to.
I totally understand that. Joe Biden was saying that he didn't have any knowledge of this. In fact, and I could bring it up if you want, NPR interview, I don't know when it occurred, but the interviewer pushes back when he specifically, I didn't know anything about my son's business. We know that he was taking pictures, he was at dinners with them, we know that he was on phone calls according to the evidence of Devon Archer, but this is just another example. Now what's important is Hutchinson says that he brought it up. I'll read from the Senate's investigation. This is from page 16. Quote, Hutchinson spoke to Vice President Biden about concerns relating to Hunter Biden's role in Burisma's board because, according to Hutchinson, Russians were using it to advance disinformation. According to testimony and public reports, Hutchinson, then U.S. Special Envoy and Coordinator for International Affairs, raised concerns about Hunter Biden's role in Burisma directly to Vice President Biden. Nuland told the committees, Hutchinson had a conversation with the Vice President and his staff about this, and he also had another conversation on the plane ride. That's right, he was also on the plane ride from Ukraine that December 2015. Public reporting also confirms Hutchinson's discussion with the vice president. According to one report, Hutchinson, the Obama administration's special envoy for energy policy, raised the matter with Biden, but did not go so far as to recommend Hunter leave the board. When Hutchinson testified before the committees, he declined on advice of his counsel to testify about his substance of the conversation with Vice President Biden.
Based on privilege-related privileges, which Donald Trump has invoked, and his associates.
What about him?
I don't know how many times. So just to be clear about the invocation of executive privilege and related stuff, and also yes, they had planned talking points for what would happen if someone brings up Burisma. The conversations they were having were like, what do I say if a reporter asks me about Zlochevsky and Burisma? And you are fucking skewing that to be.
So let me.
Joe Biden was like.
Let me continue to make my case. So in an NPR interview, the reporter asked Joe Biden specifically on video. I can provide this if you want. What about all the people that were warning you? They were warning you about the conflict of interest of your son. And he said, no one did that. Well, we know George Kent did. We know Amos Hutchinson did. So Biden is lying. Correct?
If he's saying that no one warned me about the conflict of interest with Burisma and that stuff, that's not true. So he's either lying or misremembering.
Okay.
But that's not what you said before you were analyzing the statement, whether or not he was involved in Hunter Biden's businesses. That's different.
That's not what I said. I said that he was
different than the statement we're evaluating right now, which is, were you warned? You acknowledge those are different statements.
Those are different statements. That was not my intent to. Okay, so let me continue. So Hutchinson in October, he meets with Joe Biden. He doesn't tell us what they were talking about. All we know is they were talking about Burisma. And that's how, but he won't give the details of what was discussed. Then November 4th, 2015, Hunter Biden reaches out to U.S. official Amos Hutchinson. Now this November 4th, that date might sound like it's around something because on November 2nd is when we get the email from Burisma to Hunter Biden saying, hey, we want you to reach out to prominent U.S. officials so that we could sway their opinion on Ukrainian officials like the Prosecutor General, with the ultimate goal of closing down investigations into Burisma. Then 2 days after that, he reaches out to Amos Hutchinson. Yes, I can provide that to you.
Yeah, there's November 2nd email from the Deem to Devon Archer, Hunter Biden, and I think Hunter Biden's financial guy or something.
Yes.
Explicitly saying, reach out to officials to try to shut down the investigation into Burisma. Like that's explicit in the email.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Basically, he's asking for lobbying efforts to help remove the pressure and shut down investigation, or I forget the exact phrases used, into Burisma.
It's something to, like, I'll pull up the email here in a minute, but it's something like shut down active investigations and cases into Mykola and Burisma. So yes, on November 2nd, basically they're telling Hunter Biden, like, dude, reach out to your contacts in the U.S. and get them to either publicly or privately deal with people in Ukraine to get these cases and investigations shut down. 2 days later, he reaches out to the very guy that was talking to his dad, Amos Hutchinson, on November 4, 2015. According to Hutchinson's testimony, investigators, the vice president told his son that he had met with Hutchinson and discussed the younger Biden's work for Burisma. So there's Biden told, Hutchinson testified that Joe Biden told Hunter Biden, hey, I met with Amos Hutchinson and we were discussing you working for Burisma. So 2 days after the email that Hunter gets, he reaches out to Amos Hutchinson and says, can we go out for coffee? Which they did. There are other phone calls I could bring up that Hutchinson testified. Now, he doesn't say what he talked about. He refuses to say what he talked about. He just says, yes, I had lunch with, or a phone call with Hunter Biden. Then, at the end of the day, on that famous plane ride, so on December 4th, there's the phone call to D.C., which Devon Archer says he interpreted it as a call to Joe Biden. Then Joe Biden...
He literally doesn't say that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
He doesn't say he called his dad?
No, sorry. He didn't say that he interpreted DC as his dad.
He doesn't use the words I interpreted. He says they said call DC, and he says he called his dad. Nonetheless,
it's unclear actually.
So nonetheless, he says he called his dad. People could read the transcript from themselves. After that, there's a plane, and Pisco will acknowledge this. It was like December 7th, December 8th. Joe Biden had a scheduled meeting in Ukraine, correct? So he gets on an airplane and flies to Kiev, right? On that plane is Amos Hutchinson, and it is on that plane ride itself where Joe Biden himself comes up with the idea, we're going to have a quid pro quo to fire Shokin.
That's not true. The talking points specifically say that Shokin in November 22 at the very latest, that Shokin would need to be removed. And so for you to pretend that out of the head of Zeus, Joe Biden might be the person who pulls the trigger on how to exactly engage him, according to one of his advisors, I think the last name of Cole, doesn't mean that this came out of Joe Biden's mind. The decision to pressure for the removal of Shokin was made prior to being on the plane. That was made, as been testified under oath, in late fall. As to your statement about Amos Hutchinson, Amos also states that
not only
Hunter Biden-Burisma played zero role in the decision to fire or to pressure the removal of Shokin. And
of course he's going to say that. What's he going to say? He's palling around with Joe and Hunter talking about Burisma. Do you think he's refusing to testify what the details of his conversation were?
So does the State Department. So does everyone. The DOJ's against this guy. It is the case that we have multiple agencies that are advocating for the removal of Shokin, and they are at least testifying under oath that other actors, including the EU and others, are also advocating this position. And your position is, I don't believe them. That's your position.
Again, so what you're doing, now you're disputing another advisor, right? Colin Call, right? Who said, you're disputing. Of course, there was this late November memo that we now know that suggested firing Shokin, but that memo didn't say use a quid pro quo or condition the aid to fire Shokin. It didn't say that. So I'll read so I don't have to play the audio for you, but here's the interview. Here's what Colin Call says. Fast forward to December, Vice President's traveling on a plane. So we're flying over Kiev and we're talking about the trip and we're talking about this loan guarantee. The Vice President's getting briefed also by his assistants and Secretary Newland. I'm trying to do this.
Is this an under oath quote that you're reading? Just so I have.
No, this is a report to the AP.
Interview.
And then when we land by Ambassador Pyatt, right? And the vice president basically says, look, I'm just going to tell Poroshenko that you're not getting the money unless you fire Shokin. And the reason why the vice president decided to make that claim was he believed that they were never going to have the kind of leverage that we have now. So he's saying that it was the vice president
look at that.
So I was saying
a different question. Yeah.
Okay, right. So it was
a different question, right? A different question that was asked before by Erudite, which is it true that this was the only time in leverage? And we have statements made by advisors that, in fact, Biden said at the time that we would never have this leverage again. And I don't know. Do you dispute that, Rob?
No, I would imagine that if I was trying to do something corrupt to help my son and was coming up with a reason why this is an unprecedented action that I was going to take, that I would be saying, oh, we have to now because this is the unique time. Now, do you dispute what he says about it was Biden's idea?
No, I mean, I don't dispute that ultimately he was the person who was the point person in charge of making the decision on how to approach Poroshenko, but the decision to pressure the removal of Shokin, that decision and relating it to the aid as a condition, as a condition precedent for receiving the aid, that was determined before.
Okay, so
the Biden claiming that, like, at the Biden saying at the time, do we have that under oath, or is this again like a Washington article? Like, where is Biden saying at the time when they were pressuring for Shokin, saying we'll never have this leverage ever again?
Oh, so it's undisputed that Biden pressured and leveraged this aid. If the question is about
you
the pressure,
said Biden
that's not
said
under
that.
oath. That's not under oath. That's relating to this.
And so if we could go back, so this is what we know now. We know here are things that are beyond dispute. We know that even Pisco admits that the appearance of a conflict of interest was overwhelming. Even George Kent at the State Department says that. That Biden's the point person to deal with corruption. His son's on the board of one of the most alleged corrupt people that the United States and the West has been talking about the investigation into him not going the way it should, right? We know that there was Devon Archer said...
Are you just doing your full narrative again?
No.
Full narrative?
Well, here's what I'm going to do. All right, I'll skip to this specific thing, right? Amos Hutchinson talks to Biden, won't tell us the details of it, only that he's talking about Burisma in October 2015. Then the email comes out, Hunter, reach out to your contacts in the United States with the ultimate goal of getting cases closed against us. 2 days later, he talks to Amos Hutchinson, with Amos telling Hunter Biden, yeah, I talked to your dad about your role in Burisma, but doesn't tell us the details of that conversation. Then he talks to Hunter Biden again. Right? Then Amos Hutchinson is on the plane with Biden, and we know that Biden was the one that ultimately came up with the quid pro quo. And we know that the shacking of Shokin ultimately ended up helping Burisma. And we know that Biden has lied. And we know that Biden lied. Biden has lied over and over publicly, not just saying that no one warned him, but saying that he didn't have any knowledge of business dealings with his son, when we see that that's a lie that he's taken. It's not irrelevant, because the question, the reason, and I'll finish on this, the reason it's not irrelevant is because we get to this point, because I said at a bare minimum, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden ought to have been interviewed in an investigation. Pisco says no. Now, if you could hear all of that evidence and think that it didn't warrant interviewing Joe Biden under oath, you're clearly just so partisan that you're not thinking clearly.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did not warrant subpoenaing Joe Biden to come before the Senate committee before the 2020 election. As for Hunter Biden, it's just obvious that, you know, any well-advised Hunter Biden is going to plead the fifth. And so I don't know what utility you're going to get out of dragging his ass into a Senate rib just for him to plead the fifth, and when he's already under criminal investigation by the Department of Justice and ultimately charged and has been indicted for other stuff, and maybe more indictments are on the table in other jurisdictions. And so you pretending that, oh my God, isn't it so fucking corrupt that they didn't interview Trump, or they also didn't have a sit-down interview with Donald Trump.
What was he ever accused of?
Can I just ask a question?
They were interrogatories, but there was
for knowledge. I just want to make sure I understand. Can you just interview and subpoena people, or do you need to get, like, especially at the levels that these individuals are at, like, can the investigation groups just interview these people, or do they need some
voluntary? Yeah,
but they might say no.
Ask for a voluntary interview, but they can say no.
And then if you want to subpoena them and force them to interview,
they're probably going to subpoena Hunter Biden. I mean, I think news came out today. Kevin McCarthy is saying that we're going to subpoena Kevin McCarthy.
Like, say when this stuff first came up, could they have subpoenaed him then, and should they have, or like, is there a process that they need to follow?
The FBI, the Senate.
Well, the Senate investigations, any of them.
The FBI could have issued a grand jury subpoena as to Hunter Biden. They could have done that, but again, like they also could have the Senate investigation
for that, though? Just to understand,
for
like,
grand jury subpoenas, they happen all the time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, like, when Rob is saying, like, why didn't they just interview these people? Why didn't they just subpoena at least Hunter Biden, right? The question that goes in my mind is, I don't understand the process by which
Hunter Biden is a target.
Would it be reasonable to do
Hunter
this?
Biden is a target of the investigation, right? Hunter Biden, like, the investigation into Hunter Biden is an investigation targeted at Hunter Biden, and so for you to pretend that the interviews of Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are these essential elements to figuring out the criminality of them, you should not rely on, if you're doing a genuine investigation into one of your targets, you should not rely on their testimony or the hope that you're going to receive their testimony to prove your case. And you haven't proved your case. What you've cited to and what you've alluded to is, there's a lot of smoke here because someone was on a plane, because someone had a conversation about the appearance of a conflict of interest with Joe Biden, because Joe Biden said that he didn't have any involvement with Hunter Biden's business, because I've misrepresented the timeline and blown out of proportion certain conversations. None of that is direct evidence that Joe Biden considered his son and Burisma and the state of Burisma when coming to that conclusion. And it belies and contradicts the evidence that this decision was made before Joe Biden was even in the picture. And so I just think that you haven't shown your case. Even you have admitted that if you were on a criminal trial, you would not vote to convict Joe Biden on the basis of the evidence that you've presented. And so my question for you, I guess the only question left is, should there be an impeachment inquiry? That's what I think this should be about, because I think we've all admittedly shown that there's no proof, certainly not enough to, like, convict him or remove him from office based on what you've just said.
Okay, so the clever sort of deflection, and if I was getting blown out this bad, I would want to deflect to a different conversation.
Wait, what do you think you blow me out on?
Like the idea of the timeline of the evidence of corruption that I've pointed out.
Yeah, no, it's bullshit. Everything says
right. So I get that that's your take on it. People can see. So I'm going to finish my point.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we can see, again, the initial claim of the appearance of a conflict of interest would have warranted an investigation, which didn't occur when this initially happened. The defense that we've been given is insufficient, as we've proven. The defense that Joe Biden gave, where he's multiple times publicly said, I didn't know about any of the business, no one told me that this was a conflict of interest, is bullshit. We can see that he was personally talking to a guy in government who then went and personally talked to Hunter Biden several times, who then was on the airplane when Joe Biden made this claim. We could see that this quid pro quo, the firing of Shokin, actually benefited Burisma. We see all of that. We see the FD 1023, right, that says that the Burisma wanted Shokin fired. We see the reporting of Ken Vogel, right? We see all of that, and he says, nope, none of that's sufficient to interview Hunter Biden or Joe Biden.
Ken Vogel says there's zero direct evidence Ken Vogel
Please.
says there's zero
Right. There's no evidence
Hunter
because
Biden.
they're choosing not to
Zero.
investigate. They're not even
Oh, so
interviewing
there's no
Joe
evidence.
Biden.
Oh,
So-
there's no evidence?
No, I'm not
Did you
saying
say
there's
no evidence?
I'm not saying that there's no evidence. I'm saying that
Oh.
part of the reason that we don't have the smoking gun evidence, well, clearly there's evidence. Like, this is evidence.
You just
You're
said there's
just
no
saying it's
smoking
not
gun?
proof.
Are you saying there's no smoking gun that proves that Joe Biden was corrupt in this?
That's correct. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying
So-
again. I'll leave you. I'm not going to answer anything
go
you say
through-
here. I'm not going to answer anything you say.
Hold on,
You can
Pete.
ask the
Yeah, we
question
gotta let Rob
after,
go.
right? Like, that's fine, right? Again, the question I have is there a double standard at the FBI? Now, you heard Pisco say in one of his soliloquies that he had a while ago that the burden is on the accuser when doing these sorts of investigations. I'll remind you of the sit-down interviews and investigations that they had against people connected to Donald Trump. George Papadopoulos, who was accused of no wrongdoing, just that he heard Russians say something, they decided to send spies after him in the form of Stephen Halper and Azra Turk and had a sit-down interview with him. Mike Flynn, they decided to sit down and under possible dubious Logan Act claims, they decided to sit down. The target of the investigation, they decided to sit down and interview him. You have Carter Page, they decided to sit down and interview him. You had Manafort, they decided to sit down and interview him. All of these people connected to Trump, and now the cases that we have going against Trump now, they never said, oh, they're the target of the investigation, so we're not going to put them under oath and subpoena them. Pisco knows that he's being disingenuous. My claim the entire time has been the FBI was so frivolous, so loosey-goosey, as we see from the Durham report and reporting that occurred before that we know, of what their standard was. Pisco's even said to me, the standard for opening an investigation when it came to the people surrounding Trump, what did he say? Over and over he said, it's a very low standard. Right. But then when it comes to Biden, when it comes to Hunter Biden, when it comes to Joe Biden, all of a sudden, oh no, there hasn't been a standard that would justify interviewing them.
Hang on a second. Who said that there shouldn't have been an investigation?
You said that you shouldn't interview them. Should the investigation be commiserate?
Hang on. Hang on. I just want to be clear. Is an interview the same as an investigation?
No, an interview is a step at
You
the
may
bare.
Continue, Rob. I have a lot to respond.
Right, an interview is the bare minimum step if you were having a serious investigation that you would have taken. Which is why so
there was no investigation into Donald Trump, right? There's no serious investigation into Donald Trump. Is that your position?
There is now.
Is that your position? Is it your position that there was a serious investigation into Donald Trump?
There was an investigation into his team.
Was there a serious investigation into Donald Trump? Yes or no?
Well, you could keep repeating yourself, right? Or do you want me to finish? You want me to respond?
I'm looking for a yes or no.
Okay, the yes or no would be sort of, right? Because instead of going... Well, let me explain. Okay. The fake laugh is great, right? Let me ask you, did they ever sit down and interview Trump or accuse Trump of any criminality involving Russia collusion?
They didn't have a sit-down interview with Donald Trump.
Okay, did they use unlawful FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team and possibly get Trump's
communications?
communications?
I thought we were talking about interviews. Wait, you just dodged that question.
No, we're not talking about interviews. You changed. We're not talking about interviews. You changed.
I'm gonna pause this because I know this is gonna be an epic dunk, but it's such a derail from like the main conversation. I'm so sorry.
But then tell him to stop being, I guess, flippant with his comments and saying you can only have a serious investigation if you interview the target, which is clearly not true because he thinks that there's a serious investigation into Donald Trump, and there were no sit-down interviews with Donald Trump.
I
mean, that's just
understand.
clear.
I understand.
No, you don't. You'll give me a chance to respond.
Okay. I am going to move us back to...
No, I'm going to respond to this. Okay. I'll respond very quickly, right? They didn't have any accusation of wrongdoing by Trump like they do Joe Biden or like they do Hunter Biden. What they had was this nebulous bullshit that Russians may have hacked and someone in Trump's team heard about it. So they decided to interview that person. They decided, in your words, to get unlawful FISA warrants against this other guy, Carter Page, based on opposition research paid for by Hillary Clinton's team, sourced by a suspected Russian spy. So it was not a serious investigation in the sense that they interviewed Trump, but they were unlawfully trying to get evidence so that they could charge Trump, and they were unable to meet that burden. But they still went after Trump in unlawful ways as hard as possible, trying to get people connected to him to flip. They're doing the exact opposite with Biden, just like they did the exact opposite with Hillary.
Ridiculous. You heard him say that in order to be a serious investigation, you have to interview the target. He's presented with an obviously serious sets of investigations into Donald Trump. Take your pick. Russia investigation, classified documents.
They did interview Trump in the classified documents.
When did they have a sit-down interview with Donald Trump?
They didn't.
Documents?
They didn't in the Mar-a-Lago case? I thought that occurred.
No, I have no awareness of that at all. They had a conversation with his lawyers.
Did they have a conversation with Joe Biden's lawyers?
Wait, no, but I just want to finish this point. Erudite, you can move us off. You can move us off, Erudite, as soon as I finish this point.
Everyone wants to finish their points. I'm never gonna win. Okay, I understand. Okay, you guys both got some sick dunks. The reason I'm pausing you isn't because I don't think that this is important, or that I'm not listening to you, or that I don't think it's an interesting conversation. It's just it's such a rabbit trail away from the Hunter Biden laptop, and I've been taking notes from you guys for like 2 hours straight, and my brain is going to explode if we open up a new can of worms, because the Trump impeachment and the Trump investigations are also very interesting, but they're a whole
let me tell you why I'm against it.
Other conversation.
Yeah, I want to tell you why I'm against it, if that's okay.
Why you're against Trump's impeachment?
I'm sorry.
Trump's charges?
I misheard you, Erudite. Please continue.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I thought you were talking about Biden's impeachment. My bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We're going to get to the Biden impeachment theoretically, although you guys I've had you for 3 hours, so if you guys need to get going, that's also totally okay. We can do impeachment later. I want to back us up because I want to make sure that me and all of chat are understanding a couple of really key points to the Hunter Biden laptop case that I haven't had clearly answered. There are 3 investigations into Burisma. Are all of these investigations also directly implicating Hunter Biden, or are they 3 investigations into Hunter Biden himself with Burisma?
Into this matter, right? And there's 3 investigations where these matters are highly investigated. The first one is the first impeachment of Trump, where you have multiple witnesses and documents related, because one of the defenses to Donald Trump's impeachment is that there was actual corruption with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden as a defense, as a legitimate reason to ask this of Zelensky. And so one of the investigations in which this matter is developed is the first impeachment of Trump, where there's hundreds of pages of documents and a lot of stuff on the Burisma related things. Then there's a dedicated DOJ investigation into the Giuliani claims, which are the Burisma claims. And then there's this Senate investigation purely focused on the Burisma Hunter Biden related matters.
Okay, none of those investigations. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure. So the third one is the main one where Hunter Biden is directly and the main focus of the investigation. Okay, so there's been 2. And has he been interviewed yet? That's what all I want to understand. I know he hasn't been subpoenaed, but it sounds like he's going to be or will be. Was he interviewed in any of these 3 investigations?
I doubt it.
No, he wasn't. Neither was Joe Biden. Neither was his bank. Do we have any evidence that his bank records were subpoenaed? What these interviews basically did was relied on documents that were willfully handed over and testimony from people that were connected to the State Department. And you heard Pisco. Now imagine this, Erudite, right? There's accusations. There's one side of people that are defending someone and another side of people that are accusing them of something. And Pisco's already admitted the people that are alleging the wrongdoing weren't interviewed by the FBI. Their evidence wasn't accepted by the FBI. They're like, we don't trust any of these people. They're all bad faith. We don't trust them. So instead, and they didn't interview the subjects. They didn't interview Joe Biden. They didn't interview Hunter Biden. So instead, what they did was they interviewed people like George Kent. And George Kent says, yeah, Shokin was corrupt. I wanted him gone. We wanted him gone. Yeah, he's gone. But then he has no way of knowing.
More than that.
Oh, and Victoria Nuland. Who else?
They all say that Joe Biden. They all say that Joe Biden was not motivated by that, and they say,
how would they know
that he wasn't motivated by that? Because they're the ones who had the decision. They were the one who onboarded him. They onboarded him, and so they're obviously they can't read his mind. We can't read his mind either. But there's no right. The burden is there any evidence that shows that Joe Biden was motivated for that? That's sort of the burden that you have.
And these are people that clearly have skin in the game, right? They clearly are people that have an affinity for Biden. And they don't, as Pisco admitted, they won't be able to speak to the mindset of Joe Biden. And let me give you an example, right? Everyone...
They can't read his mind. Sorry, they can't read his mind.
Right. So, like, for example, when Trump fired Comey, right? Rosenstein wrote a memo to say firing him. Democrats were furious at Comey. Republicans were furious at Comey. Trump fires Comey. People like Pisco weren't saying, oh, well, Democrats hated him and Republicans hated him, and so Trump fired him, no big deal. No, people like Pisco were saying, well, despite that, despite the fact that a bunch of people might have wanted him fired, we think that it was possibly Trump firing him to benefit himself. And so, therefore, it is not sufficient.
It was. You believe that, too.
See, there we go. Right. So it wasn't, was it a sufficient?
You believe that, too, Rob. Rob, you believe that too. You think that the reason given that we're firing him because he treated Hillary poorly is absurd on its face. and you agree with me that that wasn't his actual motivation. So why are you pretending there's an equivalence?
So right, here you go. The equivalence is it is not a sufficient defense to fire a prosecutor that would personally benefit you or benefit your family to say, but everyone else wanted him fired. They're still triggered a special counsel investigation because of that. I don't think that the reason Trump wanted Comey fired was the reason Democrats wanted him fired. But the point is, it wasn't a sufficient defense for him to say everyone wanted him fired. But in this case, it's different. Even when we see all of the circumstantial, and this is the key point, right? Pisco's against an impeachment inquiry, right? He is totally satisfied. I'll ask you point blank, Pisco. Do you think that it's probably most likely that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden's bank records weren't subpoenaed before this?
By Congress, I think we would have heard about it. So I think that that's most likely. And I think we would have heard about the subpoenaing of their records, probably specifically if it were a grand jury subpoena. So I think more likely than not, the specific records of Joe Biden were not subpoenaed. I think Hunter Biden, I'm not sure, and they could have obtained them, as you know, in other ways. And it could just be the case that the Department of Justice has those records by virtue of having the laptop, and so they could have acquired them in other ways that weren't subpoenas, but I don't know that I ever heard news that they were subpoenaed, and I think I would have.
Okay, so what we see is he's basically saying that the records most likely weren't subpoenaed. He's saying that most likely Joe and Hunter Biden weren't interviewed, and he's totally fine with it. He doesn't want that process. He doesn't want a process where those were interviewed. But simultaneously, we could see the double standard when it came to how the FBI treated Trump and all of the people surrounding him. It's nonsensical. It is a blatant double standard.
There's no double standard here, Rob. The truth is that these matters were investigated by 3 different investigations at this point now. There was special dedication to these claims being made, and you're mad, one, based on like who they interviewed, and the only people you can identify who they should have interviewed, other than the people they did, which are the people who were on the ground literally talking to Biden and making the decision to fire Shokin. Who else do they talk to? Victor Shokin himself. Victor Shokin, they know his deal is. They fucking know he's fucking in Ukraine somewhere or in Russia. I actually don't know where the fuck he's located. And the Senate committee, clearly, you know, they if they wanted to, they could have subpoenaed for him, but like, who's going to enforce that? He hasn't been cleared for a visa. Who else? Onishenko, these like admitted Russian propagandists, people who the Trump administration have said are Russian propagandists, people who have absolutely zero credibility whatsoever. What are you going to do? You're going to bring them over here? You know, the Department of Justice has already said, they've already met with Onishenko before and said that he has no credibility. These other people are, you know, one of them is a specific Russian agent, whatever his name is, Derkach, is like literally a Russian agent. And so for you to pretend that they're, you know, they interviewed the people who would have specific knowledge, and as you say, right, who, you know, everyone in the Russian, or I could say Shokin side of it, also has skin in the game. And so I don't understand what else you wanted them to do other than, I guess, take the step of grand jury and subpoena Joe Biden's bank records. Based on what?
Okay, so let me explain exactly what I wanted to do. Yes, those people that you mentioned should have been put under oath and questioned by the FBI. That absolutely should have happened. People like Tony Bablinski and others that were only talked to once, that was talking and seems to be a credible person, that was admitting Joe Biden's the one, he was involved in these business deals. He was the big guy getting 10%.
Wait, but he doesn't know about he doesn't know about Shokin stuff, right?
Well, no, he doesn't. But the grander scheme of this has to do, Tony Bablinski has to do with Biden's defense that he wasn't connected to the business whatsoever. If it's true, let me just ask you point blank. If it's true that any of this Burisma money went to Joe Biden, despite the fact that you think that he fired Shokin for legitimate reasons, would that be...
Bablinski doesn't allege that.
Well, I'm not saying he alleges that. I'm asking you an independent question. If it's true that Joe Biden got any of this Burisma money, would that be corruption?
Tony Bablinski, Erudite, let's just be clear. Tony Bablinski is a former associate of Hunter Biden's, I believe, and he's come out with allegations about the laptop and the big guy, and so he's a peripheral figure, I would argue, in the Burisma stuff. But Rob, you had a specific question for me. Sorry,
yes, if the question is, forget about all of that. If it turns out that 10% of the Burisma money that was going to Hunter Biden went to Joe Biden, would that be corruption?
If 10% of money from Burisma went to Joe Biden, that would be a clear financial interest in Burisma that wasn't disclosed and that Joe Biden lied about, actively and intentionally lied about. So if that's the case, I think that that would be evidence of corruption.
So I think that he's someone that, not just with this Burisma case, but obviously with the China case and things like that, that should have been dealt with by the FBI and someone that they were going back to, right? Because if he is the big guy that's getting 10% for this Chinese deal, that would certainly be enough circumstantial evidence to check his bank accounts to see if he was getting money from Hunter Biden's other business deals where he was peddling influence. You disagree?
Yeah. So like the China deal, I think that his argument that that Hunter Biden is in talks with Chinese people and says 10% for the big guy is not evidence, one, that Joe Biden is aware of the statements that Hunter Biden is making or the communications he's purporting to, or deals he's purporting to make on Joe Biden's behalf. It's so like, imagine that your son could bind you into investigations based on his own statements, where we already know that he's been leveraging his name all over the place. And so I don't think that by itself, if we have specific evidence that 10% of money is going from a Chinese deal to Joe Biden, maybe that would be a basis to scrutinize Biden's financial records as it relates to Burisma, but it's not evidence of Burisma's involvement in Joe Biden's head when he pressured the removal of Shokin.
Well, it wouldn't matter. The point is, right, that could be true. That could be true. But the question is, seeing as how all the circumstantial evidence we have, and we know how the outcome came, that even in your own words, it benefited Burisma. If Joe Biden's getting money and the decision he made benefited Burisma, and he's getting money from Burisma and getting money from Hunter Biden, then it would seem that at a minimum would justify investigating Joe Biden and investigating his bank records. So what I would have done
I already think there should have been an investigation into the. I already think that there should have been an investigation into the Burisma matter. I already believe that.
Okay, so what I would have done different is this. I would have interviewed the people that were making the claims, such as Shokin. I would have tried to interview Poroshenko if he was willing to. I would have taken the interview of Onyshenko. I would have listened to people like Tony Bobulinski more. I would have looked at bank records and things like that based on the FD 1023 and other information. And before you say, and I would have certainly interviewed Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And before you say, but wait a minute, Shokin's corrupt. Again, what you can't argue against is probably the most admitted abuse of power that I've seen in my lifetime, probably the biggest scandal in the history of this country politically. The FBI using a FISA warrant to spy on a presidential campaign and then presidential team unlawfully, in the words of Pisco. Admits that it was unlawful, the FISA warrants that were directed against. Those were based on a suspected Russian spy that was paid for by Hillary, that even after they, were unable to get any of the information that he said verified, right? And then after the second warrant, when they talked to that suspected Russian spy, he basically was like, well, it was just kind of locker room talk. I wouldn't take any of that seriously. And yet still got a warrant twice after that. And so now Pisco's saying, on one hand, the FBI, they didn't just take the word of a corrupt Russian type guy that they knew was paid for by the opposition. They actually used it to take an unprecedented step to spy on a presidential campaign and then presidential team. But the FBI can't interview Shokin because they know he's corrupt.
Yeah, you have no proof that Danchenko is corrupt.
Is he Russian?
He's Russian.
Was he investigated as a possible Russian spy?
Do you have any evidence that he was corrupt?
Was he investigated?
Do you have evidence? Sorry, you just said he was a corrupt Russian guy.
Yes.
Do you have evidence that Danchenko is corrupt?
I have evidence that the FBI suspected him of corruption.
Wait, no, sorry. Do you have evidence that Danchenko is corrupt?
I have evidence that the FBI suspected him of corruption.
Wait.
Is he still suspected of corruption, or has he been cleared? When was
he was never cleared? There was an investigation into him in, I believe, 2011 when he was in the United States, and there was evidence that they cited. I can't remember the nature of the evidence now, but that he was working for some think tank, and there was evidence that he was giving information back to the government of Russia. So the FBI opens this investigation, but the investigation was shut down basically because Danchenko fled the United States. He went back to Russia. So at that point, they're like, well, there's no need to continue the
FBI uses
investigation.
Danchenko for other investigations as well later on after this FISA whole thing happen.
So
just to be clear, but you're saying that Danchenko is corrupt.
I'm saying the FBI had reason to suspect Danchenko of corruption.
So are you saying that you don't know if he's corrupt?
I'm saying the FBI had reason to suspect Danchenko of corruption.
Do you know or do you not know that he's corrupt or not?
I'll answer your question, and then you'll answer one of mine. I do not have 100% proof that he's corrupt. Do you have 100% proof that Shokin's corrupt?
No, I'm not asking. Sorry, I'm not asking.
That's what I thought. You can't answer.
Proof.
I asked the question. I answered the question.
I'm not. Sorry. I'm not asking if you're beyond a reasonable doubt certain. I'm asking, on balance, Do you have evidence that he was corrupt?
Yes, I have the suspected FBI investigation that he was taking information that he was getting while he was working at think tanks and giving that information to the government of Russia.
Okay, and that's been proven.
That it was being investigated, and the investigation only dropped because he fled the country.
What happened to the investigation?
The investigation
so he
was
just fled, and they
right.
just gave up. Is that typical though? Doesn't the FBI continue to
So an
follow
FBI
people?
investigation is proof of guilt for Rob.
I'm saying that it's proof of the FBI. I'll repeat what I said. The FBI had reason to suspect him of being corrupt, of being a Russian spy. And yet they didn't say, oh, then we're not going to listen to what he says. We're not going to take his evidence. They not only didn't say that, they took it and then unlawfully used it to spy on Trump's team without verifying any of the information.
So
then they can, real quick, then they continued to use it after they finally talked to him after the second war, and he was unable to prove any of it.
So to respond to everything, that Rob has just said, one is you see this backtracking from Rob on Danchenko specifically.
No backtracking.
And you can go back to 2020 and you can see how he characterizes Danchenko before. Before I started talking to him, he said a Russian spy. Then he said an alleged Russian spy. Now he's saying an alleged corrupt Russian spy. But now all that is based on the FBI, who wants to discount anyway. It's a collateral issue. Regardless, I just want to be clear about the terminology with Danchenko has been changing and de-escalating over the 2 years or 2 or 3 years that I've been talking to Rob. But to be 100% clear on the FISA stuff, the FISA process was absolutely 100% flawed, and I would say unlawful to do the kind of omissions that were being undone, because it undermines the probable cause determinations which are required for a lawful warrant to execute those FISA warrants.
And to tie in,
and
just
Rob,
make sure I'm understanding, the FISA warrants were used against Trump to, what Rob would say, spy, or what were the FISAs for? It was to spy on Trump?
The FISA warrants were against Carter Page, who was alleged to be an agent of a foreign power. And
based on disinformation from a Russian national that was paid for by Hillary's.
FISA is about Trump, right? Just want to make sure.
It's Trump's. Carter Page was a foreign policy advisor on the Trump campaign.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Okay.
And they were able to spy on Trump's communications from his team because they have a two-hop rule, which means they're able to look at all of Carter Page's communications and everyone he talked to, and then everyone they talked to. So it would have made it to the highest levels of the Trump campaign.
It's not as extensive as Rob.
It is.
I'm understanding Rob's position. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what Rob is saying. Your argument is basically based on Danchenko, who there was at least enough suspicion that the FBI investigated him for corruption. Based on his testimony alone, it made them justify doing kind of, even in Pisco's words, a somewhat unlawful process.
Not somewhat. The biggest scandal in the history of this country. The FBI spied on the president.
I didn't get
really
the gravity. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. Hold on. Okay, so they, based on Danchenko's statement, they got FISA warrants to be able to spy on Trump. However, it's a double standard. Specifically, this is your point, right? It's a double standard because unlike that, they didn't
get FISA warrants on. They weren't unlawful with Hunter Biden. They should have been unlawful.
No. That's not my claim. That's not.
Yeah.
You see,
I acknowledge it's unlawful.
Right.
I gotta make.
I acknowledge it's unlawful. And what Rob says is,
it's my turn. I'll mute you. Okay. I want to make sure I'm understanding Rob's double standard argument specifically. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it, Rob. So I'm understanding you about the Danchenko stuff, right? And why that's important for the double standard specifically is because even though they had way better witnesses to suggest that there was corruption and problems going on with Biden and his son, they didn't really seriously investigate it until 1 to 2 years later. Is that? I just want to make sure that that's the double standard argument that you're making. Just
they didn't.
I'm not trying to put you in a bad position.
They didn't really investigate even 1 to 2 years later. There wasn't a real serious investigation. Pisco's making an argument that is just. I don't want to use the word bad faith. Pisco's making a dumb argument, and the argument is this. If the FBI is doing an investigation...
Can I pause you? I'm going to be so rude. Can you clarify? I'm literally just trying to understand you. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm following your argument. Was my summary of what you're saying pretty close to what your
It's close.
Argument is?
It's close, okay. But let me tell you why this argument's even... There is evidence of double standards I can give you all over the place of the FBI. The reason we're on this track right now is I'm saying... The way the investigations go is this. There are allegations of wrongdoing against a specific person. And some of these allegations are coming from confidential human sources from the FBI saying, I heard this, right? That the Bidens were being paid, that they wanted Shokin fired. Pisco's saying, no need to interview the Bidens, no need to look at their bank records, and the people that would know, like Shokin and these others, The FBI wouldn't even bother to interview them because the FBI knows they're full of shit, they're corrupt. And what I'm saying is the double standard is, right, if we just say it's absurd, one, for the FBI to not listen to allegations of corruption because they think someone themselves is corrupt. That's the defense they gave of why they listened to Igor Danchenko.
And why are you listening to Danchenko? Yeah,
right. That's basically, so the point I'm making, just to clarify, is not only did they listen to Igor Danchenko, who was a suspected Russian spy, who we now know was peddling disinformation, but they actually took the unprecedented step of using his information to spy on a president's team. And Pisco's saying, I'm not saying, oh, okay, then they should have used Shokin to spy on Biden. Pisco's saying, oh, it was unlawful what they did with the fight, so therefore Rob won't. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying if the Barr was meant to not only listen to Danchenko, but to take his information unverified, knowing he was paid for by Hillary's team, so he had skin in the game, and still use it to spy on Trump's team, why wouldn't they at least interview Shokin? Which is happening around the same time in 2016, by the way.
Apples to oranges.
Right.
So on the one hand, we have the FISA process, which I've admitted was flawed. It's unlawful. The Inspector General said as much. There's been at least one person who's been convicted. I think only one person has been convicted for lying related to intentional lying, illegal lying on one of those FISA warrant applications or some of the evidence that underlies it. And so that process was bad. It was a bad process. And we don't agree with that process. I don't agree with that process. That process should not be used as a justification for a similar process on Joe Biden or Hunter Biden. He's trying to, I guess, now mutate it and say, well, if you were willing to have an unlawful process, you should be willing to talk to Shokin. Why? The difference in like the credibility of Shokin and Danchenko is night and day in terms of like their possible corruption or possible undermining of their testimony. On the one hand, you have Danchenko, who's by all accounts only accused of being a Russian spy in like 2010, 2011. And then on the other hand, you have Shokin, who is corrupt by all measures, and the DOJ, including various actors who are working directly with the prosecutors under Shokin, hate Shokin. They don't trust him at all. They think he's been lying about a ton of shit and has been fighting for corruption and for Russian interests, as opposed to Danchenko, who has been working for like a Western institution and who is whose credibility is sort of backed by a Western spy who they Christopher Steele. So the comparison, I think, is nonsense, and I think it should not be a basis under which to I don't know, to do anything extra towards the Bidens.
So it's just what Pisco will say. It's just nonsense, apples to oranges. This is always the excuse people like Pisco will make when you show these blatant double standards. They just say, no two situations are analogous. And the suspected Russian spy that was paid for by Hillary Clinton that they used to spy on Trump's team, yes, they should have interviewed him, and maybe they shouldn't have spied, but they definitely should have interviewed him. But people that we consider corrupt that are in Ukraine and something that are alleging crimes of Joe Biden, no need to interview them, and no need to interview Joe Biden, and no need to look at his bank records. It's nonsensical. You could see the standard is completely different with the veracity that the FBI went against people. Again, Pisco's making arguments here that anyone that's involved in like any understanding of the FBI whatsoever or in the legal field whatsoever would understand clearly how what Pisco's saying here is being intentionally misleading. For example, he says, you never interview the target of an investigation. Horseshit.
Never.
Oh, what, he acts like, why would you interview the target?
Never.
Oh, but most of the time you don't.
No, I'm just saying you cannot rely on the target of investigation as the basis for substantive liability. Oftentimes, what'll happen before an indictment, you'll request an interview or sit down with the target of investigation. That's
why did they interview Mike Flynn? Were they about to have an indictment?
There was a counterintelligence investigation because Michael Flynn's they needed to know what Michael Flynn talked about with respect to the Russian ambassador Kislyak. And by the way, during that investigation, the target, was in some sense the Russian government. They needed to know who among the Russian actors was trying to influence the United States and the election, and who among Trump's campaign was liable. I don't say never go after or interview targets or try to get them in a perjury trap. That's not my position. But in this case, it just seems like weird that you know, you're taking some without even an inspector general's report out or any kind of document or knowledge really about how the investigation was conducted. You are already prejudging that investigation and saying Bill Barr was trying to cover up the corruption of the Bidens, Bill Barr, and that the Senate Republicans were trying to cover up the corruption of the Bidens. Why would they do that?
Okay, so there you have it. Pisco admits that, okay, upon further pressuring on it. Yeah, sometimes they do interview the target, but they just shouldn't this time, right? Then Pisco makes other claims that if you know anything about this, you can clear his bullshit, where he says, well, if the FBI thinks someone's corrupt, they wouldn't be willing to look at their evidence or to interview them. That's not true. They do this all the time. In fact, many RICO cases are brought because the FBI interviews people that they think are corrupt and get evidence from them, and then they use that evidence to go after the people that are the targets of the investigation. So Pisco's fallen to hoping that the people listening don't understand these processes. Just like Pisco's hoping, not to get too far in the weeds, but it's the same with the Hillary investigation, where Pisco hopes that people that aren't familiar with this process think that the way the FBI does investigations is gives everyone immunity and then says, did anybody tell you to do anything wrong? And when they say no, they go, okay, there's nothing we could do. The way in which the FBI handled the way in which the FBI handled these investigations is so duplicitous, duplicitous is the right. It's such a double standard to how they went out in every case with people connected to Trump. They went as hard as possible, and we could see again they didn't look at the bank records. They didn't interview Joe Biden. They didn't interview Shokin. They didn't interview Poroshenko. All they did was interview the people that were Biden allies. And many of those people, as I've already shown to everyone that's listening, many of those people with knowledge, when they testified, said, I'm pleading the fifth. I'm not going to tell you what my conversation with Biden was.
Wait, hang on a second. So just to be clear, right? Just to be 100% clear, what information does Shokin have that would speak to Biden's intent? The people who have knowledge of Joe Biden's intent are the people who we worked with in the State Department and the Vice President's office.
The knowledge of one of the defenses of Joe Biden is that Victor Shokin wasn't doing this investigation. Shokin claims to have evidence and has testified under oath that yes,
provided zero.
Where?
Shokin has provided zero evidence of an investigation during his tenure of Burisma. Zero.
He testified under oath that he was investigating. Is that evidence?
Oh, but hang on a second. So
I'm using your standard.
Shokin is corrupt.
There we go.
Is not corrupt. This is bedrock for us. You trust corrupt as fuck Ukrainian prosecutors over our State Department officials who have absolutely no evidence of corruption or no evidence of lying about this particular matter at all.
No,
Shokin, who has zero credibility, you trust Shokin. That's the bedrock for us.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying your standard was that it is evidence if someone testifies under oath. That is a form of evidence, correct? Yes or no? Did you say that?
It is a form of evidence.
Thank you.
I give zero credibility.
Right, okay. So the point is, he's claiming that he had
zero credibility to George Kent?
No, I don't give zero credibility to George Kent.
You give credibility to George Kent.
I don't give zero credibility to Shokin, just because your personal interpretation is when it protects the side that you want. No, that again, your interpretation is no one that criticizes Joe Biden should ever be listened to. They shouldn't be investigated. Joe Biden shouldn't be interviewed. His bank accounts shouldn't be. That's literally your statement here. Do you think that? Do you give real quick? Do you give credibility to the confidential human source that said that Zlochevsky told him 3 times he wanted Shokin fired?
Yes, I don't give credibility to Zlochevsky.
Oh, so you think Zlochevsky? Can you explain to me why?
You are the one who says Zlochevsky is a corrupt Ukrainian oligarch.
So can you explain to me?
Who says that?
So can you explain to me why Zlochevsky in private would be asking someone for help if it's all a rib? Why would he be asking this guy that he thinks is his ally, who ends up being a confidential human source for the FBI? He's just pulling his leg 3 separate times.
Why would a corrupt Ukrainian oligarch lie? Devon Archer gave you that.
No. Why would he lie to? Why would he lie? Why would he lie? Why would he lie to a person that he was seeking help? He just wholesale out of cloth made this story up. 3 times.
Devon Archer gives you the policy rationale for why a corrupt Ukrainian oligarch would lie. He tells you why. Because that's the way that the clout is worked in Ukrainian circles. And there's zero proof that any of these bribes were made. The Freedom Caucus guy, what the fuck's this representative's name? He says so as much. Is he trying to save the Bidens? Is this all one big conspiracy? I mean, you didn't answer this question, which is the reason why the Senate Republicans and Bill Barr and the Department of Justice under Trump, the reason that they didn't look into these matters sufficiently, they were trying to cover up Hunter Biden and Joe Biden's corruption.
Yes, I believe that the reason they didn't. I get it. I get the laughs, right? Why didn't Bill Barr recommend charges to the people that unlawfully spied on Donald Trump with the FISA warrants?
Because there was no criminality.
Yes, there was criminality.
Where?
Why wouldn't he expose? There was certainly criminality. Kevin Kleinsmith.
Where? Well, that he was charged.
Right, and given a slap on the wrist, but he wasn't charged by Barr at the time.
He was convicted. He was charged.
What did he get? 48 hours or something like that? Is what he ended up getting?
Wait, hang on. Isn't your basis, well, the criminality for his related conduct was not what you thought it should be?
Well, I think that the criminality...
He was charged.
But nonetheless...
Hang on a second. Wait. You just made a point.
Right.
And now you want to move off of it because you know you sound like an idiot.
No, I don't sound like an idiot. The person that's an idiot's the person that's claiming that Bill Barr, that stayed there while the FBI had this 4-year investigation into Trump that literally did nothing until after the election. Clearly, he had it was impossible to think that he was having a non-full-throated investigation. Why didn't he interview...
Why
if he
are
was
the Senate Republicans and Bill Barr, why are they trying to protect Joe
Biden?
Biden?
Let me
Why?
finish. It's not like you just asked a question. You said the one guy in the Freedom Council admits they have no evidence. This is, again, the same argument that you used with the Hillary Clinton thing, which is you say that, well, they don't have access to the bank records, and they shouldn't be allowed to interview Shokin, and they shouldn't be allowed to interview Poroshenko, and they shouldn't be allowed to interview Joe Biden, and they shouldn't...
low probative.
Oh, they shouldn't interview... Oh, and now look, there's no evidence. There's no evidence. They don't have access to Joe Biden's bank accounts. Therefore, they haven't given you evidence that Joe Biden's bank account...
Protect Joe Biden?
Bill Barr wants
to protect Joe
because
Biden?
Bill Barr's part of the swamp.
Okay, why do the Senate Republicans want to protect Joe Biden?
The Senate Republicans weren't exclusively trying to protect Joe Biden. They didn't have subpoena power. They interviewed people that stalled them, the people that were relevant, and they didn't have the power to subpoena people like Shokin and others like that. They didn't have the power to subpoena Joe Biden. They didn't have the power. I don't believe so. I don't believe it was granted to them. My reading of that Senate report wasn't that they subpoenaed any bank records, that they could compel the testimony of anyone.
That's news to me that Senate can't subpoena people.
Well, maybe they can, but I believe the type of investigation that they were having, I don't believe that investigation was subpoenaed.
So they're corrupt, right? They don't want to go after Joe Biden. That's what you're saying.
I don't know if it's because they're corrupt or because they're inept, but it's clear that they didn't do these things.
They do?
Well, I just gave you 2 reasons, didn't I?
1946. 1946, the Senate has had the power to subpoena people for investigations. It was granted in the Legislative Reorganization
Of course
Act.
they do. It's
I'm just saying that
obvious. And Mitch McConnell was in the majority. The Republicans were in the majority. They controlled the Senate at the time. And so the answer, Rob just told you, any serious investigation would have subpoenaed Shokin.
That's correct. Then it wasn't serious.
Any serious investigation would have, if you were actually looking for corruption, you would have done these steps. And so the answer, the obvious answer, since it's so obvious you would have taken these investigatory steps, is the Senate Republicans who are on this committee are corrupt. Ron Johnson. And that Bill Barr's corrupt. They have to be.
I'm telling you, I don't know if it's because they're corrupt or inept, which was the reason I gave. By the way, this was a similar reason. Can you explain why the FBI took the actions they did with the FISA? What did the IG say? It was either because they were corrupt or inept. You agree with that, right?
I think that they were both inept and flagrant.
I'm gonna
corrupt.
Pause
right
us after you finish that. Okay, hold on. Because we're about to run down another trail of thought, which is fine. I just want to make sure that I get 2 questions clarified for this realm of thought that we are at right now. Okay, so I have a question for each of you. So my first question for Pisco is, I understand that the reason that they gave for not interviewing Shokin is because he's corrupt.
They didn't give a reason. I'm just speculating.
That's your speculation. Okay.
Yeah.
They didn't give a reason. So the question so if your reasoning is maybe because he's corrupt, do you think that even if you interview somebody corrupt, couldn't that create a situation where you catch him in lies? Like, my understanding is that even if you're suspicious of corruption, interviewing them can still just glean you information that you can later use to just nail them if you find blatant lies in their statement.
The truth is, these actors that Rob wants to bring in are outside the jurisdiction of the United States. At least the ones, Onashenko.
So they couldn't subpoena them.
you could still issue a subpoena, but like they would have to voluntarily come to the
Which they wanted to.
Enforceable. So say them. Onyshenko was given an opportunity. Onyshenko was talked to by the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice went out, because Onyshenko kept saying, they're not talking to me, and the Department of Justice released a statement saying, we did talk to him, and we have no interest in further collaboration with this guy, Onyshenko. By the way, this guy was later tagged by the Trump Treasury Department under Mnuchin as a Russian propagandist and was sanctioned for being a Russian propagandist trying to influence the 2020 election. Just to give you a kind of insight into who this character is: unsavory, untrustworthy, spoken to before by the DOJ. And Rob Noerr says if they don't interview Onyshenko, it's corruption. That's ridiculous.
Right. I'm just trying to clarify for you. They didn't interview Shokin. It's possible because of corruption.
He's a liar. He's not credible. I don't even know where he is. He might be in Russia, and I don't. When he says that he wants to come to the United States to
I don't care what anyone
talk,
says publicly.
I don't really believe that he would be willing to do that. He wasn't even. He doesn't have a visa anyway. That was rejected.
Okay, and then a question for Rob. This is going pretty far back. I just want to get this question answered before we kind of jump into a slightly different direction. Which is going, you said we were talking about Dashenko and Shokin and about the kind of double standards that you were outlining. Pisco's response to you was basically that Dashenko is not comparable to Shokin because in the case of Dashenko's witness, he was suspected of being corrupt, but it sounds like no serious allegations were laid, nothing was charged against him. Whereas in the case of Shokin, he is demonstrably, indisputably, no questions corrupt, which is why they might have been more dismissive of
Show me. Okay, if that's the
do you think that they are analogous, or is this missing?
Well, you just said it. I'll ask you, Erudite or Pisco. Can you show me what Shokin's been charged with? What crime has he been charged with of corruption?
Where? In the United States?
I don't know why.
Anywhere. Ukraine.
There's no jurisdictional. Wait, there's no jurisdictional.
How about in
United
Ukraine?
States for him to be
How about
charged.
Ukraine?
I don't know that his that he's been prosecuting Ukraine.
Right. So
I don't
then,
know where he is.
So then what Erudite just said, if she's either she's not correct in translating what Pisco's saying, or she was this. Well, the difference is, Dashenko they investigated him, but they didn't charge him with corruption or anything, so that's one thing. But with Shokin, it's indisputable. Well, they didn't investigate him and charge him with corruption. They didn't do anything of the nature. So the idea that it's like one guy, because the investigation closed, then clearly he's not corrupt because there wasn't a finding of... But with Shokin, I just want to be clear to everyone listening, there was no evidence of Shokin being charged with a crime or anything like that. The only evidence that they're having is that Shokin, like every prosecutor that we've talked about in Ukraine, is alleged to have been corrupt. It is nonsense...
Do you think that? Sorry, I'm just a bit confused. My understanding of your former arguments is that you believe that Shokin is quite corrupt, Rob.
I don't know. No, I don't know that. I haven't said that, and there's not been evidence.
It's more likely that he was not corrupt, and that all these people in the West are lying.
No, I think...
That's what you think is... Which is more likely? That
my goodness.
Corrupt or not corrupt?
Well, I know. You have to get in and hurry up and try to filibuster what I'm saying. I've explained this situation to you several times. I explained it once here today. I will re-explain it. It is almost indisputable because we have audio evidence that the real person that was corrupt was the ally of the United States, Poroshenko, who you admitted you have no reason to dispute... But let me finish. Who you admitted you have no reason to dispute that, yes, he is someone who is directing his PGO to solicit bribes and stuff like that. I said there were one of two possibilities, that Shokin was just a legitimate investigator who was investigating things, and then behind the scenes Poroshenko was soliciting bribes. Then he would tell Shokin, okay, please,
likely.
and or that, please, I'll finish. When Pisco agrees to stop interrupting me and let me finish, I'll go. Until then,
I'll mute myself.
Thank you. Right? The second scenario is that it's likely that Shokin actually knew that Poroshenko was soliciting bribes and was part of it. Either way, I don't know which scenario is more likely. I would say that they're probably about a 50-50 chance. This would look the same to the West. So someone like George Kent would say, it looks like Shokin's corrupt because we know bribes are being paid to the government. No, by the way, no one's ever alleged, and I'll leave Pisco dispute this if you want, no one's ever alleged that Victor Shokin had a bribe or provided any proof that Victor Shokin got bribes. No one. Not when he was in office.
That he's directly taken over.
Right.
I don't know that.
So the question becomes: is he corrupt, or are his bosses that ultimately are the ones that will allow him to bring charges or something corrupt? I don't know what the answer is. However, it is absurd to think that somehow because he's allegedly corrupt, that they're not going to take, the FBI is not going to take his testimony when it's backed up by all of this other circumstantial and actual reporting evidence like the confidential human source. It is absurd to suggest that. It's just Pisco making excuses for why people that he wants to label as obviously corrupt shouldn't even be interviewed by the FBI, but people like Igor Dushenko that was a suspected spy, they absolutely should be interviewed by the FBI. Just so happens that one's attacking Trump and the other's attacking Biden.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, hold on. I want to make sure I'm understanding Rob correctly. 'Cause I feel like Rob is starting to feel like maybe I'm like Pisco's side, which I'm genuinely. I just want to make sure I'm not making any argument any way at all. I'm asking questions to make sure I understand both of you. That's it. So to make sure that I'm understanding you, the reason why you feel like Dushenko and Shokin would be analogous, possible like whistleblowers and like basically witnesses to take seriously. If Dushenko's a serious witness, then Shokin should as well, because neither is really shown to be corrupt, and you've also outlined there's kind of this suspicious pattern in your mind of like who the FBI wants to label as too corrupt to talk to, even though there's not as much evidence as maybe like there should be. Am I understanding you correctly? So that they're analogous to you because they're both not clearly corrupt, or maybe they are.
Yes, with two caveats. The first is their alleged corruption should be irrelevant if there is evidence, there or testimony that they're willing to provide about a criminal matter. FBI does this all the time, talks to people they think are shady or corrupt, and they talk to them and see what their evidence is. And second, it would be actually worse in the case of Dushenko in this suggestion, because they knew that Dushenko was paid for by Trump's opposition. There is no evidence that Viktor Shokin was paid for by the opposition of Joe Biden. So that makes it even worse that they would not only interview Dushenko, right, but then take his word, unverified, and use it for investigations. They did the exact opposite with Shokin, with Onyshenko, etc.
Okay. And I just want to check with both of you because you guys have been talking for 3.5 hours. Should we wrap up in like 10 to 20 minutes? I know you guys will. Should we like wrap in like 10 to 20 minutes?
10 to 20 minutes is fine. Can I leave Pisco talk here for a minute while I take a restroom break and Pisco can talk? Is that cool?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So I just want to respond to some stuff. And, starting with the Danchenko, Onyshenko,
yeah, can you establish
Shokin,
the corruption Shokin-Danchenko comparison?
Yeah. So I guess first on the equivalence there, I think a lot of this has to do with who's available. Danchenko's in the United States. He's a permanent resident, right? And so honestly, I think a lot of the decisions about who to interview, a lot of it probably has to do with like cost and who's available and who you trust. And I think that the FBI has a reason to trust Danchenko more than they do Shokin. But also logistics play a key component into it and about who has the relevant evidence. I don't think Shokin has the relevant evidence about Joe Biden's corruption. That would be like contained by people in the United States who were talking to him about what was going through their minds in the removal of Shokin. And so that's exactly who the Senate talked to, is the people who were in the room, the people who talked to Joe Biden, the people who it makes sense to talk to. Yeah, they didn't interview Hunter Biden that I know of, but again, he was under criminal investigation. He would have taken the fifth. It would have been futile. And what's more is you don't always interview the target of investigation. There's sometimes very good reasons not to do that. One of them is it's a really political act, right? To grand jury subpoena Joe Biden, when in the middle of the, right? So like everyone here acknowledges that they have a problem with the Department of Justice levying charges at Trump. There are other reasons why I think that that's totally justified, but the reason is because of the propriety and the public-facing nature of it, and they call it election fraud. But yet they want a grand jury subpoena Joe Biden over what? Over some nonsense, which is totally uncorroborated. And so those factors all might play into why he wasn't either interviewed or grand jury subpoenaed or any of that stuff. On the actual question of corruption, with Rob, up is down, down is up, right? He says the Senate Republicans are corrupt, or at the very least inept, right? The Senate Republicans are inept or corrupt. The Department of Justice, inept or corrupt. They have to be, right? In order for Rob's story to make sense, the DOJ, I think he thinks DOJ on balance is corrupt, and he has to think the Senate Republicans are corrupt. He also, incidentally, just said there's a 50% chance in his mind that Victor Shokin is corrupt. 50% chance that both Victor Shokin, the DOJ, and Senate Republicans and all these people are corrupt, and the State Department's corrupt too. This, to me, just seems like ad hoc reasoning to count evidence when it helps you, discount evidence when it hurts you, and to cut and paste aspects from different testimonies to paint your narrative. They're corrupt when you need them to be. They're not corrupt when you don't need them to be. With respect to like what's going on here, I think it's beyond a shadow of a doubt that Victor Shokin was corrupt. And if there's a 50% chance that Victor Shokin was corrupt, I think that Rob should say there's a 50% chance that the State Department and all these officials are 100% correct in their estimation of who Victor Shokin is and that estimation. You might say that still doesn't clear Joe Biden, but at the very least, it adds and bolsters credibility to the State Department and all these actors who you want to discount when they're talking about the conversation with the EU. You say, I don't trust them on those conversations because they have skin in the game. But there's a 50% chance they're correct about Shokin. If they're correct about Shokin, why don't you buy that the EU was having conversations with the State Department and other people prior to Joe Biden's onboarding? It's just this game of what's the Schrodinger's corruption. It's always there's not one narrative here that Rob Noerr is clinging to. It keeps it ambiguous.
The evidence for you that Shokin is clearly more corrupt than Danchenko
would
be, I think you listed things like he didn't investigate certain murders, he didn't investigate serious bribery
what about
claims.
Murders? He didn't investigate.
I thought you said murders in somewhere. I can't remember.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, he didn't investigate. You're absolutely correct. He did not prosecute the Maidan massacre people, right? Okay. And there was a huge push to do that. Remember the snipers and all that stuff, allegations? There was a huge push to have that investigated, and he did not do that. There was a huge push to investigate the prosecutors who had taken a bribe in favor of Zlochevsky. Remember, Zlochevsky had bribed prosecutors before. In the late 2014, the State Department goes into the Prosecutor General's office, which at this point is not being run by Shokin, walks into one of the deputies' room and says, who took the bribe? Because there's already a record of Burisma and Zlochevsky bribing the Prosecutor General's office. He was not prosecuting those people, the people who had taken the bribe from this Prosecutor General's office. And then this Diamond prosecutor scandal comes out, and he's not prosecuting those people. And he's resisting the institutional anti-corruption changes that are being lauded in the West. He's resisting that. So all of that is showing, right, that he is corrupt. And Rob's court kind of refrain here, which is there any evidence that Eddie Wood took a direct bribe or that Shokin took a direct bribe? That's not the definition of corruption. You would agree that if you're purposely not looking at someone, or because it might help a political ally, or you're purposely not going after your friends, that's the definition of corruption. Wouldn't it be like if Merrick Garland was like, I'm not going after Joe Biden because I like him, you would be like, that's corruption. And so I just think that this entire story that Rob unravels is not credible.
I'll take my 10 minutes.
Go to the bathroom. I can listen, and Rob,
I'll take my 10 minutes
while I'm
now.
in the bathroom.
So, Pisco outlined. First, let me retract something that I said as I'm looking, right? It turns out that the Senates did have subpoena power. They subpoenaed Painter, I think, from Blue Star Strategies, right? It could be that they're corrupt. It could be that they're inept, or it could be that the people that are on that committee necessarily weren't corrupt or inept, but they didn't have the political capital from people like Mitch McConnell or the others to do things like subpoena Hunter Biden or Joe Biden, because they knew that the Democrats would make a big stink about how this was election interference and things like that, and they didn't have the political capital to be able to subpoena bank records. And as Pisco already admitted, they don't have an enforcement mechanism anyways. The enforcement would be the DOJ, which, yes, I am alleging is corrupt. Now, Pisco makes it sound like, I have to say that all of these are corrupt. Well, that's been my argument the entire time, and every time I have a debate with Pisco on this, we can see how that's the case, how the DOJ and the FBI has engaged in double standards, such as we see their blatant bias when it comes to like things from the Durham report. Remember, the Durham report said, he concluded they weren't even concerned about specific changes to make at the FBI, because the culture was such that they weren't embracing the ideas of fidelity, integrity, etc. And so until that sort of thing changed, even incremental changes wouldn't be that much of an effect. That's from an official investigation, which Pisco will tell you we have to accept official investigations, but for some reason he doesn't believe that one. Anyways, so yes, there was a double standard in how these things happen. Now, he goes on to this narrative about Shokin. There's a 50% chance Shokin is corrupt. I've already went through this many times, but he's hoping that you don't understand this, so I'll outline it very clearly. It could be the only person providing evidence to make everything a scenario that would make all of the evidence fit is me, right? It could be that George Kent thought, and people at the State Department thought Shokin was corrupt. It could be that Shokin actually was corrupt, or they just thought he was corrupt because he wasn't getting results because his boss, Poroshenko, was corrupt and was taking bribes. We have evidence that Poroshenko was not only taking bribes in the past from Zlochevsky, but that Zlochevsky was reaching out to him in December after it was already known that, or after there was, according to Pisco, pressure that there was going to be the firing of Shokin. He's still reaching out and offering a bribe to Poroshenko at that point. We have the reporting of Ken Vogel that says that they wanted Shokin gone and they wanted Litsenko. We have the confidential source that says Zlochevsky 3 times in 3 different conversations said we wanted Shokin out, we were paying bribes to get Shokin out. Pisco's going to have to say all of those people were wrong. Now, Zlochevsky's intentionally lying for no reason at all to someone he thinks is his friend, like, hey, can you help me out with this situation? He's just wholesale making a story up. Just completely making it up. Because he's just a bad dude. He's just a bad dude. And Shokin's just corrupt, so we shouldn't interview him. And Ken Vogel was wrong in his reporting, so we just shouldn't trust him that they want them out. Like, it could be that there was bribes being, like, I know this is difficult to understand, but it could be that you have this corrupt prosecutor, that Shokin was corrupt, or that his boss is corrupt. And that it's pissing off Hunter Biden's boss. Because he's like, I'm tired of fucking paying bribes. I'm tired of having this hang over my head. I want this fucking guy gone. Call DC. Get him gone. That's why they're saying we're under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. That's why they're sending emails out November 2nd saying, we want you to reach out to your contacts in the United States with the ultimate goal of closing down cases and investigations in Ukraine. That's what he's saying, right? It all makes sense if what they really wanted was they wanted Shokin gone, or if you take Pisco's version, they wanted the United States to stop applying pressure that led to Zlochevsky feeling pressured. What he can't get around is that's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. Once Shokin was gone, within 6 months, Burisma got what they wanted. Joe Biden hasn't been interviewed. Hunter Biden hasn't been interviewed. Their bank records weren't subpoenaed. And Pisco's defense is, well, we don't have evidence that Joe Biden ever got this money because his bank records weren't subpoenaed. And then he's going to rely on the same talking point that every time you bring up these double standards is, oh, you're just saying that people would be corrupt. That's absurd. How could people be corrupt? That's ridiculous. If it was someone that was there while Trump was there, clearly the DOJ and the FBI under Trump were his tool. Clearly they were there to benefit him. Never mind, we could see that there was clear bias, even if you don't think they acted upon it, by almost all the leadership at the FBI. You can even see from how Bill Barr talks about Trump now that he probably wasn't the biggest fan of Trump, right? So the idea that he's resting, and again, this is what we're talking about. We're not talking about 100% guilt of Joe Biden. It looks pretty damn bad. It really does, right? But we're talking about it didn't even meet the threshold for an investigation when he did this quid pro quo in 2015. It didn't even meet the threshold for looking at his bank records or interviewing him even now. It's an absurd statement. The last thing I'll say is, when we're talking about an impeachment inquiry, I do hope, one, that it is able to bring out more evidence of corruption that we didn't know previously. That way Pisco could try to defend, those other investigations were legitimate. They were, but they did, they didn't come up with some of this evidence now because he's the one fighting against a more active investigation and doing things like subpoenaing bank records and things like that. But the other thing to remember is this isn't an impeachment inquiry doesn't even have to find proof of criminality, because impeachment is a political remedy. So it doesn't have to be that they prove Joe Biden committed a crime. If they believe that he acted improperly, that would be enough to justify an impeachment inquiry. And I think there is more than enough evidence to suggest that that inquiry is legitimate, But most importantly, that inquiry could show that the FBI should have been doing these types of investigations for 7 years now.
A lot of coulds. It could be the case that it could be the case that George Kent's telling the truth. It could be that Shokin's corrupt or not corrupt. 50-50, who knows? Could be the case that this and that is not necessary. Like, this entire...
This is going to be your closing statement, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
Ron,
this entire stack of cards, deck of cards, whatever, I don't know what the analogy is built on conjecture and unfinished theories, right? He doesn't even have a full theory about what's going on in Ukraine in the sense of one that he's sticking to. He's arguing in the alternative. And on that basis, he wants you to conclude that there's enough of a there that Joe Biden was acting improperly when he can't even get it straight who is acting corruptly in this investigation in terms of his final theory that he wants to present. It's a lot of guesswork, but ultimately he has to come back to the investigation into it were illegitimate, and they were illegitimate because ultimately they were corrupt. Because I believe if you were to press Rob Noerr, if you were asked, point blank, would you vote for removal from office? Is there enough evidence to establish that Joe Biden did something with respect to this case? There might be other stuff, but at least with respect solely to the Burisma related matter, would you have enough evidence to remove him from office? I think that he would struggle, I guess I'll ask him right now, as part of my final answer, would you vote for removal of office?
You want me? Can I respond? Is that all right?
Yeah, just real quick, and then
I'll
continue after.
I don't know that I would if I'm being a person of integrity. However, in this situation where people like you have cheered for the weaponization, I probably would.
Okay, so as a person of integrity, Rob wouldn't vote for removal from office. And, I think that's the position that's the most honest, because in order to remove him from office, in order to convict him of a crime, if there were a crime associated with this, and I agree with that impeachment is a political beast, that he wouldn't necessarily have had to violate a criminal statute to be subject to impeachment and removal. I agree with Rob on that. Abuse of power would certainly fit the bill. If you were going to give him one of those sanctions, there has to be sufficient proof. And there just isn't sufficient proof to impose on him a removal from office or a conviction of a crime if there is one associated with it. The reason why I'm against this impeachment inquiry is because this has been investigated ad nauseum by previous investigations, and because the origins of this entire conspiracy theory, because it is a conspiracy theory, by the sheer definition of that word, it is a conspiracy, and one that I think is unfounded. The origins of this was a Giuliani cooked up drug deal in Ukraine, that's a metaphor, where it was clear what was being pressured for was a political announcement of investigations into Joe Biden, and that what was being requested by Donald Trump to the Ukrainian prosecutor and then the two Ukrainian presidents, really, Poroshenko and Zelensky, was an announcement of an investigation into the Bidens. That was the crime here. That was the impeachable offense that Trump should have been removed for. Admittedly, under Rob Noerr's theory of the case, Lutsenko is a corrupt prosecutor. And admittedly, Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani solicited Lutsenko, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor, to announce a political and corrupt investigation into Joe Biden. That is what's at stake here, and that's the origin of this conspiracy theory. And it's why I don't trust it. I don't trust the people who are purveying it. I don't trust Viktor Shokin. I don't trust Onashenko. These people have zero credibility. You know who has more credibility, who haven't been caught in 1,000 lies or covering up corruption? George Kent, Victoria Nuland, the other Secretary of State, the State Department people who testified. When you want to talk about people who come to the determination that there is no evidence, the New York Times article author, who I'm not remembering at this moment, you'll remind me of.
Vogel.
Rob, his name? Vogel, also claims that there's no evidence of Joe Biden's involvement. And people who have seen the classified documents in this case say there's no evidence. And so on that basis, I think that both there is no evidence and there's been enough investigation into this nonsense, and that this inquiry is purely political. Now, I say that, but I do think there should be continued investigation into the Hunter Biden investigation related DOJ discrepancy. So I think that that's a legitimate use of congressional oversight authority. I don't think it should be framed as an impeachment inquiry. And I think if there are some non-Burisma related matters to investigate, that's fine, that they can do that too. But I don't think it should be framed as an impeachment inquiry. And I think the specific investigation into the Joe Biden removal pressure, that is not proper and therefore should cease.
Do you mind if I ask you a question unrelated to the closing here, real quick? There was a early February 2016 freezing of assets that we've talked about often by Shokin.
Yeah.
You say that was just something that was done previously, and then a court overruled and they reinstated it. Do you know when that occurred, when initially those assets were frozen?
The initial freezing of the Ukrainian assets?
Correct.
I believe that happened in February of 2015.
But wait. No, in February 2015 is when they refroze the assets.
February 2016 is when they refroze.
Oh, so you think it happened in February 2015. So was that under Yerema or Shokin?
I believe it was in the interim.
Okay. I think so. All right. Then I'll give my closing.
And also on that point, real quick, that freezing of the assets. There's some allegations that was done by these deputies, Casco. I don't know. I haven't followed up on that. But to the extent that they were done, I don't think that it's a true seizure. It's a technical reinstatement of a seizure that was already effected prior.
Okay. So I'll get
any last final thoughts for like a minute, and then we got.
I get a minute after that.
Was your response? Okay, you guys are going so far back and forth. Okay, you get.
I'm done. I can be
6
done.
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. No more back and forth, so that I can actually track closing. So
okay.
Go ahead, Rob.
All
That's
right.
your closing.
All right. The burden is there a double standard at the FBI? Is there a double standard for the stance of these investigations? If you look at the investigations that happened against Trump and the people surrounding him versus investigations that happened to other people, it is clear that there is a double standard in how this was approached. Here are the facts as we know them. We know that Devon Archer said he heard Zlochevsky say call DC, which he interpreted, he said, as he called his dad, is what he said. You could listen to Pisco and them laugh and say later he said it was unclear. That is not what he's talking about. He's talking about it's unclear exactly what they talked about. He's very clear when he says that he called his dad. That's what he meant. But even if we don't accept that and he just called people in DC, we know that after that call, Biden gets on a plane. Gets on the plane and demands the firing of Shokin. Shokin gets fired. And then all of a sudden, the pressure against Burisma ends. This is indisputable. Burisma gets what they want. The new guy comes in, gives them a slap on the wrist. The United States is no longer pressuring Burisma. We had a big, long conversation about this. Pisco says, well, they're pressuring Litsenko, perhaps, but that pressure isn't directed towards Burisma. Zlochevsky felt that he was being pressured, he says, by Ukrainian government investigations, which I think, because he's going to Poroshenko to offer bribes and things like that, he means from the Prosecutor General's office. But even if we accept Pisco's argument that Ukrainian government investigations really means pressure from the West, which I think on its face is silly, that pressure ends. There is no answer to that. None. Given the circumstances that we see, that we know there was a conflict of interest with Hunter Biden being on that board, we know that he was being told in November to reach out to his assets in the United States. We know that he reached out to Amos Hutchinson, who was a special envoy who had previously in October talked to Joe Biden about his son being on the board of Burisma, but would not testify as to what the rest of that conversation was about. We know that Hutchinson then is on the airplane, and he's sitting there with Biden again. We know that Biden has denied, one, anyone ever warning him about the conflict of interest, and second, being aware of business dealings. We could see the pictures. We know that Joe Biden was involved in dinners and phone calls and things like that with these very people that were being told that he thought was corrupt, the people in Burisma and things like that. We could see all of this. We could see that there was a confidential human source that said that Shokin 3 times said Shokin wanted, or Zlochevsky wanted Shokin fired, and says that he bribed Joe Biden to get Shokin fired. The only explanation that Pisco gives is, well, Zlochevsky's just a liar. Why would this guy, this criminal oligarch, why would he just be making bullshit up? Why would he do that? Why in 2016 would he be reaching out to a guy saying, I need your help? We're looking for help to be able to like get these investigations closed against us and to get these gas leases. And so this guy that he's seeking help from, he just totally makes up this story. Oh, and by the way, we don't want Victor Shokin, and now that we worked with Biden to get him removed, and now that he's removed, they'll drop the investigations into us. That happened. The FBI had this testimony in 2017. They did nothing. They didn't investigate. They didn't seize bank records. They didn't investigate Joe Biden. They didn't interview Joe Biden. They didn't interview Hunter Biden. The evidence is overwhelming, albeit circumstantial at this point, that would rise to a level that would justify an investigation. Pisco says, well, okay, they probably didn't look at bank records, and they didn't interview Shokin, and they didn't interview Poroshenko, and they didn't interview Onishenko, and they didn't interview Biden, and they didn't interview Hunter Biden. But that's okay. You don't interview targets of investigations, and those people that are alleging his wrongdoing are corrupt. All that matters is George Kent said, well, we think Shokin's corrupt. That Victoria Nuland said, we think Shokin's corrupt. That is not a defense. Shokin could have been corrupt in that he was soliciting bribes. They could have want Shokin fired. But that's not dispositive that this benefited Hunter Biden. And if Joe Biden knew that it would benefit Hunter Biden, it would be inappropriate. In the words of Pisco, even if it factored into 1% of his calculus. There is no reason that there shouldn't have been an investigation. The investigations that Pisco cites, right, the initial FBI investigation, the impeachment investigation is a joke. That investigation was controlled by Democrats to focus on taking out Donald Trump. Then you had the DOJ investigation, which didn't do things like subpoena records, interview these people. Then you had the Republican-led Senate investigation, which also didn't do those things. He wants you to believe, just like the same people wanted you to believe that said that there was wrongdoing under the, FBI investigation in Crossfire Hurricane and things like that. It couldn't have been. It was Trump people there. It was Trump people. It was Trump's DOJ, so it couldn't have been corrupt. It is nonsense. When the overwhelming evidence is there that these necessary steps weren't taken, it is ridiculous to say, oh, well, we just have to say that it couldn't have happened that way because if it would have, it would be corrupt and Trump's people wouldn't do that. It's nonsensical. The evidence is overwhelming that would have justified, at least at the bare minimum, an FBI investigation that took the minimum stance of interviewing Hunter Biden, interviewing Joe Biden, and looking at their bank records. If this was Donald Trump, it is undoubted that they would have done that and more. Absolutely. Every one of us know it. Pisco knows it. Erudite knows it. Everyone watching knows. If it was Trump, they would have went after him as strong as possible. The other part of this is the other defense, other than Shokin wasn't interviewing, is everyone was suggesting that Shokin be fired. It could be that people were suggesting that. We've yet to find any evidence. There is no contemporaneous evidence of any international body whatsoever in the form of emails, in the form of official memos, in the forms of any official policy that they were recommending firing Shokin. The best Pisco has is, well, the EU memo that says that they thought benchmarks were being met and didn't suggest firing Shokin. Well, that's not necessarily, in dispute with you could also believe Shokin wanted to be fired. Maybe that evidence will come. It's not sufficient, but that's the only defense that is offered. The only defense at all. Lastly, if you don't think that this rises to the level of at least an impeachment inquiry, seeing as how we have Joe Biden lying over and over, provably lying about this, a situation where we're talking about a corrupt oligarch that he issued, in the words of Pisco, admitted it, for the first time in history, an unprecedented action, that we used a quid pro quo to force the firing of a prosecutor, that the prosecutor that came after was corrupt, that there was never even the suggestion by any of these organizations in the West to fire Litsenko, that they knew that Poroshenko was this guy that was putting corrupt cronies, but that was okay. They just, for whatever reason, said, just this one time, the first time in history this has happened, that we conditioned aid on the firing of a prosecutor, just so happened to be a time when it was a prosecutor that was tasked with looking in to the company that Joe Biden's son was on the board of directors. There was the freezing of assets and things like that occurred. We're told none of that matters. It doesn't matter. Regardless if it happened before Shokin was there, Shokin kept those assets frozen. And it clearly pissed off, in the testimony of Devon Archer, it pissed off Zlochevsky. He wanted his assets unfrozen. He wanted the case closed. And none of it happened under Shokin. It only happened when Joe Biden, who was the ultimate decider that came up on his own with this idea of this quid pro quo, forced the firing of Shokin, And then finally, Burisma got what they wanted. Their investment into Hunter Biden was well received. They got what they wanted at the end of the day. If that's not reason enough to justify an investigation and question why the FBI wasn't immediately investigating this, then you may want to wonder whether or not you're a partisan hack who has to flee to Australia and, go on vacation and shit like that because he can't look at himself in the mirror. But yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate both of you so much. I'm going to publish a book afterwards of all of my notes from this conversation. I'm sure it'll make a killing.
It's a deep chasm, and there's a lot of different stuff here. I don't know what is it with, like, it's my brain is fried. We've done four hours of this, but basically there's a lot of stuff here. And if I can give any advice to anybody who's going to discuss this with Rob, is if you don't understand like the structure of the argument or the facts here, it's not going to be fun because it is very fact intensive. And yeah, so Erudite, you coming at it with a kind of like pseudo fresh approach, I'm sure it was at times a little bit overwhelming, the names and different things you were pointing to.
Yeah, but I think you guys did a pretty good job of letting me stop you and clarify things, and I took notes. So I appreciate you guys being patient when I wasn't tracking and having to back you guys up and re-go over some stuff. I feel like I learned enough to know what questions I need answered to know what I think about this situation, which is actually huge because before I was like, I don't even know where to start. I don't even know what questions I need to ask and have answered to even figure out what I think about this situation. So I've mostly ended with a list of like 7 to 8 questions that I need to like answer. But that's better than before where I was just like, is Burisma a city or a business? I don't know. So I'm leagues ahead. So I
thank you
appreciate
so much
both
for organizing
coming on.
it, Erudite.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, it was fun, and I'm happy to have these conversations, particularly with people that haven't heard sort of the bare, at least outline of facts, even if we disagree on that, like at least an outline of what's going on there. Because I think most people, they just hear whatever CNN tells them or whatever Fox News tells them, right? And they're not doing a step to look into it further. So,
yeah.
Can you at least say, Rob, that I'm willing to do my homework? I'm willing to.
I say this all the time about you. I think that you are biased. I think that you are partisan. But one of the reasons I like talking to you is you're willing to look into the specifics of things, which increases my understanding of things because then I'm forced to look into the specifics. If you compare that to someone like, like these lefties I debated on TikTok, they're just like, no, it's all bullshit. Trump's corrupt. Like, it's not. There's no right. There's no.
I think you had a. Yeah, no, I think that you had a good. I think Kyla's a good moderator because I always put Kyla in a kind of alt box or a pseudo alt box, 1 foot in the alt sphere and one foot in the establishment sphere, and so I think that she straddles the line like with her Ayurveda takes, and then but like also has some Democrat takes.
You mean my based Ayurveda takes?
So I think that she was a good focal. Like she's the kind of person who I think will fairly consider the evidence, and so maybe
I thought the moderation. Yeah, I thought it was fine. For what goes on here. But what do you think? Just tell us, Erudite. What do you think? Do you think that do you support the impeachment investigation inquiry?
I am not there yet, actually. The impeachment inquiry is complicated by a number of questions that I have that we didn't really get to in this, which is what is the impact that it has on like the trust in institutions to do impeachment inquiries? Is the standards, I don't actually know what the standards for impeachment inquiry is. I actually have no idea what it is, so I would need to just look into that to figure out like if the Hunter Biden stuff. What I will say is I don't actually fully buy that the Hunter Biden situation is just a massive nothing burger, which is I feel like what people have kind of portrayed it as. The issue is, I don't know if what happened doesn't get basically absorbed pretty well into plausible deniability and like kind of sussy, like nepotistic bullshit that like probably lots of politicians do. And I think at the end of the day, the fact that like the Republican Senate specifically didn't find like major suspicion. I am curious about like the future investigation with the Senate and stuff to get like certain things subpoenaed. It's really weighs on me to go, if there is something here, it's probably way less intense than what maybe like Rob would suggest that it is. So that's kind of like where I view it as, but there's a whole bunch of questions I need to answer still going forward, because depending on the answers to these questions, then the Hunter Biden case is either a much, much, much bigger deal that does require impeachment, or it's like somewhere probably in the middle to smaller. And then again, I don't know if that would meet the threshold for impeachment specifically.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
sorry, super lame.
no, that's interesting to hear. You know, I think that we'll we'll see.
You think it's a what?
I think it's a massive nothing burger as relates to Joe Biden.
Here's the thing. If it's not a nothing burger, like if everything's kosher, so my thoughts are basically this: if everything ends up being kosher, which I'm willing to believe that maybe it is, then it makes me feel like there's some serious policy updates that need to be made, because there's like questions to be like, why the fuck is Hunter Biden there at all? Like, why is a not even recovered drug addict the board of a Ukrainian energy sector? That makes no sense at all. Why is he there? Which means at minimum nepotism, right? And so like, to me, I'm like, if nothing has actually violated the law at all on Joe Biden, then it makes me more mad about like the way that we do certain policies that like politicians and their families.
I get you, but like, how can Joe Biden prevent Hunter from being on the board?
He should have recused it. He should have recused himself at a minimum for being the person that came up with the quid pro quo. I mean, I don't understand how that's even a dispute.
I'm not going into that. I'm not saying that Joe should have prevented it. I'm saying that there should be some level of like scrutiny and like conduct that goes, why would Hunter be on this board? Like, really seriously, why is Hunter?
Well, we know why he was on the board. Even Pisco owned it, because he was the vice president's son. He was selling access or the appearance of access. That's what he was doing.
I don't disagree that that's what. Listen, I don't think.
I think that's
Hunter Biden was brought on for his like acumen. I think he was brought on because he was like probably thought that he could smooth relations with the West. I think that's probably why he was brought on.
And he probably can to some degree. The issue is, can he criminally? That's the real question.
Well, yes.
I don't think he could.
Because, he can't. Criminally, it depends what you mean by that. Like, if he didn't register as a foreign agent, which he didn't, and he was engaged in lobbying, that's a crime.
That's another discussion. I have my own thoughts about that. I think it's possible he never had that call with his dad. I don't.
Did he talk to Amos Hutchinson?
I think that Amos Hutchinson told him that essentially that they're aware of the conflict of interest, or the appearance of the conflict of interest. I almost think that the appearance of conflict of interest is a point against is the fact that this was well known and they continue to do it. I think that's actually a point against a finding of corruption, that they would continue to do it even though that there's apparent conflict of interest or one that appears.
Now that's laughable. So your argument is, if it was corrupt, they would have stopped.
Rob, let's let Erudite go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hash out this last point.
The final thought that I would give is, if it is the case that there's like some sussy nepotistic stuff that's going on, which I believe that there is, I don't think there's any other reason Hunter Biden is there. I do think that
is not nepotism, though. I'm sorry to interrupt. That's not nepotism, is it? I mean, that's just using your name. Like, nepotism would be like hiring someone, or like if Joe Biden had control of Burisma, telling, "Hey, go get him."
It's not nepotism.
It's a broad way of nepotism. I get it, but
let's use a different word that isn't nepotism, but is everything that I think most of us would agree is like sussy, gross, and like not something that like. It very much points to the leftist concern about like the rich keeping money circulating and propping themselves up because of network in large part. So maybe it's not nepotism, but it's something akin to that.
Yeah,
but regardless,
it's family clout. Yeah, thank you so much for doing
like insider trading and stuff. There are like unfortunately like bigger fish to fry as far as like corruption in government. So yeah.
Good talk.
All right. Yeah. Are you heading out, Erudite? I'll talk to you for a second, Pisco.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, so I'll let you guys stay in my room because nobody will bug you.
Oh shit! Yeah, yeah, we're gonna stay here just for a quick second.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Thanks a lot.
You don't think that if he's talking to Hutchison, that's foreign lobbying? He's talking to U.S. He's getting emails.
Not necessarily.
Oh, he's getting emails saying reach out to your contacts. He's reaching out 2 days later.
As Farah defines it, I have my questions about that.
Well, we'll see.
I think that's one of the reasons why, because I think that if you could point to Hunter Biden like doing what Blue Star's doing, then yes, I think that's yes. But if Hunter Biden is not doing what Blue Star's doing, I think that's a harder case. I think that's one of the reasons why. But they might bring the charges, so I don't know. The reason why I think they might bring the charges is because when the judge sort of asked, like, does this cover FARA? And they're like, and the prosecutor's like, no. And Hunter Biden's defense like, yes.
Well, they're going to try to avoid those charges at all costs, because the question is, if he was lobbying, who was he lobbying to? And that's what they're seeking to avoid. They'll charge him with gun shit because that doesn't affect the greater scheme of things, right? So they'll be like, taxes, guns. But once you get to
the State Department, you could say the State Department, or that he was using Blue Star as an agent, or something. There could be some theory that doesn't implicate Joe Biden.
Well, there could be. Well, that's absolutely true theoretically, but the problem is perceptually, how's that look to the voter? They don't want that because it looks bad. Oh, Joe Biden was lobbying, or Hunter Biden was lobbying.
That's assuming that's assuming what you're trying to prove, or I guess it's assuming. I guess it's predicting based on what you already think you know, which is that the Department of Justice is politically captured, which I guess you do. So then it would make sense that the charging decisions are based not on the evidence, but based on the optics of the voter.
I just can't believe... I would love to pick your brain on the theory of Zlochevsky telling this confidential human source, like, just making this fucking bullshit story up in 2016, 17, and 19. Like, it's like a running gag of his. He's like drinking beers with his buddy. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I think that only happened... first of all, I'm going to reread the FD 1023. I don't think every time that they mentioned the bribe, but even if it's 2 times... I don't know that, like, Zlochevsky saying it should not... I don't think we take him at face value no matter what.
Well, here's it.
Why would he lie?
The bribe's different, though, right? Now, look, the bribe's a serious accusation, and I think on its own warranted an investigation. But there's at least an argument that could be made that's this. Well, the guy's just fucking talking big man. It'd be like if I'm talking to you and, like, you're a lawyer and you're like, I talked to the judge and was like, listen here, motherfucker, you're not going to, like, accept any objections against me. Like, it could be that
that's basically what Devon Archer is saying.
Well, no.
Right?
I don't think that's what Archer's saying.
No. Devon Archer is saying that that's something that he knows Ukrainian...
Yes, he does say that Ukraine bribery culture and stuff, and like they have this machismo and they do but that's different. That's a separate level. The actual bribe being paid. I don't see why he would be talking about wanting Shokin gone. Bribe aside, that makes no sense to me.
Okay. So why would he say we want Shokin
right.
gone?
Why would he be saying that sort of stuff? Like, I could see being like, well, just because he said bribe doesn't mean that could be a bullshit story. But he's literally reaching out to this dude, and he's like, hey, I need your advice. Like, we want Shokin gone. We want these gas permits and stuff. Like, what's up? And the confidential human source is, like, telling him over and over, like, I wouldn't fucking pay the Bidens, because this could bite you in the ass. If I were you, I'd just hire a lawyer. And Shokin's like, well, it's too late now. Like, why would he even have this conversation if it's like, we like Shokin? I don't understand what his rationale would be. I can't think of anything.
Yeah, so I think one reason why you would... It depends on who this confidential source is. And so, obviously, our determination on whether it makes sense for Zlochevsky to have said that depends on who he's saying it to. Unless what you're saying is, I cannot envision a person where it would be plausible he would say that to... if it weren't the case, which I think is approaching what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I just don't know who it would be, especially to then bring it up again in 2019. Because, like, what happened? The conversation in 2019 is basically like, he reaches back out to the CHS and he's like, CHS is like, I fucking told you. Now Trump's team's looking into this, right? And he's like, well, I have all this evidence that I was forced to pay the Bidens. Would that make a difference? Right, if I was forced to pay? Like, I don't understand why he would be making up this shit about Shokin if that was the case. I don't get it.
Can I just listen to you guys? Is that okay?
Sure.
You could, but we're
going to be leaving soon. Yeah.
Oh, unlucky. I should have gone sooner.
Nick, dude, I love, like, your wife's stream. Great shit. And I thought that she was a really good moderator. And so...
Hey, thanks, man.
Oh, you're Erudite's husband?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I thought she did great moderating as well. I didn't mind it at all.
Hey, I'm glad you guys were pleased. I thought so too, but I'm a simp, so I never know. You know? I'm a partisan hack, as Rob Noerr might say.
Yeah. I don't think being a simp for your wife is not a bad thing. Most.
Yeah,
of
I think
the
that's.
time.
I agree. You know, sometimes a little partisanship is acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, Nick and I were we're very much aligned on the Sunday saga, and so I just feel like there's kind of kinship towards that whole bullshit.
Hell
anyway,
yeah.
Thanks a lot, Rob, and please send our thanks to Kyla, because it was a lot of fun.
Will do.
All right.
Thanks for coming on.
Yep, we'll see you.
I appreciate it a lot. I listened to at least 3 hours, maybe 3.5. Not the entire thing.
Wow.
I was like, I really
surprised.
wanted to know. I was really wanting some clarity, and you guys both knew. I was telling somebody else, I was like, man, you guys know more about this than I know about like anything.
It's crazy how much hours. Rob and I, like, there are times I was on a plane ride where I just like download a bunch of sources just to read on the plane, or like I'll have a free hour and I'm like, oh, I guess I'll read through the Amos Hutchinson testimony and see.
Did you find it? I can't find.
I have all the testimony. I have them all labeled. Yeah, I can send you a bunch.
Send
of
me
stuff,
the
Rob.
Hutchinson. I could only find readouts of it from the Senate report. I couldn't find his whole.
I have an entire folder with dates on articles and like what the article says, and so yeah, I have organized myself like it's like a real case of mine. So yeah.
Well, send that Hutchinson. Yeah, we'll see you guys.
I'll send that.
All right, we'll see you.
All right.